we'll recommence the hearing. Usual health and safety thing draws out that you come in for any emergency, meeting room and an emergency outside Snake's Ale House. Toilet facilities are available out through the same doors. And can I request that all cell phones are off? Just before we start, Mr. Freeman, Mr. Page, one of the concerns that we have in relation to your overall propositions and that there should be a new rural chapter or even some other subset of a chapter is the New Zealand planning standards, and those weren't addressed and from memory probably not addressed on that particular issue in your submissions or in Mr. Freeman's evidence, and I'm not sure any other witnesses' evidence. We want to give you a fair opportunity of addressing that, and what I had in mind was it will only be a very short amount of time that you would need to present. And if you were available on Monday or Tuesday of next week, it would give you at least a couple of days to turn your mind to it, discuss it with your planning witnesses and come back to us and make a presentation succinctly on Monday or Tuesday, preferably probably Tuesday.
Yes, well, I'm in court in Queenstown all next week, so I won't be personally present. But I'm sure we can arrange representation to appear and make submissions on that point.
Even if you did it in writing, I suppose.
Yes.
But I really just want it by the close of evidence, which is for us Tuesday of next week. So yes. Council can, in the course of their reply, respond to that. The concern that I think it's a concern that I was looking at last night, and it's just the very prescriptive way in which those planning standards are worded in terms of what the regional policy statement has to set out in table 2, and whether we've got the flexibility and where we've got the flexibility if we were persuaded by your evidence and how far we could go in meeting any requests that you might make.
Yes. I did turn my mind to that in the course of preparing submissions and satisfied myself at the time that the New Zealand planning standards were prescriptive about what it must contain, but did not prescribe things that it must not contain. I formed the view at the time, though I would be grateful for the chance to prepare slightly better, more well-formed submissions, that the addition of a rural domain chapter would not be inconsistent with the standard, but it's something that we'll reflect on, and we'll prepare a written submission.
Good. Thank you.
I'm very pleased to see that Mr. Freeman has joined us, and so unless there are other matters that you want me to address, I will invite Mr. Freeman to introduce himself. He has, as our other witnesses have done, prepared a written summary of his evidence. He can also, I'm not sure whether he's addressed the joint witness statements in that summary, but if he hasn't, he can always address those with you orally if that would assist. So I'll leave Mr. Freeman in your hands.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Freeman.
Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. Good morning, everybody. My name is Mike Freeman. My details are in my evidence in chief. I have followed the hearing yesterday. Understand that you've read my evidence, clearly as you've read all the evidence. I just propose to briefly go through my summary evidence and attempt to try and incorporate a couple of answers to questions that were aimed at least at me in part during the proceedings yesterday. So firstly, I really just wanted to acknowledge the huge task that's involved in developing a proposed regional policy statement or proposed plan. I do appreciate that these hearings, you receive a lot of criticism from submitters and witnesses. But I think we frequently forget what a huge and challenging task that is for a team putting things together, often under severe time and resource constraints. And I think it's always easier to come along with more time and analyze something and be critical of someone. So if I'm critical of the proposed regional policy statement, I do it from a position where I've had almost certainly more time to analyze some of these matters than the team putting things together. So in my mind, it's not that surprising that there are some gaps in the proposed regional policy statement. Now, I don't want to go over in detail either the high-level points in my evidence, and I certainly don't want to go into detail in terms of the sort of blow-by-blow, word-by-word recommendations, but I'm happy later to answer any questions on those. All I thought it would be useful to do was just to highlight some of the highest level limitations in the proposed Otago regional policy statement. And I must admit, while I'm saying this, I do have one eye on other regional policy statements that I'm familiar with. So I do quite a bit of work in Southland and in Canterbury. And I have a passing familiarity with some of the regional policy statements in other parts of New Zealand. And I'm not necessarily saying that those documents are perfect in their own right. They're all different. They come together from a different background, often at different times. There may be a regional policy statement that was written in 2018. There may be one that was written in 2020, and they reflect the times in which they were made. But the one thing that does strike me, as I touch on in my evidence in chief and in the summary, is that this proposed RPS does stand out to me as one that seems to have dived back into the RMA, back into national policy statements, and attempted to grab a lot of existing provisions and drag them into an RPS and tried to almost relitigate them and tweak them and introduce new words, as I touch on a number of times in my evidence in chief. And whenever I see a new word like flourish or resilient or resilience, I stumble over clauses that introduce words that are not already defined in either the RMA or an MPS, or when there is an attempt at a definition within the RPS, or for some words, no attempt to define them at all. And I get stuck on a word like that and say, well, gosh, what will that mean for the RPS itself and for processes that follow? So I think one of the key issues in my mind is the limitations brought about by trying to write objectives and policies that in my mind, don't need to be written, because the higher order provisions cover many matters, and therefore those matters don't need to be relitigated. That a significant limitation of the RPS is it doesn't seem, or the proposed RPS doesn't seem to sort of accept its position and get on with providing some direction. And then the next key point is the point that was discussed at some length yesterday, is the lack of provision that provides some direct or indirect recognition or provision for economic, social, and cultural well-being. It is absent. And that is, in my mind, a significant gap. And it needs to be filled. And I could comment briefly later on some possible ways in which that could be done. Yes, as briefly mentioned, there are two joint witness statements that have been developed that I was a party to. At a highest level, they've identified that there are two issues that aren't fully covered in the proposed RPS at the moment, or at least in the minds of the half dozen or so expert witnesses that surprisingly managed to agree on how those two issues could be framed. The only other high-level point I'd like to just emphasize, and it was touched on briefly in discussions yesterday, is that because of some of the high-level wording in some of the provisions, particularly some of the policy provisions, and because, as was touched on yesterday, because of the state of flux, if you like, of a land and water plan, or the limitations of the operative water plan in Otago, there is a risk that some of these provisions could have a significant influence on subsequent resource consents. You know, having a policy that directs that there is restoration, there is reconnection, I can see those words being interpreted in a way, even outside of the freshwater side of things, or the immediate freshwater side of things. And I understand, obviously, the limitations between the freshwater and the non-freshwater, but even with some non-freshwater consent processes, such as land use consents that may be required as part of, say, redevelopment of major water infrastructure in Otago, I could certainly see some of the wording in some of the policy provisions that are ostensibly, from what I can see, identified as non-freshwater ones, particularly in the integrated management chapter. I could see them having potentially unanticipated impacts on the consent process. And I can almost hear the sort of comments that, well, that was actually not what we intended by that. We sort of meant that it would go down this route. But sorry, when a word gets out and it's open to interpretation, then certain interpretations will be likely. And so I think there is a need to recognize that those provisions need to be written in a way that recognizes the influence that they could have on subsequent resource consent processes, and therefore they need to be chosen very carefully with that possible implication in mind. I just briefly wanted to finish by perhaps indicating how some of the issues could be resolved, because there were, I think, some questions from the panel yesterday about, what are some of the ways in which some of these matters could be addressed. And while, for example, I don't think that you have a package of other regional policy statements in front of you as possible guides for this process. There may well be processes that could be used that might bring people with some expertise and understanding of those other documents to perhaps provide an input into how some of the objectives and policies could be tweaked, given how similar matters have been addressed in similar regional policy statements in similar regions. And while I acknowledge that Otago is different, as you can see behind me, it's not another planet. That there are many common issues throughout New Zealand. The key that stands out to me that is different about Otago is the history of mining privileges, deemed permits, and the reliance on all of that. I would acknowledge that compared to certainly Canterbury and Southland, those two regions don't have the same. There are small parts of Southland and Canterbury that have some similar systems. There are some, or there were some mining privileges in Canterbury, but nowhere near the scale of Otago. And from that perspective, Otago is different from other regions. But I think there are some good examples from other parts of New Zealand to illustrate how some of these issues can be addressed. I don't think the regional policy statement needs to be as huge and all-encompassing as it is. I think a lot of the provisions that are in there now are unnecessary. And one possible direction to address a number of these issues would be to use Occam's razor and remove the material that is not absolutely essential to achieve the task for an RPS. And it's possible that, for example, the planning experts that I thought worked very constructively and professionally on those two joint witness statements, it is possible, it is entirely in your hands, but it is possible that they could be asked to do a specific task on a specific matter and provide some expert feedback to you on a specific question. For example, if you said, okay, expert witnesses, we want your joint expert view on how this provision could have this matter incorporated into it, then I'm sure the parties would want to assist the hearing panel as much as they could. And I'm sure the expert witnesses would relish a task like that. And to date, they seem to have worked very constructively. That's all I really wanted to cover at a high level. I'm sure you've been through my evidence, and I'm very happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. And before I just open the questions to other commissioners, I was very pleased to see your correction at paragraph 4, that because I had noted that section 104E that we were concerned about having repealed. Yeah, so I'll open the questions, commencing with Commissioner Cuba.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Freeman. really only a couple of questions, and you've probably touched on it in your opening there. The two themes that come through the evidence of the lay submitters and farms, etc., is around the priority. Where should the priority be in terms of all the issues that they have to address? And associated with that is the seeking some sort of transitional period to adapt to those. And you probably heard some of the questions to Kate yesterday around how can RPS actually achieve that when we have those national overarching documents require direction on those things. I'm just trying to work out in your evidence, you really haven't put forward a policy process to allow that, or give us any sort of direction on how we might achieve that. And I'm wondering, is that an issue of scope? Have those matters sort of arisen as you work through after the submission was lodged? Because I can't see how we can actually implement anything like that if we don't have any sort of submission on those points and any policy basis to do it.
Yeah, the challenge in my mind is twofold, both in terms of, well, where on a spectrum the policy framework would land. And then once you've identified where it's going to land, then I think we'd all be in a better position to then figure out what would be a reasonable and sensible time frame for transition. So in contrast, and I was thinking about this briefly yesterday, and it may not be a fair comparison, but in 2021, I was involved in Plan Change 7 in Canterbury, which was looking at water quality management between the Waimakariri and Ashley Rivers in North Canterbury. The focus of that plan change process came down to what should the percentage nitrogen reduction be, and what should the time frame for achieving that nitrogen reduction be. And the ultimate conclusion there was a 20% nitrogen loss reduction has to be achieved within a 10-year period. But that Canterbury planning process arguably is quite further down the track than Otago's is, but if you like, the environmental targets were already set at a high level in the regional policy statement. So the regional plan ended up focusing on specifics. How many decades is reasonable? What percentage N loss to water is reasonable? So I think at one level, it is almost asking too much at a regional policy statement level to get that level of detail into this document. But I certainly think that this document could identify what it is that it is seeking to achieve. For example, the NOF framework was touched on yesterday. I can see a number of RPSs have taken their place by saying, right, what an RPS is saying is where does the region want to end up in terms of, say, for example, the water quality framework system set out in the NPS. And whoops, I may be straying into fresh water here, but if it could be taken more in a general sense that an NPS might identify a national bottom line, whether it's water quality or something else, and a regional policy statement could, for example, say, right, this region is going to aim at that national bottom line, or it's going to aim at this point above that national bottom line, and then leave the detail to the regional planning process. I still think there is scope within this document to do something similar, to be clearer about where on various spectrum the region should be.
Okay, it's still pretty general in my mind, unfortunately.
It may be clearer once the two streams come together, because possibly in my mind, it may be clearer within an existing NPS framework.
I guess the only timelines we have, or appears as though we have, are in the blue bit, so we can't really talk about that. So I guess it is for the next tranche of hearings. But yeah, okay, thank you for that. But the only other thing I want to talk to you about was IM policy 12, which I had a brief discussion with Mr. Page about yesterday, and you recommend that that be deleted. Now, Mr. Page highlighted the National Adaptation Program around climate change, etc., and a number of other submitters have highlighted that. That policy 12, to me, the aim of that policy, and granted it's got a lot of internal contradictions and doesn't really work the way it's meant to work, I think. What's proposed with that is that it enables projects to go ahead that are going to achieve significant climate mitigation, where otherwise they may actually contravene a bottom line or a standard. It's not really written to allow that, given it requires compliance with things within the plan. So my question to you was, given that National Adaptation Plan, is why would you delete a policy like this when this would actually assist probably farmers in terms of building resilience around water management use? That's probably a policy which would be beneficial.
Yeah, I suppose the fundamental reason why I suggested its deletion, and I must admit it's probably a very personal bias, but I generally don't find policies that say decision makers should not grant these, or decision makers should only grant these. In my mind, whenever there's a policy that sort of focuses on directing decision makers, then I'm always asking the question, well, hang on a minute, what's the overriding policy? What is it really about? And the minute there's a policy that says, well, don't do this or only do that, then in my experience, what often happens is that then there might be a situation that comes along that isn't quite captured by that direction. And then there's no parent policy to refer to for guidance. And to me, and I'm not sure if a lot has been written on this, but to me, it's a bit of a cop-out, if that's not a very technical term, that where a policy says decision makers should do this or they shouldn't do that, then there's something missing. And why don't we have plans that just include a set of directions to decision makers rather than policies that should be identifying a purposive course of action? So I must admit, when I see policies like that, particularly particularly policies that, might start with something like a notwithstanding, then I haven't seen them being that successful. And my knee-jerk reaction is, gosh, can't we write a proper policy that will clearly provide guidance rather than saying decision makers shouldn't grant these types of consents? So I suppose in a general sense, that's why my preference would be to have a purposive course of action policy rather than a directing decision makers, because it seems out of sync with the RMM.
Yeah, I understand exactly what you're saying, and I think that policy is actually trying to do what you're saying, but it's just not drafted that way. So, yeah, okay, I'll leave it at that. So thank you very much for your evidence.
Thank you.
Morning, Mr. Freeman. A key focus for me in this exercise is getting a sense or gauge on how Te Ao Māori is incorporated into these sorts of exercises. And I'm not sure the extent to which you've been involved in that aspect of this particular exercise. And it does boil down for me to questions around capability and capacity, which you've touched on very generally in your short introduction this morning. In other words, having the capacity to actually engage in processes like this, having the capability to engage in these processes. Now, in my many years of doing this sort of work, I've seen progress from the Māori world into an area of work or things like that they've not traditionally had a large part to play for whatever reason. We won't go into that, but there's always been a big gap for the Māori input to be made. I see that gap has closed quite a bit. And I wonder whether you'd seen that as well. And again, I go back to the point I made earlier. I'm not quite sure just how much you've had to deal with Māori in the work that you do, but is that a fair question to put to you?
Yes, definitely. I've had quite a bit of involvement in Southland, Otago, and Canterbury. And the key issue that strikes me when contrasting Otago and Canterbury in particular, and again, it may just be a consequence of a longer term relationship with tangata whenua and specific runanga in Canterbury compared to Otago. But for example, in the consent processes in Otago at the moment, the pendulum has swung, in my view, it swung so far one way, and the lack of decades of relationship has meant that many processes have slowed to a crawl because Okaha or Te Ao Marama on behalf of the Runanga have been defaulting to being identified as persons who may be adversely affected. And you're right, 10, 15 years ago, they almost certainly wouldn't have been involved in the consent process. Conversely, in Canterbury, processes have been set up for at least 15, if not 20 years, and there are clear guidelines. They're probably only guidelines of, for example, what a runanga wants to be involved in and what a Runanga is not interested in. And even for those processes that the Runanga has said in advance, we're not really interested in these, they still get every consent application that is made is provided to the relevant Runanga, and they have the ability to comment on it, even though they're not automatically identified as a person who may be adversely affected. Now, I'm not necessarily saying that's a perfect process, and what's appropriate in one region may not be appropriate in another region, but I can see processes developing that do provide for meaningful engagement in regulatory and planning processes. But I have seen a bit of a pendulum that you're absolutely correct. 20 years ago in Otago, the pendulum was at one end and now it's swung to the other. But at the same time, that has frustrated many people because that has made the process very slow. And sometimes what happens is that to accelerate the process, parties have to take a more proactive approach, and that then can result in a lot of consent applications being notified. And that can be a hugely resource demanding process. So we do have a way to go yet in Otago to identify a productive but efficient way of working together on both regulatory and planning processes.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head in terms of the capability and capacity issue I was raising before, because 20 years ago, they didn't have the people or the processes to do it. I'm really encouraged now that they, at least in this part of the world with Autaha and Te Ao Marama, they are there. They've been a key player in the process to date. They've been here, and that is a challenge in itself for most iwi, most runanga, just having that sort of capacity to actually deal with. And I take the point you make also about keeping runanga, trust boards or whatever up to speed with what's happening. In fact, almost forcing them to by ensuring that they are drip fed or whatever the word is with everything that's happening. Because it's easy in one sense to say we're not interested, which in some people would argue is a cop-out, but also just simply saying not interested doesn't necessarily mean to say that there is no, that they can't make an input or there is no opportunity for them to make an input. And that's been one of the worrying things over the years for most trust boards in the early days and runangas these days. So I guess I'm saying what I'm saying is I'm encouraged that that sort of concern and is being more widely applied or spread out so that everybody has a chance to participate. The other issue you raised, which again is around the capacity and capability issue, is around the unwieldiness of RPSs or documents of that kind. They get, you made the point, sometimes they get too big. And part of the challenge is to make them simpler and easier for the person on the street or in the paddock to understand what they are and to relate to them and actually deal with them in a meaningful way, as you were saying earlier on. Do you have any further thoughts on how these processes could be made more simpler?
I think the RPS could be slimmed down, but at the same time, I think we have reached a point with resource management currently under the Resource Management Act, and in the future, likely under a new piece of legislation, It is still going to be a complex process, and I think communities and Runanga Kaitahu will need professionals to assist them in going through planning and regulatory processes.
My last point, I guess, is at least one of the the things you have going for you in Otago and in Canterbury and Southland is that you only have one iwi to deal with.
Thank you. Kia ora.
You come up north and you have to deal with, half a dozen in the morning. By lunchtime, you got another half a dozen kind of, if you understand what I'm saying. So I guess that's a kind of a positive, that's a plus in the context of this RPS. But in fact, in any of these kinds of processes and that's one of the kind of simple things that I see from a Te Ao Māori point of view. And I'm just curious, I suppose. I'm interested in whether you see that reflected in the work that you've done in Canterbury and in Southland. I've probably even answered my own question, but I'd be interested in your comments.
Yeah, I have seen very productive relationships, and as you say, the fact that it is Ngāi Tahu certainly helps. As you may be aware, in some parts of Otago, we might have both Okaha and Te Ao Marama involved, particularly in parts of central Otago, where there is joint responsibility, but very quickly we will be told that for this particular situation, Okaha is the lead. But we would be very clear that both need to be contacted and that will be resolved, whether it's Okaha to take the lead, Te Ao Marama to take the lead, or sometimes Hokanui Runanga to take the lead, even for some locations in Otago. And that is sorted out very, very quickly, and we're advised whether it's a regulatory or planning process. So I agree, that works very efficiently.
Good. Thank you very much for the answers.
Thank you.
Yeah, kia ora, Dr. Freeman.
Good morning, Commissioner Sullivan.
There's just one thing I was sort of interested in exploring with you mainly, and I suppose it's around your comments around trying to achieve a more sort of slimmed down focus RPS, and also I note the sort of points in your evidence and your suggested amendments where you're requesting changes to remove repetition with the RMA or the NPSFM. But then there's also parts where you're suggesting that the wording from those documents should be utilised and sort of rejecting the non-RMA style of wording. And I see there's a sort of a fine line of sort of tiptoeing down the middle there to make sure we're not repeating things too much, but we want to put in a sort of Otago spin on it, if I may say that, or to make sure that it's actually it's appropriate and focused on Otago. I suppose I'm just interested in, you can help us a little bit more about where that line is, and also if we sort of omit dealing with things because there's not a way around other than say some level of duplication. My understanding is that if the RPS is silent on certain issues, you just go up to the higher level document. But I also see that there's potential issues with that where an answer is being sought in the RPS. I'm just wondering if you can sort of help untangle all of that for me.
That's a big question, really.
That's why I'm putting it to you, Dr. Freeman.
My first reaction would be that, if at all possible, if there's a provision where really it's covered in a higher document, and sure, certainly 15 years ago, maybe even 10 years ago, when there were many fewer national policy statements than regional policy statements, by necessity would have had to cover more ground than they do now. But my first bullet point, in a sense, would be just to try and excise out anything that wasn't essential, anything that looked like it was really in playing in the part to sand, if you like, really shouldn't be there. But I agree that even with that, a direction that clearly gives it a regional flavor would help. But I can also see that there are linkages between provisions. So even though in my mind, in a perfect world, it will be slimmed right down and put on a serious diet and exercise program. But if there was a provision there that it was difficult to completely take apart, it might be best to leave it. And if its only sin at that point is that it's repeating something in the RMA, well, who's to worry if all that it does is repeat something that exists, but it provides a good springboard to the next bullet point? Well, fine. Nobody's going to worry if it effectively just repeats a statement in section 5, for example. I mean, that's probably what I would recommend, to try and distill it down to its core necessities. Beyond that, we're almost into the detail of each individual provision, each objective, each policy.
Yeah, no, thanks for that. I did have some other points from your evidence, but I think you've covered them off pretty well, either in other questions or in your introduction. So yeah, thank you for your evidence.
Thank you.
Just picking up on that last point, the discussion with Commissioner Sullivan, as I was listening to your answer, I was just looking at your comments on IM01, the long-term vision, where you were complaining that there was an omission of a clear reference to social, cultural, and economic well-being, but the officer's Section 42A report ended by having a suggested wording that provides the support and supports the well-being of present and future generations. So that seems to have slimmed down the last words in Section 5. And it's interesting that the immediate reaction from yourself is, oh no, but you've left out the words social, cultural, and economic. They've got to go back in. That's a fairly common risk of slimming down, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, touche.
Well, look, we'll carry on. I'll carry on to the next one. Thank you for the honesty. The next point, probably more importantly, is your comments at the next page 17. And you're addressing there in the middle of your comments, the use of the word Māori in relation to IMP 1, which reads the life supporting capacity and Māori of the natural environment. And as I read your comments and reflected on the way Mr. Page addressed that issue and its complications, that word, the use of that word and its complications as a criterion, I take it it's the use of the word Māori that is particularly causing you a concern, in that it's now being brought into the natural environment in general. And I take it in ad idem with Mr. Page that's a very difficult phrase or word to use or term to use in that sort of policy.
Yeah, the ideal from my perspective, just drawing on my technical background in water quality but at the same time trying to avoid stepping into the freshwater aspects, although it's a bit difficult. But I suppose from a broad scientific perspective, but also with some limited understanding of the cultural significance of the word, what I would be looking for, and I'm sure it's within our capabilities, both from a scientific world and from Te Ao Māori, is to better bring them together, and ideally to get to a point where we could say, right, well, from a science perspective, if all these matters are covered, then the Māori of that water would be protected. And I could think of some people in the CRIs that have brought a cultural component to those CRIs that should be up to that sort of challenge. People in land care research, ag research, NIWA, that I would have thought in conjunction with others would be able to bring something together that says, right, and with an appropriate perspective that then could say, right, if all these matters are covered, then the Māori of the natural environment would be retained as directed by a group with that understanding. So there would be some very different perspectives that need to be joined, but I would have thought they could be, and then it would really be, then we'd be in a better position to have something in an RMA document that could eventually be given life in a process that could be measured and quantified and then reflected into an area that is difficult to quantify and measure.
At page 19, you're critical at the bottom of the page in your comments on the introduction of what you describe as being the undefined term precautionary approach. It's highly likely to result in diverging opinions on what this means in practice. It's preferable to follow the approach taken in the NPS-CFM. But in a regional policy statement situation, the concept of a precautionary approach has been around, well, certainly at least in a statutory form, ever since the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement, Policy 3, which specifically uses that phrase. King Salmon litigation particularly looked at the precaution, how did you deal with the precautionary approach, and dealt in one of the two decisions, dealt in detail with the adaptive management method of coping with unknown effects, and in reality allowing for the testing of those. And I've been a little critical of some questioning of either the RPS or planning witnesses where that adaptive management approach is not being explored. But I was surprised to see you're describing it as an undefined term and likely to cause diverging opinions. There'll always be diverging opinions, but do you not accept that it's been in the RMA framework for nearly 15 years or so now?
I agree, it's been there, but I still see it being interpreted in wildly divergent ways. And I suppose what I was suggesting here is that in a similar vein to the NPS, do we really need to use that term in this context when, if really the policy is about acting on the best available information, if that's the focus of it, well, can't we basically plagiarize how that's been defined within the MPS in a way that I think is bolted down and clear, and all we need to do is change one word from the approach in the MPS and slot that in, and then we've got a clear methodology for acting on the best available information, and then we don't have to step into the sort of precautionary approach. And I agree, it's been applied for a while, but when we start using terms like adaptive management, I've seen some very interesting interpretations as to what that means. And until, I suppose from a practitioner's perspective, I'm constantly surprised with, say, younger colleagues, that if it's not written down in a formal guidance document issued by the Ministry for the Environment, then they're not aware of it. So even terms like precautionary approach and certainly adaptive management, when it comes down to specific regulatory processes and consents, many practitioners are not familiar with that and have difficulty applying, well, firstly understanding, and then secondly applying an adaptive management approach to a specific situation. So all I'm suggesting here is maybe we don't need to go there. Maybe we can just use what's already spelt out in the MPS. And I thought Ms. Boyd, at least in part, in one of her supplementary documents, had in part agreed with my suggestion to plagiarize most of the definition from the MPS.
That's probably a good indication that I can stop. Thank you very much, Dr. Freeman.
Thank you.
If we manage to get one final very light-hearted question out of the way before you go, what is the image behind you? Where was it taken?
Well, I was hoping you wouldn't have to ask. The image behind me is Mount Aspiring, Tititia, from Cascade Saddle.
All right.
I double-checked. I double-checked this morning from another computer to make sure it wasn't mirrored for you. So I'm 99% certain it is the right way round. So that's looking up Matuki Valley to Mount Aspiring with the southwest ridge, just behind my balding head.
Thank you very much, Dr. Freeman. And
Thank you.
Mr. Cubitt, who's walked over the Cascade.
Thank you. Cheers.
Right. Thank you. We're going to have an exceptionally early cup of tea because
What are you going to want?
our Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson next.
Yeah, so if I unmute, that's the live stream unmuted.
Unmuted now.
We're unmuted now.
Try your microphone.
Success.
Oh, I'm sorry you got held up last night, Mr. Anderson. Got the floor now.
Thank you. And good morning. My name is Jeremy Anderson and I'm the General Manager of Maniatoto Irrigation Limited. For a full summary of my expertise and experience, I direct you to my evidence. In my evidence, I describe the irrigation scheme in the upper Tari catchment, which is above Waikato. I also discuss issues associated with the complexity and investment required to change river flow regimes and irrigation practices in the upper Tari. Currently, the extent of change required through the freshwater divisions of Tari catchment is unknown. I understand that division will be the subject of separate freshwater process. I don't know or understand what has to change on the ground to give effect to that statement. In terms of changes to farming irrigation practices, farming systems in coastal Otago are not the same as those in central Otago. This is largely determined by climate, soil types, and historical farming practices. My evidence concerns farming in what I call central Otago, including FMUs, Dunstan, Manuherikia, and the Taieri. For approximately 2 decades, irrigation practices in central Otago have been changing. There's been growing realisation that efficiency of woody use can be improved through retiring surface flood techniques, e.g. wild flood irrigation, and replacing it with spray application. Spray requires different infrastructure, irrigation patterns, and on-farm storage in some instances. Conversion from traditional surface flooding to spray requires access to working capital and bank funding generally. The fundamental driver of land value and productivity for farms in central Otago is water. Much of a farm's value is tied up in secure access to water, and that is the greatest security asset that a bank recognises when a farmer is applying for funding for irrigation development. Traditional sheep and beef farming operations seeking to convert from flood to spray will require lending over a term, something in order of 20 years. This is the current context for many MIC farmer shareholders and is a constraint on MIC's ability to respond to regulatory change because our consents expire in 2034, which is only 11 years away. If achievement of the Taieri FMU vision requires more water to be passed over the Paiora weir than MIC's consents currently require, that leaves 2 options for MIC shareholders. They either invest in additional on-farm storage or reduce the area of land that they irrigate. Only farmers will have to pay to achieve the vision. For everyone else, it is optional. There is no public funding available to invest in the assets that may be required to pass more water down the Taieri River, if that is what the public wants. Under current economic conditions, farmers would not be in a position to raise capital for building infrastructure unless it leads to greater productivity and profitability on the farm. A bank requires certainty that a farmer will be able to repay the borrowing required to convert to spray irrigation. The Taieri vision has a due-by date of 2050 in the notified version. MIC shareholders need to know what is required to deliver the visions because it is likely to take at least that period of time, the 27 years, to understand, design, fundraise, and deliver capital works against our farmer balance sheets. Just in closing comments, I'm observing corporate acquisition of dryland properties for carbon farming investment. Pine trees do not require irrigation, but do impact water availability. The short-term return on carbon farming vastly outperforms dryland sheep and beef. The Taieri vision doesn't say anything about pine trees, but I'm confident the community does not want carbon farming in the Upper Taieri. Yet that may be one consequence of reduced access to fresh water for farming. We need to be careful that regulatory change doesn't lead to unintended consequences. You have to take questions from the panel.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Anderson. Just two very quick sort of questions. Given your breadth of experience in the industry ranges from banking, Fonterra, right into what you're doing now, so it gives you a pretty good overview of how things work. And we've heard from Ms. Hay, and I think it's also Ms. Crutchley's evidence about the importance of community and how they deal with change, and I get the sense they feel that's under threat, and that will lead to changes in land use, which you just touched on in your summary, that last paragraph around the permanent forestry. And you have touched on that in your evidence and chiefs, the corporatisation issues. And I grew up in Central Otago, and it's never really been a thing in that area, but are you seeing it starting to appear because of these pressures? It's really the only way to actually farm anymore.
Oh, well, certainly what's required to make it look, the scale of farming are required to generate a profitable business has grown significantly, and we have seen, obviously, off the back of the irrigation available in the Maniatoto, land use change and intensification through improved productivity from spray. I mean, there had been some corporate investment in the Maniatoto. I think we're seeing an end of sort of a drive for land use change to dairy, particularly because the appetite for, even within the dairy industry, despite its profitability, is that the challenges around environmental compliance are such that I don't anticipate we're going to see a lot more land use change, or if any, to dairy for that matter. But to your point, I grew up in the Ida Valley, and when I was a child, spraying again, while all the irrigation was delivered by wild flood, obviously, at the last conversion to dairy in Otago occurred at Poolburn in the Ida Valley, and my father would roll on his grave at the thought that, well, he probably wouldn't, but you know what I mean. It's a different world to the one of a generation ago. But at the same time, the irrigation provides, because there's a lot of strong intergenerational farming businesses in the Maniatoto, and they've taken advantage of innovation in irrigation, delivering water by spray, and much more efficient, so have improved productivity, and what that adds to our community in terms of agricultural contractors and transport companies and other engineering businesses and the like. I mean, it has generated it's created a boon in the local economy, and underwrites the community in that respect.
Yeah, I guess the feeling I got from the evidence is that because it is an intergenerational thing, that people don't quite push their farms as hard as perhaps they could under irrigation, and corporatisation may lead to that, and may lead to permanent forestry and all those sorts of issues.
Well, yes and no would be my answer to that. I mean, it sort of depends on the individual operation. There's a variation in performance between one farm and the next, and there's also varying levels of passion and sort of I suppose acumen. So we see some farming businesses that are taking their performance to another level, and we'll see. I spent time in Southland early in my career, and it was always sort of the food basket, I suppose, in terms of lots of grass growth, blah blah. But there's properties and businesses in Central Otago and the Maniatoto particularly who would perform at the very highest level of sheep and beef farming in the country, and some phenomenal performance. But that there is still, and in my brief time in my role as GM for MIC, we are working towards probably helping shift the bottom end of some of those farmers in terms of how they deliver their water to the land. So there is a way to go, but I think that would be, across all farming communities.
And you mentioned Southern, and I noted in your evidence in chief in paragraph 19, where you talk about the acknowledgement of the dairy industry that kind of reached the high water mark, but is that, having done a bit of work at Southern, there still seems to be expansion going on in the dairy industry down there, probably not as much, but is that hold true for the rest of the country?
Well, this is just an observation from my experience, but as you'll be aware, agriculture in general has attracted a lot of negative press in the last few years, and certainly, the advent of social media has allowed, the dirty dairying story to be circulated broadly, and delinquents picked on a little bit, which has perhaps given a jaundiced view of the industry. But so I think there's that sense of pressure from the public has dampened the enthusiasm for any further expansion. And to your point, I'm aware of one application for a conversion in Southland currently, and I would be surprised it may or may not get approved. But I think expansion in terms of dairy will be farmers buying dry stock country, because that is like the availability of suitable grazing is probably a challenge, and so those animals clearly have to be wintered somewhere, and farmers are probably taking more ownership of that.
Yeah, and the evidence from the Economist's call by your team suggests that dairy is probably going to possibly contract in Otago to meet those environmental standards, but possibly also because of climate change. Is that what you're sort of seeing, or?
Well, I think
heading that way.
Well, I think so. And if you look at areas, and I know it's a little bit outside the scope of my evidence, but areas like South Otago that was identified by certain corporate businesses a generation ago to convert would be what would be deemed to be tier 2, if not tier 3 land. And, it hasn't, it probably only attracts the value of dry stock land anyway. So I think it's very likely that we'll see some of that tier 2 and tier 3 country decommissioned. And sadly, some of that's already going into trees, but it will go back to dry stock grazing.
Okay, thank you for that.
Are you aware of or familiar with any wahi tupuna in the area in which your company operates?
Sorry, to explain that, and you have to excuse my ignorance, but you'll have to excuse my ignorance, but I am familiar with that too.
I'm looking at division number 2 under the FMU vision. It is by 2050, the ongoing rate, the FMU okay, sorry, yes. Yes, there is. Yes, there is. There is? Yeah. And we are working, I'm just familiar with the term tuna rather than, but we are working and we have a shared asset arrangement with Manawa Energy on our headworks of the Tairi for diverting water for power generation and irrigation, but we are working with them on ensuring that we have adequate structures in place for passage and nurturing those. Yeah, okay. Yeah, because that was my follow-up question is, if you're aware of them, how are you dealing with them?
Well, there is consent conditions that we ensure there is Elva passage up the river. So at the weir, there is a ladder designed for Elva passage to travel beyond the weir. That we are doing and looking to do some work with Manawa and DOC as a part of the Na'awa project to ensure that this passage is adequate. But what we need to understand is if there's any obstructions further down the river as well.
And my only other question was just one of curiosity. What's involved in converting to spray irrigation? I mean, apart from the costs and everything else.
Well, the possibly most common, and you'll be aware of, is centre pivot irrigation. So in a lot of situations, it would involve building a storage dam on your farm to hold water from your allocation from the race, which would be delivered through a gate, and then you would have a pipe system, possibly under pressure if you had the benefit of some gravity, or otherwise pumped to a centre pivot. But there's a lot of innovation occurring in irrigation now as well. We're seeing systems that are like subsurface drip irrigation, which is pipes being put below the ground and releasing water under low pressure. So, the industry continues to evolve. But centre pivots are the main. So, but in terms of cost, if we want to put a number on per hectare, you're sort of ranging between possibly $8,000 and $10,000 a hectare now, depending on so that's for the conversion.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Anderson. Just a couple of questions from me. One of the things that we hear, and I've certainly heard through other processes as well, is that plans can limit development and investment through a lack of certainty. And one of the things that gets said is that you need longer consent durations. And around that also, I take points around needing kind of certainty in what the visions are seeking to achieve, so that there's some idea of where you need to head and whether you can actually do that or not. I suppose that sort of conflicts a little bit with where I see in most places consent durations are seldom more than 10 or 15 years. And I know for Otago it's been different because there's been so many deemed permits. But I'm just interested in your experience. Farm investment seems to continue. And I suppose I'm speaking more from sort of, experience in Canterbury, where consent durations have got shorter. There's a lot more onerous requirements through plans and the like, but people are still investing in their farms. And I know there's a lot of uncertainty, and I think there's a lot more care around those investments that are made. But now these deemed permits, I think, 6-year durations. There's a signal out the end we were told yesterday, I think, that what was the next duration going to be, sort of 10 or something. How likely is that to limit the investment required potentially to achieve whatever the visions end up looking like?
Well, it's a great question. I suppose, like say, we're used to more like 30-year consents in terms of irrigation, from the Logan Dam as an example. It comes down to how onerous the process is in some respects, because if we can have a streamlined process that allows for a 10-year renewal, notwithstanding there's going to be conditions within that need to be met, and and the opportunity for those to be cancelled, in extreme circumstances. So 10 years probably, if everyone understands that, but 10 years is a reasonably short time frame in terms of any, in a farming, if we can probably think of farming in sort of generations. So, 20, 25 years, I suppose. And if nothing's changing, if we set a plan, then I suppose and I'm just sort of opining that a farmer would struggle to understand why a term of 10 years would be set, because it seems a pretty short time frame in this sort of terms of their businesses and where they're heading, I suppose. But farmers, as you pointed out, get on with it regardless, I suppose, and will accept that. I think, lenders probably are very conscious, and having recently come out of that industry,
which is one of the reasons why I asked you that question, seeing that you've been in the banking industry, to what extent the lenders really look closely at that.
Very is the answer to that now. In the last 10 years, we've gone from probably not even too concerned about an effluent consent to, I was speaking to a friend yesterday who's buying dairy farms in Southland currently, and he said there was some consents that needed tidied up around effluent, because an environment south, and you have to, you have consents for effluent, obviously, storage. And he said, well, the bank wouldn't entertain approving the deal until those consents were tidied up. But I know certainly in my last job that was sort of moved now to even having assurance programs, insurance assurance questionnaires for customers. So the banks, from an ESG perspective, is needing to understand how those businesses are treating their animals, their land, and their people. And so it's sort of, even from a non-regulatory perspective, but from a shareholder in an Australian bank looking at, what's expected on, if they, like their view is, if they want, Commonwealth Bank's capital, then they'll have to prove that they're doing the job right on the farm. So it's broader than just the regulatory space as well, probably. But that's really answer the question.
Oh, that is helpful though. So the other question I have, and I suppose I've been interesting to read that if you're converting spray, you've got to put some storage in as well. And coming from Canterbury, where I think the irrigation schemes, normally you don't have to do that.
Well, it's not critical, but
Right.
I
I was wondering though, is it more because the sort of rostering system was developed for
borders or wild
for borders, where you might be getting water every sort of 7 to 10 days or something to put on. Is that where it's come from? And is there a mechanism through the scheme to shift more to daily sort of constant?
Well, there's a number of, like the business that I'm a director for in the Manitoto has a continuous flow from a pipe out of the river, but that also comes at a considerable cost in terms of installation. But yeah, I mean that does sort of solve a problem, but to get away from the wild, like also because we still have a lot of border dikes in the Manitoto plain that and the people using those border dikes would argue they're a long way from a water source, and the water, any surface overflow of that water is captured and storage and reused, so that should in theory be a permitted activity. But the storage just allows you better use of your allocation, because there are situations where we have farmers that struggle to use all their water in the allocated periods. So that's where the storage comes in and allows you to capture that water and then use it as you see fit through your pivot irrigators. Basically. So it is very different to have Canterbury systems.
Yeah, no, it is. I've been really, it's been interesting for me, I suppose, being involved with schemes and farming operations in Canterbury to read the suite of evidence really and really get an appreciation for the differences down there. I found it very interesting.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, no, thank you for that.
Are any of those storage ponds used to provide a supply during the winter period?
No, because you were familiar with them.
Sorry, I probably didn't express that well. What I was meaning was, coming from Marlborough, a lot of the storage up there is now being filled during the winter period and then utilised.
No, generally, any storage would be full before the end of our irrigation season, or filled early in the season before people start to apply the water. Because the growing days are shorter in the Manitoto, obviously. So there isn't, and there's adequate water within the season to be able to fill dams. But we basically close the scheme down on the 30th of April, and it starts again on the 15th of September.
Right. Oh, I see. Are there any electrical supply constraints in terms of the distribution system to the Upper Taieri or not?
Might not have to put pressure on capacity. Yeah, the evolution of irrigators and using electricity has put pressure on capacity, but it's not constrained necessarily.
Are the distribution company talking of there being constraints on their projections?
No, but there are a number of people investigating lots of solar for being self-contained for electricity going forward, but that's just more of sort of ensuring against the increase in energy rather than constraints to access to electricity. But we do share assets with Manawa Energy on the scheme, as I said, and the perfect world, if we could share in the generation of that electricity, would be beneficial.
Just, I noticed your consent, you said was expiring in 2034.
Yes.
What was the term that it was granted for?
30-year term.
Yeah, about 30 years. Yeah.
Sorry,
30.
30 years.
Yeah.
And did it contain any minimum flow conditions?
Yes, we have a condition where we have to maintain 850 litres per second below the pay rail weir, so that's in the Taieri River Channel, and maintain 1 cubic at Waipiata, what's called the Green Bridge at Waipiata. But once the dam gets below a certain level, then there's no obligation to maintain that 1 cubic at Waipiata. But generally we would endeavour to do that, and this year, as an example, we released up to an extra 450 litres a second from the dam to achieve that minimum flow, well, to achieve a cubic at Waipiata. It was a particularly dry year, as you'll be aware.
And were you involved in the negotiations that led to those minimum flow?
No. I mean, my involvement with this sort of scheme started 11 years ago when I became a director of a company that's a shareholder in one of the distribution companies, basically. It sort of led on from there.
In answer to Bianca Solomon, you used the banker's acronym of ESG. What does that?
Environment, social and governance. So, I mean, that's sort of a strategy that most corporates have, or a policy that most corporates would have now, to make sure that where they're, well, for a bank, where they're putting their money, that's being used responsibly, I suppose. But if you describe that in terms of looking after the welfare of animals and environmental compliance and employees on the farm. So.
Okay, thank you. So those are all the questions I have. Thank you very much, Mr. Transon. Very interesting. Thank you.
Your next two witnesses are both witnesses from the Maniatoto area on the MIC scheme. So if there were other questions about how that works, Emma has a very long history with it as former chair of the Westside Irrigation Company, which is one of the distribution companies under MIC. So I'm sure she'd be very happy to continue that discussion with you if you wish.
Good morning.
Kia ora. My name's Emma Crutchley. I grew up on a sheep beef and arable. I'm a sheep farmer on a sheep beef and arable property called Puketua Station in the Maniatoto. This is where I grew up, and I came home to the farm in 2009. And my experiences are set out in clauses or paragraphs 2 to 12 in my brief of evidence. We farm 6,500 crossbred ewes and 180 Angus cows with a mix of arable. All lambs born on the property are finished, and we buy in a further 1,000 to 2,000 lambs each year. And so I guess what I really want to stress is that the hearts and minds of our rural communities have a massive role to play in managing our environment. And so this draws on my experiences as a farmer, my involvement in research around catchment groups, and my involvement with the primary sector on farm. Any understanding of farm management systems relies on an appreciation of the region's extremely complex climate and diverse primary production systems. So in my evidence, I've discussed the pest and weed pressures on farm and how we manage these challenges, and our work around sustainability on farm. Farmers making no money make very poor environmentalists, can make very poor environmentalists, and are less resilient in a fast changing world. So the regulatory changes require cost input, which comes on top of high interest rates and input costs, which is extremely different from the situation we found ourselves in sort of 5 to 6 years ago when a lot of these regulatory changes started to happen. So the efficiency and effectiveness in this space is a balance of the outputs against the inputs we have, such as costs and land class, and this should be based on environmental, social and economic dividends. And I think you heard Mr. Anderson talk about the pine trees in that space. And so given the massive gap in terms of what we could make on a hill country property from pine trees, completely blows out of the water sheep and beef farming in our area. So it's a land use that's driven a lot around passion for our environment and our communities that we live in. So as cost is added, the lower value land uses are impacted first, but this doesn't necessarily correlate with poor resource management or land use decisions. Yearly investment in our environment can be the first to drop off as the lens shifts from that long-term vision to that short-term survival. Community is often willing to go further than the minimum requirements and head towards a much higher level of compliance with the environmental standards. However, these limits and targets need to be clear and achievable. Pressures, including pest control and water shortages, are continuously changing and evolving. Increases in regulatory requirement need to consider this. And so I draw a lot about on that paragraph on my involvement with setting up the Te Ake Miniatoto project, which is the $6 billion multi-stakeholder project in the Miniatoto. So transition over time around conversion of water dike to spray at Puketoi required security of supply to invest in these upgrades. The adaptation has built resilience to all areas of the farm, but it also demonstrates the time and willpower required for adapting irrigation storage and systems. Freshwater is most valuable when it is in short supply. This resilience for the whole community, this is resilience for the whole community, including the environment, not just our farming system. A combination of extensive regulation and incorrect perceptions of the sector has led to increasingly unrewarded and burnt out rural leadership and division across our sector. And this is something that I'm quite passionate and really concerned about. So the regulation has missed the fact that environmental challenges require leadership in rural communities and enable people to work together for collective solutions. And that's the beauty of the catchment group approach and the project that we set up in the Miniatoto. So multiple solutions can be used to solve a single environmental challenge, and one solution can solve multiple challenges around freshwater biodiversity and climate change. And this looks very different across catchments and land uses. Good farmers are experts in the field of innovation, and they need room to adapt and lead this change. And I've got like quite a cool phrase that I've stolen, and I always use it, and I can't credit it to anyone because I don't know who said it first, but there are those that make things happen, there are those that watch things happen, and there are those that wonder what happened. Focus on the first bunch. So changes on farm cannot be immediate. They require time, progression, and adaptation. The best results are achieved when change and communities can respond rather than react. Reactions can have unintended consequence, and enabling people time to process and plan and implement it at their place. Otherwise, you will lose people along the way, and this loses that social fabric that's responsible for so much of the above minimum compliance that we see in our communities, and it can miss that opportunity for that above minimum compliance, and it turns it into like when we see it as just a tick box, because it just becomes a tick box and then you put it in a bottom drawer. I'd be happy to answer any questions that the panel have, and I would also be happy to host panel members at Puketoi Station.
Thanks for that, Ms. Crutchley, and I have to apologise. I think I credited Miss Hay with something that you actually said in your evidence about the community actually bringing the renegade individual up to standard. I know a few of your renegades in your area, so I can understand how it might be a problem in some circumstances.
That's okay. Joe's a good friend of mine, so she can take it.
But I would say, again, reading your evidence, it's like puts me to shame. It's not, I don't really do anything, you know, when I see what you guys get up to. But my question to you was around that community stuff, which is clearly quite significant in the rural, how a rural system works. And you talk about that in your paragraph 71, neglecting recognition of community leadership. And I'm just wondering if you could maybe expand a bit on that, because you talk about your catchment groups and that issue we just talked about. And so what context is that being neglected? And I guess we're not allowed to talk about the blue bits, but we have these freshwater divisions in there.
Yeah.
You can probably talk around that and infer, but I want to know whether is that what you're talking about? Is the community leadership in your area being involved in those conversations? Or?
The conversation around the freshwater.
Yeah, well, you can't say freshwater, but
Yeah, absolutely. Because like I said about that, one solution can be used to solve multiple challenges, and one challenge can be solved with one solution. So when we look on farm and we're looking at how, okay, so we've got challenges around the word that I'm not allowed to say, and we've got biodiversity and we've got climate. Like, we're looking at how can we adapt our system and actually tackle all those challenges with something we're doing. And one of the things we've done is fence off a massive area of wetland and planted it. And so we've got carbon sequestration, wetland and biodiversity enhancement, and also that creates water quality outcomes as well. And I guess the beauty of, and that's where the Te Ake Maniatoto project comes in, is because when you're looking at that local level and that local leadership, you're focusing on the challenge that is specific to the catchment that you live in. And by focusing on that, you're actually saving a lot of the, it's a resonating why for people. And when people understand that why, they go, oh yes, I understand that, and they can actually go above and beyond for it because we're so passionate about it. Does that answer that question? Yeah, and you are a very unique environment. That scroll plane is quite unique. Yeah.
And when I read that group that you're involved in, the things you're doing there, I'm not sure how you'd actually achieve a lot of that, given the way that landform is, planting and fencing off riparian areas. It's all over the place. It'd be very, I imagine the NES there would be a nightmare for you guys to try and negotiate.
Yeah. So we're working closely with the Regional Council and the Ministry for the Environment to try and seek out how we can actually come up with an alternative that will enable outcomes, because the Tyree scroll plane, and with this 350 hectares on our property, it holds those incredibly unique values that doesn't fit within any national framework, and it has benefits around climate change, because it actually mitigates the impacts of floods, and the biodiversity that is and like it has within it are all really important. And if you fold that national framework on top of it, then you actually run the risk of losing that.
Yeah, that diagram you've got, figure 7, is that yours, or is that sourced from somewhere?
Which one is it? 37?
Figure 7 on your page 25.
That's the circle.
Yeah, that's what you're talking. Keep going back to.
Yeah, that's mine. I created that one when I was doing a submission on the government's emissions pricing proposal, and basically that one is, and basically what it shows it as you push the focus towards one aspect of our environmental system, which is holistic around shelter, like because we're focused when we plant things on farm, we're focusing on, yeah, we can plant a tree lane and we can get shelter for our livestock, and we can also get biodiversity and fresh and water quality outcomes by planting those riparian areas as well. But as the focus shifts to carbon, then what we plant is actually focused on sequestration when it should be focused on that holistic of hitting the middle of that box.
Yeah. You know, I thought there was a great representation of the issues you face around that. So with the scroll plane, and you obviously own quite a large area of it. And I see your figures 5 and 6, which are the 2 photos on page 22. And can you sort of explain that? I'm trying to work out how that is that comparing apples with apples?
Yeah, so we've got the land use on the Puketoi side of the river hasn't changed in a long time, and we've worked within a system to adapt it to, well, it has changed because we've riparian fenced it and we've removed cattle from the river bank, and that's done with a fence that is put quite a long way back off the river, but it enables us to continue cattle grazing on large areas of the scroll plain that removes that introduced grasses from and enhances the tussocks and all the native.
Because that's kind of counterintuitive. That you'd think that would be the other way around those photos.
Yes, exactly. And so that's sort of the challenge we're trying to communicate to regulators, is that sometimes the system, the land will never go back to the way it was before we farmed livestock and had farming systems. So how do we say, okay, what we've got now is, and we need to improve it, and we need to work for best outcomes. So how do we use the tools that we have in the toolbox to actually create those? And so before pastoral farming came in, they wouldn't have had those large swaths of introduced grasses, tall fescues and cocksfoots that actually drown out all your native vegetations. So one of the tools in the toolbox we have for removing that is actually our cattle grazing on those areas. And if we do it right, we don't overgraze, we look after certain areas which need fenced off, then we can actually enhance the native vegetation and the biodiversity in that environment.
Yeah. And then there's we catch with that sometimes, because then you can't actually touch that indigenous vegetation once you've reintroduced it.
Yeah, so we've got areas. Yeah, so we've got it. That's why we've sort of got areas that we fence right off, and we have that, and it turns into a tapestry of areas that are focused on different priorities, I would say. So our fenced off area is focused on our native vegetation and getting our native plants back in there. But then there's areas that have less value in terms of environment. So we need to get our cattle in there and maintain that to the best environmental standard that we can. And then we've got our river banks that obviously we need to keep our cattle away from, because cattle are heavy animals and they can damage the river bank.
And how often does the plain flood? Because when you look at an aerial in it, it's probably not.
Yeah.
You're probably a bit further down. It does appear to be some areas that have got centre pillets in there on it.
Yeah.
Do they get impacted by flood events?
Yeah, they do. Yeah. So there's fast moving rivers in our catchment, and which is the Clybourne and the Pigburn and the Southburn, and then the Tyree will come down, it'll hit the Styx, and there's the scroll plane up there as well, and that'll fill up right out, and it's like this large slow moving lake. And so and then it'll come out through the Paiarewa Gorge, and it hits the Maniatoto, and then so when we get a high rainfall event, we actually have at least 3 to 4 days notice before it actually hits where we are. And what that does and how that acts downstream is that Middlemarch and all those downstream communities can get largely affected by flood, by a large amount of rainfall up our area. But because a lot of that's held in the scroll plane, and the hydrology that is enabled by keeping that system working as it should, that mitigates the impact of the flood downstream. Yeah, so if I don't have any figures around it at all, right, but you can imagine what would happen if all that water that fell, because the Taieri's the largest area comes from up around Pairoa and that, if all that water hit the Strath Taieri and the Taieri Plains at the same time, the impacts would be humongous. And we're looking at, with climate change and over the predictions are that we'll see more and more of those extreme weather events. So it's an important tool in our adaptation in the Taieri catchment is to maintain that.
And just one last question actually relates to the question Commissioner Sullivan asked of Mr. Anderson, and it's around the permit length issue. I kind of took from the engineering evidence that we've heard there's quite a major issue with the age and nature of the infrastructure. So to get a 10 or 15 year permit, it may be okay in other parts of the country. It's not going to work in Otago because of that, the nature of that infrastructure and how it would have to be adapted potentially. Is that an issue for you guys?
Can you rephrase it a little bit for me?
Well, the concern that's been expressed by your party is needing time to transition to these things.
Mm-hmm.
And Commissioner Sullivan asked, well, why is Otago different in that sense where a lot of other areas have 10, 15 year permits and they're fine.
Yeah.
I've taken it from the evidence presented here, and I think you're intimate with the MIC system.
Yeah.
The engineers told us yesterday that it's pretty outdated, pretty old, that system. And if there are any changes, it will take a fair while for you to be able to actually retrofit the infrastructure, I guess.
Yes.
So hence a longer term is needed to
so
actually achieve an outcome.
Yeah, and I suppose like that probably for one relates to the cost we're seeing in farm businesses at the moment around interest rates and input costs. And then secondly, the land use options that we actually have, like a lot of our catchment is still traditional sheep and beef farming operations, and we're restricted by climate and the environment around us as to what changes we can make to support that change. Like, so we're always looking at ways we can diversify our land use to actually cover or be able to invest more in that infrastructure upgrades. But with the season and the short season and the late frost that we have, we're really restricted, and that's probably more us as a personal, as us, my business personally.
Yeah.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. No, that's great. Thank you very much.
Is there a settlement called Puketoi, or is that just the name of your farm?
Yeah, so Puketoi, and I'm really interested in this, right? And there, we did a webinar with Otago a couple of years ago, and there's an area through where we live, and it was identified on the Te Reo map as Puketoitoi.
Oh, yeah.
And so Puketoi is largely recognised culturally because of the Puketoi Kete, which is in the Otago Museum, and one of the early musterer on Puketoi Station, it was before my family was there, discovered the artefacts under a rock on the station, and that's in the Otago Museum. So Puketoi, I've asked Edward Ellison this, and he said he doesn't actually, it could have many different meanings that don't actually know what it means, but I've grown up with Puketoi meaning hilltop, which doesn't, but it's also could be related to toi, the plant, so we're not 100% sure.
Yeah, I don't know either. This is part of my question. The reason for my question.
Yeah.
Part of the reason why I asked that is that you touch on something on the issue of community leadership. I mean, that it contributes fairly significantly, I think, to everything that happens in any community. And when I read your stuff here, I said, oh God, here's another one of these people with a 50-hour-a-day watch. You know, I wonder how, and I also couldn't help thinking to myself, are there any farmers in this community that just farm and don't do anything else, you know? Because I mean, those are issues around community leadership.
Yes. Yeah, I really hear you. Like, and honestly, like this is not me. Not just me. There are so many people that contribute to leadership, and a lot of it is around volunteerism. And one of the things that I notice as a country is that in New Zealand we seem to be really focused on what we don't. I might go on a tangent here, but what we don't do right, instead of focusing on what we do. And if I cross that into leadership, there is very little recognition given for the time that a lot of us that come along to these hearings actually put into communicating this, because farming in itself is needs a 50-hour-a-day watch. Is that what it was? Yeah. And so any time off farm is time that I'm away from my children, I'm away from the business that actually supports. So our farm business is supporting me to be here today, because there is no, like the rural professionals are all paid by organisations. And I'm sorry for bringing this up to everybody, but I did notice you notice it in the hearing schedules, is that when expert witnesses come in, they're given a half an hour. And when I saw that as farmers we're only given 15 minutes, I'm like, gosh, that just doesn't seem to recognise the commitment or recognition that farmers require as experts in their own field, because farming in New Zealand is incredibly intertwined with the environment. So we're not just farmers, we're environmentalists. We're juggling those many different little parts of, or inputs, as I talked about in my introduction, and how that feeds into a farming system. And that is incredibly complex, and it's different for every single property. And I'd love us to, as a country, come to recognise farmers as experts in their own fields more than we have.
That's Mr. Page's fault.
No, I thought I might be throwing him under a bus there. I'm sorry.
No, but no disrespect to the professionals here.
Yeah.
It is encouraging when an actual farmer turns up and talks about these sort of issues. You know, I mean, I take a lot out of being able to talk to somebody who actually lives it and does it and works on it all the time. Because often, you know, you can get perhaps even mixed messages or different messages out of it. So for me, it helps to understand what are the big issues for an actual person on the land. I mean, you talk about the cost that it took you to convert to spray irrigation, for instance. And I look at that number and I think that's a huge number.
Yeah, and like I think that effective environmental policy creates behaviour and practice change in a way that is appropriate for the needs of rural communities. And I think in the past, like through the 80s, we've seen a lot of challenges that individual good farmers can farm through. Like that was a massive time I was only little at that time, but for New Zealand farming, because you just had to farm your way out of it. And people innovated around that, right? And they got the job done and they did it really well. But now the problems that we're facing are collective. So they're up to no individual to solve. And what we're seeing is a regulatory system which continuously focuses on individual farmers, forgetting that to enable change in rural communities, we need to enable collectives like catchment groups, like the Te Āki Maniatoto project. And instead, like my experience working with that is that you're trying to bring in people around opportunities and what we can create in a regulatory framework which is continuously focused on telling farmers what they can't do.
And just the last issue I want to touch on is one that people get sick of hearing me talk about, which is the juxtapositioning of science and Te Ao Māori. And all those, just how, because the more they become sort of one in a sense, I think the better off we are, generally speaking.
Yeah.
And I look at simple little things like Tiaki Mania, right? It may not seem like a big thing to a lot of people, but it is a significant step, hugely significant step. He waka eke noa, for example, that you refer to also in your presentation. Now, which is why I asked the question about Puke Toi at the beginning. And I'm not that familiar with Otago, the hinterland, or coastland. In fact, I mean, my knowledge of those stops at places like Karitane and the Boulder place and all that sort of stuff. But then when I look at the map, there are so many Maori names everywhere, that I'd never heard of before. And so to me, that's part of the richness of the history.
Yeah.
The broader history for Otago is in those names as well. I mean, I've been hearing a lot about intergenerational farming. It's come down to the farms, and I've heard a lot of the sort of intergenerational stuff from Edward and David Higgins and and all those guys. So, and again, just to see those two worldviews merge is encouraging.
Yeah, and I think the thing that's always blown me away, and I hope, apologise if I'm too frank, is that the commonalities that we have, that Te Ao Māori, and that intergenerational farming focus, and that science, but then what the intergeneration of the Te Ao Māori brings in is the fact that it's the social fabric and the learning to work together and looking at that long-term vision that needs to work alongside science, because science alone, if people aren't in the same room, and you see this with the Te Aki Manitoto and He Waka Ke Noa, is that if you're not in the same room together working around those challenges, the science doesn't matter because no one trusts the science. And we're talking about challenges which have about 6 different tiers of what the right science is. So it doesn't come down to science anymore. It comes down to people being in the same room and actually saying, okay, now that I trust you, where can we go?
Good, thanks very much.
Thank you. I don't think there's too much to add from what these guys have said, but I really enjoyed reading your evidence. I think it's always so encouraging to see all the fantastic stuff that's going on, amongst your day job. I did fly over the scroll plane. I think I mentioned this a couple of weeks, the Eco chapter a couple of weeks ago. I've never sort of seen it from the air before, and just thought, wow, it's just stunning. And I can really appreciate the importance of it in terms of flood retention and all those other things as well. But just one question, and you've talked a lot about the farming community kind of needing the and I'm probably not going to put this quite right, but the kind of the space and not be sort of regulated into a hole, and try and give us a space to do what we do well. And I think you've made that point really well, but I was just wondering, how have you noticed changes in the community and around how things are done with corporate farms have sort of come in, and is that a tension that's coming in to the communities that you see around you?
It absolutely is, and that's not saying that our corporates don't want the best for our environment and our land. It's just saying that you've got people that are owning land that don't necessarily live in the catchment, so they're not knowing, and it's how do you bring them into that room? And I know Jeremy mentioned ESG, and how do you bring them in the room to actually identify all those values and agree on those values? Because like what I notice is that it's easy to tick box and achieve your regulatory requirements, but what we're seeing with the collective challenges is that what I do on my farm or what someone does on a waterway, we're always limited by the lowest common denominator. So then a tick box of what you do on your own farm doesn't necessarily solve our big challenges, does it? Because it's they're collective. And I think if we had that framework that enabled or pushed people, or not pushed, but one, gave a resonating why, and two, enabled people to come together around a challenge, then that enables you to build that trust and brings people in. Okay, this is our what we need to do now that we are landowners in this community as part of our role. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, no, it does. I mean, I suppose it's that's one thing I've sort of seen in certain places, and in some areas the farming community is so strong and just doing amazing things, and in other areas it is more corporatized, and you really don't see that sense of community as much.
Yeah, and I guess there's also that the social pressures around when you support that leadership and you get people on board on the bus, then the certain amount of people that aren't on the bus go, oh, I want to be on the bus. But when there's no one on the bus, no one wants to be on the bus. And I think that's what we're seeing with He Waka and Noa, is that the primary sector climate action group worked really, really hard around that partnership. But the problem is they had a deadline that was unachievable to actually get people on that bus. And so all that's done is divide our sector. And I think if any country in the world has the ability to actually get this right, it should be New Zealand. Like, we can lead in this space because we are so close to our politicians. We're so close to all of them. We're a small country, but I see us going the other way, and I'm like, yeah, stop, because we can do it better.
Yeah, no, thank you. And just want to acknowledge the time and effort that you've put into your evidence and coming along today. It's really appreciated.
Is the bus quote attributable to anyone, or should you come up with that?
I don't know.
It's quite a good one. You should write that down.
I was intrigued with your description of the wetland regulation effects, really, and notice particularly your paragraph 98. You say with the government's proposal on the ETS pricing proposal that you end up with one siloed challenge, which is ETS forestry, and you're basically saying, if you look at your farm, 300 odd hectares, 350 hectares that you've really got to retire, essentially, under the wetland regulation, and you get no ETS recognition for that, really.
No. And not, to be honest, like, heart and soul, I wouldn't want to. There's no part of me that, however far these regulations push me, that would want to put trees all over the scroll plane, even if I was allowed.
Is a wildlife an issue?
Yeah, they're becoming more and more common because we're seeing different seasons now. And we've had a few poking around that have been there for generations, but they've never caused a problem because the climate didn't suit them propagating. But in the past few years, we better get onto this. So we've actually got a wee patch of wilding pines that we've had to, but that's not on the scroll plane, that's on our hill country.
Right.
And that comes back to that investment, right? Like farmers that are making no money can make very poor environmentalists. Like, we need that fat in the system to be able to invest in wilding pine control, because it's a gimme, like, we do it tomorrow. It's not something we cut out, but as soon as Maslow's hierarchy of needs, you get pushed down, your focus becomes on survival.
Right. The Tiaki program that you described earlier in your evidence, does that make provision for wilding control?
No, most of the wilding pine control throughout Central Otago has been focused on by someone might correct me if I'm wrong, there's a wilding pine group. So we didn't touch on it in ours, but we did touch on the one we're really seeing creating an issue throughout the scroll plane, and that's crack willows and wild geese, and that's another unintended consequence of shutting up all that country and letting the undergrowth come up, is that animals and cattle and sheep control not only the long grass but also the willows and open up the environment so we can control the pests.
Yeah, I must admit, Gwen, Alan Q was asking me about those photos at your page 22. On my copy of those, I've got arrows inverted too, because when I looked at it, I thought you must have been wrong wrong way around, the same as Alan was suggesting. So the one on the right, what's the water body there? Is that just a wetland or is it a river?
So that's the two parts of the scroll plane. The one on the right is a dairy farm across the river, that retired area working as an agreement with Fish and Game Otago in 2009 or somewhere between 2009 2012, and so they excluded stock from all that area thinking they were doing the right thing. And honestly, like, you think you are doing the right thing, but what we've noticed over the last 10 years is that we have fishermen that'll bring us up and say, can I please come in on your property, and because I can't get up the other side anymore because it's inaccessible now because the grass is over your head. It's full of geese and also the willows that can't access the riverbank. And another unintended consequence is when it floods, we actually see the water coming our way a lot more because it's too clogged up over the other side. Yeah.
Were you involved at the time of the setting of the minimum limits? No.
No.
That's right. And in any event, it's not a question I probably should have asked this week anyway, next time around. The only other thing, anything else I needed to ask? No, I don't think so. No, look, you've done a startling job, as other commissioners have said, a huge amount of effort. And in terms of your concern about 15 minutes given, you've well exceeded that. I was supposed to stop you at 15 minutes, and the importance, as other commissioners have said, of having farmers along is very significant, and hence I haven't stopped you. And the passion that people like yourself, Joe Hayes and the like, have brought is noticed and is appreciated. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I'll just acknowledge it's a thing done on passion, because and thank you for hearing me, because when you're not heard, that's anguish, and anguish takes away hope. So.
We might see you on the property sometime.
Jeff, as the Jeffrey Windmill comes forward, if you permit me a brief observation about the significance of permit term that's been discussed. And what I want to say is that the significance of permit term is sensitive to the policy framework. In some regions, permit term, and I think Canterbury is one of them, is used effectively as a type of adaptive management. It's an opportunity to evaluate, to assess, to take stock, and to fine tune. And in that sense, permit holders are operating with a degree of comfort about what their long term might look like. That used to be the case in Otago under the regional plan water, because it had primary allocation mechanisms, so permit holders could have some comfort that water that they've used efficiently and will use efficiently would be reallocated. That all changed under Plan Change 7, because the rhetoric behind Plan Change 7 was these permits may not be reissued at all. And so farmers were staring and are staring down the barrel of policy Armageddon, saying their water may stop. And so that's why permit term is so important, as Mr. Anderson explained, to investment reliability, because if the policy framework does not anticipate renewal of permits, perhaps on different conditions with different externalities that have been addressed, then the investment certainty is not reflected in the policy framework. So it may well be that in Canterbury, permit holders are quite happy to continue investing under a 10-year permit if the policy framework anticipates that to occur. And so really what the farmers are saying to you is, if we cannot see in the policy framework where we might go to after the end of our current permits, what do we do with that from an enterprise investment point of view? So there is interconnectedness between what we're saying about policy framework with the importance of permit term. And with that introduction, Jeff Windmill, welcome to the front table. Now, hopefully you've had a document circulated, which is a summary of your evidence, is that right? You have, marvellous, good. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Jeff, the floor is yours.
Good morning. My name is Jeff Windmill, and back in 2018, my family purchased a property called Rothwood in the Manitoba Valley. And in 2022, we purchased another smaller property close to the township of Waipia. My previous business history is in the poultry industry, and subsequently as a director and shareholder of New Zealand's largest egg production company, Mainland Poultry. I'm also a director of the Manitoba Irrigation Company Limited. The purpose of my evidence is to explain the conversion of both the Rothwood and Waipia properties, which were effectively traditional sheep and beef units that used mainly flood irrigation to highly productive beef and arable grain production, using centre pivots with BRI technology, water storage, and soil moisture monitoring. My previous business ventures have enabled my family to invest significantly in the development of these properties. This is important to understand because development was facilitated by access to private off-farm capital. Like any business, farmers require a return on investment to not only cover our financial commitments, but to produce a surplus for future development. Banks need assurance that the money can be repaid, and to do this, we need confidence that we can produce high-yielding crops in prime stock, all of which require reliable access to water security, that the farm will be capable of paying off debt. The natural seasonal cycle in the Manitoba is a hot, dry summer and cold winters. Crops don't grow in the winter months as soil temperatures are too low, and they won't grow in the second half of summer unless irrigation water is applied. You can't grow crops to feed stock over the winter without irrigation in the summer. Any farming system must match the climatic conditions, and there are variable climatic conditions across the Manitoba and Otago. However, all are similar in that the investment in things like environmental restoration, improved infrastructure, and product innovation requires secure access to water. Farming as we know it cannot continue without secure access to irrigation water. Rothwood farming has been lucky that it holds shares in various irrigation companies which provide secure access to water. It has enabled these developments. We would not have undertaken these developments without access to secure irrigation water. Without this, the value of the properties and their assets would instantly diminish. However, all consents that are held through the Manitoba Irrigation Company will be renewed in 2034, which is within the lifetime of the RPS. I'm asking the panel to consider the significant private investment that landowners have made and will need to make in irrigation and provide security to the access of water for the lifetime of the RPS and beyond. Water is Rothwood farming's insurance against climate change, should that result in more westerly winds, less reliable rainfall, and longer periods of summer droughts. On the other hand, warmer soil temperatures might lead to longer growing seasons. One thing is certain, reliability of irrigation is the single most important part of our climate change resilience. This becomes too costly or impossible, and the Manitoba will lose important farming areas. It's unclear what the proposed regional policy statement requires farmers to do in terms of water storage and irrigation efficiency. Nor is it clear whether we will have the security of water beyond 2034 in the Maniatoto. My business background has taught me never to agree with something I don't understand. It seems necessary for there to be a framework that adequately provides for the benefits of irrigation and land use in the Maniatoto. Clear objectives in relation to any change that may be required, adequate timeframes for that change, when the actual endpoint can be understood and quantified. What we've been able to achieve at Rothwood Farming to convert a farming system and invest in irrigation efficiency and water storage not only requires access to development capital, but also access to reliable water supply. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Winmore. I did want to ask you about eggs actually and why they cost so much. I probably can't go into that. But I am kind of interested in the related issue is the grain, the arable grain production in Otago and the significance of that, and the resilience issues around that when you add things like Ukraine and stuff. How important is that to Otago? And obviously irrigation is big in that, but what else is involved in arable, that sort of farming in Otago, cost-wise and infrastructure-wise?
I guess if you go to the Maniatoto, it's an ideal place for growing grain because of the long sunshine hours in the summertime when you need to harvest and your crop matures. But working against that is you wouldn't grow grain in the Maniatoto unless you have water because of your waste of time. It just wouldn't grow. Grain is very important to the dairy industry, I guess. They use a lot of grain, poultry farming, chicken farming. They're the main users of grain in the South Island.
What's the breakdown between domestically produced grain and imported grain?
We import probably about, we use about 1.2 million tonne of grain a year in New Zealand. And we import around about 500,000 tonne, mainly into the North Island.
Yeah, well, thanks for that. Your evidence sort of does quite a bit stray into the freshwater stuff, the visions and that. So we'll have to save that for next time. The only other comment I was going to make about your comment that you never agree to something that you don't understand. In today's world would be stuff that, because I don't understand 90% of what goes on today. Just an observation, but thanks very much for that.
I actually don't have any questions, but I do have a broader question that maybe Mr. Page or somebody else might be able to at least lead me in the right direction to find the answer. And that is the use of the term the Maniatoto. Because there's the Maniatoto Plain, as I understand it, there's a Maniatoto Valley, but I'm not quite sure what that Maniatoto means.
It's a sub-union in the rugby.
No, I'm curious. I mean, it's the sort of question I probably would ask something like Edward Ellison or anything like that. But I mean, if anybody could sort of, because it kind of relates to the question I asked before about how these, the two worlds sort of merge a bit. And I've heard the Maniatoto before. It's never occurred to me to ask why it's ended up being that, No, there you are. There I'm saying. Right. But that's the you might have answered.
No, I can't have the answer. It's on
I'll offer it, yes. I hail from the Ida Valley, which used to be part of the Maniatoto County, but I would suggest it's as simple as an abbreviation of the Maniatoto Plain, because an extension of that abbreviation is the tote. So evolution perhaps is the answer to your question.
All right. Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
No, that's great.
Yeah, the only question I had was around the vision too, but I suspect we probably need to leave that for the freshwater. Thank you.
Are you intending coming back for the freshwater?
Not at the moment, no.
I suppose the question I wanted to ask you is permissible, really, between the two. It arises really out of your understandable expression of a desire for certainty and in terms of investment into the future, etc. But when I look at the date of your purchase at 2018, you would have faced, would you not, the same sort of level of uncertainty that you're really facing now?
Probably yes. Yes.
And yet you made the business decision to do the conversion and achieve the efficiencies that you've achieved. And hats off to you for that. But does that not suggest that people can live with and cope with a level of uncertainty?
Well, we were very fortunate. We didn't have to go to the banks to borrow money.
Yeah.
I think I would suggest if you had to go to the bank to borrow money to do the development, they wouldn't advance you money on just no surety there.
Yeah. On the size of capital that you invested, I suspect you're right.
The thing is, the poor old farmer's been a rock and a hard place. He's got to improve his infrastructure and go to spray irrigation if he wants to survive. But then he's got to demonstrate to the banks that he can repay that money back. And at the moment, it's very, very hard.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Wendell, and thank you for making it. Thank you.
Our next witness, Mr. Richard Plunkett, you'll recall, is from North Otago and is deeply involved in irrigation in North Otago, and he's joining us from online with a bit of luck. Hopefully, Kate, he's sitting in a waiting room somewhere. Is that right?
Should be on the screen momentarily.
Excellent.
If you are there, Mr. Plunkett, if you speak, it sometimes turns on the image.
There we go. Richard, we can now see you. Can you just say something so we can tell whether we can hear you?
Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome, Richard. You are now live and loud and clear in the hearing room here in Dunedin. So welcome along.
Thank you.
A summary of your evidence has been circulated, and I trust you have a copy of it with you. Yes. So would you just kindly introduce yourself and read your summary, and no doubt the panel members may have some questions for you.
Yep.
Thank you.
So my name is Richard Plunkett. I'm a shareholder and director of Ballarat Farm Limited. I was a director of the Lower Irrigation Company until October 2022. And I refer to my experience and expertise outlined in my evidence. The farming sector is under a lot of pressure. It is stressful, frustrating, and we do not get to ignore it. I don't know if I want my two boys to follow in my footsteps. The stress and pressure that I'm dealing with is not sustainable. The perception of farming in the community means that I'm not necessarily proud to tell people what I do anymore, despite the pride I have in our operation. My evidence demonstrates the practical realities of implementing the changes required by regulation and the various dynamics that need to be considered in doing so. Change from all directions. There are environmental, production, animal welfare, and health and safety coming at us from all angles. Most farmers have made huge changes over the years to improve what we're doing. We generally consider ourselves caretakers of the little piece of dirt that we have and aim to leave it in an improved state for the next caretaker. Though there are laggards within our sector, This is true of all sectors. The practical realities. The practical reality of implementing regulatory change is an integrated exercise that engages in many different areas of expertise. For example, implementing spray irrigation is a significant cost that requires experts and contractors and creates a demand profile for water within the scheme. We are the only industry that pays full retail for every purchase that we make, but sell our product at wholesale. We cannot pass the costs on. What's important to me is that the practicality of making change is recognised. I'm not opposed to making improvements. I'm just asking that the sector be given the time and the space to do it. That reflects the complexity of the systems and different stakeholders that need to be involved. What do we want? We are asking for some acknowledgement of the contribution that we make to our communities and recognition that implementing change can require a few stars to be lined up. It's not just about what we can control on our own individual properties. We are up for the change and the challenge that need to be addressed. What we need is certainty and appropriate timeframes to complete the transition. Be happy to answer any questions from the panel.
Bottom right.
Apologies.
Sorry, you have to.
You'll have to repeat that. I muted the room so that there was no
Okay,
feedback.
I don't want to repeat that again. Sorry, Mr. Plunkett, I don't think you heard what I just said then.
No.
No, sorry, what I was referring to your comments about you not being keen on acknowledging that you're a farmer and that you're not that keen on your boys following in your footstep in the farming game. And I kind of find that pretty disturbing, that something as critical as your industry and people who work in it feel like that. And I just want to know, in your farming community, is that a commonly held feeling, or and what's the future if we don't have people who grow up in the rural communities actually carrying that on? Because we've heard how important community is in the rural sector.
It's just well, I'm 52. There's a lot of farmers. Yeah, I know it. Yeah, well, it is, yes. But there's a lot of farmers around my age and a bit later in life. I've seen a lot of changes that have come about. And I think the rural-urban divide has grown quite a lot deeper than, you know, when I was at primary school, I went to a town school, even though we lived in the country because we're right just near town. But, you know, our school come out to the farm and all the kids got a farm experience. Well, it doesn't happen now. And I think that divide is getting greater. So there is you get the bottom 10% of people let the industry down, and there's a lot of negative activity on the news. You know, reporters reporting, you know, bad wintering practices, and that reflects on all of us. And just because of those reasons, there is a lot of pressure. It's changed dramatically over the years from, well, I've only been farming for 22 years, but in those times, there's been a huge amount of change and public perception too.
Yeah, acknowledge that, yeah. And you talk about the cost situation where, and it's been illustrated in previous evidence where And you're at the mercy of what your meat company or your dairy company can get for the product. It doesn't reflect the extra costs that you put in. Is that likely to change in the future if we head to some sort of premium for, if we do have all these environmental standards that you get certification for? Is it being talked about as something that may actually enhance the product that will lead to a higher return?
People have got to be able to afford to pay that premium for our product. I think that's going to be the issue. Yeah, we're farm insured for our meat companies, and we're audited for dairy companies as well. But there is a farm assured plus. It's the next level up. We've looked at doing it, but the thing is, there's going to be a lot more work, and are we going to get any more pay for it? You know, is our product going to be worth anything more? And I don't think it is. I've got to investigate it further, but when we produce so much, you know, I don't know what the exact amount of tons of sheep and lamb meat we export, but you know, to get a premium for that when it all goes overseas, you know, the flaps and the byproducts more go to China. So I don't see how we can get a premium if, you know, if all the boxes are ticked. Unfortunately, I'd love to say that yes, we could, but it's just a sheer volume that we produce in the country.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, thank you. The only other thing was in your evidence in chief, where you talk about in paragraph 14, the decline in water quality trend within the aquifer, which you farm over from the early 2000s. Can you just put that in context in terms of when did testing start within that aquifer, what the baseline was, and what is the actual issue there, what land uses caused that? Because I know back in the day before dairying came along, a lot of these areas, there are water quality issues as a result of cropping. What's the concern here in this particular catchment?
So the water quality testing, I'm just trying to think how many years we've been doing the, would have been 6-7 years ago from memory. We worked in conjunction with ORC, and we tested 5 bores throughout the plains, one at the top of the plains, and the rest were down by State Highway 1 or below, to see what the water quality was like as the water flowed through the aquifer. We were picking up E. coli spikes in some samples in certain places, and it has been a link to the border dike irrigation. As the farmer would irrigate with border dike, there'd be a spike in the E. coli as it flushed the E. coli through the soil profile, and it was picked up on the lighter soil where it was really stony, and the water would flow through very easily. And this land was, you know, some places they wouldn't even get water to the end of their borders. That's how porous the ground is. So we'll get spikes, and they'd only be there for about 2 days, but it would be picked up. So as the border dike reduces, which it has done quite dramatically. When I first went on the board, there was 11,000 hectares. I think now it's about 4.5. There's been a huge change. So as the border dike disappears, the chances of these E. coli spikes are going to reduce quite dramatically. It will happen in large rain events. There is that chance of that, but I don't know how we reduce that totally, apart from land use change. But then the plains is a very good place to have dairy cows running, because there's no other waterways around. The nitrogen levels is sitting, they're well within the limits, so that I don't think there's any issue there. And that water monitoring is ongoing in conjunction with ORC and the irrigation company.
Yeah, okay, thanks for that. I thought you might have said that all the water quality problems originated in Canterbury because they stole the top half of North Gale.
River in the way though, Ellen.
Yes. No, thanks very much for that.
I just have one question, which is a carry on from Commissioner Kubert's earlier question around, I guess, this disappointment at some of the things that you talk about. And it's, I mean, you talk about perhaps you're not having your sons follow your own footsteps in your farming practices, but does that concern or misgivings you have around the industry extend to your connection with the Lower Waitaki Irrigation Company? Given that you were chair at one stage, and then you, I'm not even sure whether you resigned in 2022 or.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. So, but talk to me about that. I mean, does that same concern extend towards things like irrigation companies such as the Lower Waitaki one, in your mind?
The Lower Waitaki we're very, well, it's an old established irrigation company. And being predominantly on the Waitaki Plains, we haven't got, I can't think off the top of my head how many hectares up on that goes onto hills, but it's very, very limited. So, you know, the majority is on the plains. So because of that, we sort of do fly under the radar a wee bit of some of our fellow irrigation schemes that are on hills and have more runoff issues. Because of that, I think it's irrigation on the plains. It's an asset, and I think the town folk in Oamaru do realise what the value of it is.
And am I right in understanding that you don't have much or anything to do now with the irrigation company?
Yeah, no, I'm completely out of it now. Yep.
All right, good. Thanks very much.
Yeah. I've only got one issue that I need to discuss with you, and that's related to your description of the difficulties with electricity distribution for increased spray irrigation. And really the picture that you painted, paragraphs 21 really to about 23, you end by saying it's a very complicated puzzle, but I just didn't get a very clear picture of what sort of capital cost was likely to be involved that the lines company were talking about in terms of providing a sufficient capacity for distribution to enable the conversions that were in mind.
So the irrigation, so the Lower Waitaki scheme is a lot of open races channels scattered throughout. It's 200 kilometres of open channels, and a lot of where the spray irrigation already is generally power where people can just put a pump on the side of the race and the power's right there. But where some of the border dike irrigation has been put in back in the past was where there was no access to electricity. So there's quite a few holes in the plains where the water is to where the power actually is. So that's why we had quite a lot of discussion with Network Waitaki as to what it requires for them to be able to deliver power to these areas. And it has come, they were having to put talk of putting a new substation in at the top end of the scheme because that's where there was a deficiency for power, and then to be able to distribute it around. So off the top of my head, I think that was the cost of about 10 million to the lines company to be able to do something like that. So that's why we had to get them involved early. And so, because it'd be nothing worse if a farmer was in one of those areas and wanted to convert, and then there was no power. So, and then that would halt the conversion for them. So hence why there was a close working with the network to try and deal with this issue.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that. And that's all that I needed to cover with you. That was. Thank you, Mr. Plunkett, and thank you for the effort and time that you put in and the picture that you were able to paint for us for that area. Thank you.
No worries, thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Now, Mr. Tim O'Sullivan was going to be next on our list, but isn't available. So we move to back to the Manahatakia Valley and invite Kelly Heckler to come forward. So Kelly, would you like to introduce yourself and explain where you farm and read your summary?
So this is our farm on the screen. We are on Kelly Heckler, and we run a family farm called Lauder Creek. It runs right from the skyline right down to the valley floor of the Manahatakia Valley. I'm also the chairperson of IRUG, and I'm also an integrated farming consultant as well as a farmer. So our stock, our animals graze right up to the skyline from the valley floor right up to the skyline of the Dunstan Mountains. Of significance in our farm is the Lauder Creek. Its headwaters and also some tributaries of the Lauder Creek begin on our farm and flow through our farm. We have in recent times thought about much of our on-farm management through an integrated lens. My evidence outlines how we have made integrated farming decisions around winter grazing, but this is only one of the many decisions made on farm every day. Some are small and seemingly insignificant, but others are bigger and multi-generational. Integrated farming decisions take time to implement. By the very nature of farming, what we do today can still impact in many years to come, and in fact has done. We all need time to figure out a pathway forward and implement that pathway on farm. Currently, our pathways are constrained by lack of consideration and policy. Important to making these farm decisions is information and data. A farm is a very big biological section to monitor. There are multiple ecosystems and habitats. At Lauder Creek, some of the monitoring we're doing covers freshwater, vegetation, land, biodiversity, along with a multitude of other areas. It takes extensive time to develop a trend. We then use that data to overlay with on-farm management to get an integrated picture. We hope that in the future, the data we're collecting now will ensure we're on the correct pathway for our farming system. The pathway will look different for many different farming operations. Farms are very diverse, and a system which will work for one will be devastating for another. One outcome can have many pathways to achievement. Farmers and growers understand that decisions need to be considered in a balanced environmental, social, and economic rationale. We live, work, and play in these communities and these environments, so it's a core value of many to see them prosper. As we're on this land every day, we see what works and what doesn't. Farmers and growers are a significant part of the solution to achieving outcomes of the RPS. Therefore, involve us, talk to us, and actually listen to us. Give us the policy support to allow us the space to figure out how to implement these outcomes rather than constrain our communities and our businesses and our environments. I have another picture. Okay, obviously multi-generational mustering with the children of the third generation on that farm, and I know a lot of other Otago farms go back even further, fifth, sixth generation. Next picture. Monitoring our hill country for erosion and vegetation. In recent years, we've noticed more erosion that is actually causing sediment to slip down into some of those tributaries and the headwaters. The next picture. This is also some more erosion monitoring. There's some real erosion happening there. We know that potentially that could develop into a bigger issue, especially if we have significant rainfall events. The next one. Some of the tributaries that we're monitoring, there's a whole raft of monitoring that can be done in those streams. Obviously, the swimming mayfly, pretty significant and found in that stream. We know that they're there. Obviously, they have a tolerance score of 9 out of 10, so they really like high quality water bodies. So we know they're there. We know the numbers at certain times a year, but we haven't got enough data yet to actually figure out what is impacting on the trend. What are our farming practices doing to them? It is extensive grazing, so we're hopeful that they are thriving. Yeah, that's my last picture.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks very much for that. Ms. Hickler, actually, what you've just done there and in your summary, I think probably answered one of my questions, because it was around the in your fourth paragraph, I'm not sure if I'm saying this correctly, but the farmer integrated farming framework. All this, your monitoring and what you're talking about in your summary is a part of that, I assume. So put me in the picture a bit more about how that works.
Well, we've developed that framework over time, with obviously some of it has also been driven by our audits that we have to complete. We obviously have audits for our meat. We also have audits for our wool. We farm half-bred sheep. Our wool goes to Merino, New Zealand, so it's sold under ZQ and ZQRX. So we've derived that whole farm picture to obviously input the information into a lot of those processes. But we also need to know ourselves what we're doing, and we can't just look at our environment without looking at what else is happening, how are our staff, decisions that we're making impacting on our staff, do they cause health and safety issues, a whole raft of that, and also our profitability as well, because at the end of the day, if the decisions we're making on farm are not also profitable, well then how are we going to end up? We're actually probably not going to be able to implement a lot of those social, health and safety, environmental solutions that we want to implement.
Yeah, okay, thanks. So that process that you're talking about, that framework, you've developed that, or is that being developed by someone else? So
I've developed it, yeah.
So are you pushing that through the members of the ORUG group, or?
No, not so much, but through my clients, through my work, we run that program.
Yeah, I noticed that you're another one of these 50-hour day people.
Well, I think it all comes down to like our community. We all want to, our community and our environments that we live in, we're driven to make these places better, not only for us, but also for our children and for their children. And so,
So out of that approach, that's led to the winter grazing approach that you've taken. And I see in 13, paragraph 13, you right there, you say the interim data is suggesting you're on the right path.
Yeah.
So what is that path showing? Is that condition of your animals when they're coming into the calving or birthing sort of period, or what are you measuring there?
Yeah, so obviously our animals are in just as good, if not better condition. with the all grass wintering, and we've also saved on costs as well when we look at it on a year by year basis. And we also think that the all grass wintering has been a little bit better also on our staff as well, because the time for them doing breaks and everything else, more we can get away with.
Time consuming.
Yeah, you know, every second day breaks and things like that as well. So yeah.
Is there likely to be a follow-on impact, either positively or negatively, on soil quality? Because crops often assist in renewal, don't they?
Yeah, they do assisted renewal. So we can renew our paddocks through direct drilling and just going from grass to grass. Obviously spray out and fallow. But also the other thing about cropping is that every time you're turning over the soil, you are actually mineralizing nitrogen, and you're also decreasing your organic matter and your carbon content in that soil, and therefore by direct drilling we are actually maintaining that, if not increasing it.
Yeah. Okay. The only other thing was you showed some slides around the erosion monitoring through your farming framework, but what is causing that? If it's obviously just a recent thing that's happening, so it's climatic related, I guess, is it, if it's popping up on the radar now?
Yeah, so in February, I think it was in 2022, we had no significant rain, and we had our biggest single rainfall event that had ever occurred at our farm. So we had close to 200 mils of rain in that one lot of rain. And yeah, we've still got some more work to do, some more data to gather, but we've never had those rainfall events being that large. Like our annual rainfall has historically been around 460 mils a year, and so we're getting almost half our annual rainfall over 3 days. So it was a big event, and it caused a lot of destruction and flooding throughout Central Otago.
So I guess it's that likely to be more frequent given climate change. And
yeah.
Is there a way to capture that?
We think it is going to be more frequent. We think it potentially is going to cause more sediment in our water bodies. Now, I'm not sure we're obviously capturing it through probably more photographic and measuring evidence of actually the increase in erosion. But I suppose sediment will tell, but we can't isolate that just to the erosion alone, because we probably don't have enough data, and that is probably quite tricky. And yeah, so I don't know. So there's still some work to be done, but we know it's happening. We want to make sure that we can do everything we can to stop it becoming more of an issue. So we are planning more planting in some of these areas, like there always is toi in a lot of areas where we've previously had erosion, and they seem to do quite a good job at stabilising some of these high country areas, is an observation that we've found on our farm and other plants. And also we've also thought about ways that we could maybe divert and dissipate water if there's rainfall events, but that would require some kind of apparatus.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was heading with capturing that in terms of a water storage sort of system or something. But the erosion planning, given the nature of your property, that was a huge job. You have quite a few steep sized gorges in the higher country.
Yeah, So there's obviously varying levels of steepness, and obviously the erosion does seem to be occurring more on the steep as expected. And obviously the other issue we face is limited amount of species that will actually grow up higher. And obviously we've got a lot of kind of sheet erosion happening up higher. So yeah, we can't, planting isn't the best option up there, so maybe dissipating that water, but I don't know if we could store it or not. Yeah, and you've got to be real careful because the soil is so fragile up at that high level. There's not much organic matter holding it together. So if you are putting some apparatus in to dissipate the water, you'd have to make sure that you're actually not creating an even bigger problem and the whole thing ends up down the gully. So that is early stages of that, but it's definitely very, very.
Yeah. Well, thanks for that. It is very heartening to hear we have people like you out there considering these things and trying to solve these problems. So thank you.
Now, this framework is yours, you say. You invented it. So you're also responsible for giving it a name. A name that confused me when I first read it. Because I thought, oh, there's something missing here. Farmer, spelled W-H-A-M-A. And I thought, oh, she fell short of her fingers on it. Which is a very clever way of doing things. I don't know. I take my hat off to you for that. But it's taken me this long to figure out what it was. But having said that, what is integrated farming? What is that?
Well, integrating is to make whole. This is my take on it is to make whole. And so when we're making farming decisions, we're looking at the whole picture. We're not just looking at one area. We're not just making considerations that only concern maybe just the social aspect. We're actually making decisions that actually cover off environmental sustainability, the sustainability of our people, the sustainability of our animals, and the sustainability of our businesses as well.
Okay.
So
one of the key parts of your integrated farming framework, how do you break that down? About 3 or 4 whatever key things in it.
So our key areas start with obviously environmental, social, and economic and productive. And so within those 3 areas, we break the farm, like in the environmental, we break the farm down into land management units, risks, and then we look at monitoring what we're doing around freshwater, biodiversity, all of those areas. We do farm carbon, a bit on farm carbon, and then obviously we're overlaying some of that stuff in terms of a decision making matrix that we kind of weight environmental, social, and economic kind of key indicators, which will be different for every farm to make kind of key decisions. So the weighting will be different too in each of the areas depending on what we want to achieve. And yeah, we link that back to our goals and outcomes for the farm.
And just to demonstrate my ignorance even more, how does a framework like this get picked up by other people? I mean, do you go out and sell it, or is it something that people just see and say, that looks good, I'm going to use that?
Yeah, well, one of the big parts of the framework is it supports the people that are actually using it. And so that's obviously what I do in my business as an integrated farming consultant, because at the end of the day, it's the farm team that are implementing a lot of this stuff and doing it. So we're just supporting people to help make decisions in the whole integrated concept of environmental, social and economic.
And I'd assume that there's any number of different frameworks that people can use or have access to, is that right?
Yeah, there is. So like there are heaps of organisations that have heaps of different type of frameworks, whole farm plans, there's a whole thing. But yeah, I've just developed our one from what happens on farm, as well as tying that in with my experience.
But what makes yours so special?
It's farmer centric. Farmers that are at the middle, and we want to make decisions that actually do make our communities thrive long term, and our businesses. And so for that to happen, we need balance of those economic, social and environmental areas. Yeah,
Good. Thanks a lot. Thanks very much.
Thank you. I did have some questions, but they've all been covered off. But no, thank you for your evidence. Thanks.
I've no questions as such. And, obviously very interesting, your photos, as I imagine a number of us probably have, having ridden the Otago Rail Trail.
Yeah.
And, but you're just one of the number that are coming before us who I would hesitate to describe to my wife, who thinks that women are the power force of the nation, and just there's a constant stream of you coming forward from a rural community in Otago. It's just it's so impressive, and you, as others have said, you're just adding to your own burden by taking on the chair role that you have for this organisation. So, and there's been obviously a lot of background effort, a lot of which I suspect landed on your shoulders, and so we thank you very much for the interest and effort that you've put in to this process. Thank you.
yeah. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, Logan. So we're now moving to South Otago. Perhaps away from an irrigation focus into different farm systems. Logan, if you'd just like to introduce yourself, explain where you farm, and read the summary.
My full name is Logan James Wallace. I live on a family farm, Beacon Hill in Waipahi, South Otago, with my wife Penny, daughter Isabel, 19 months, and son Samuel, 8 weeks old. The farm is 290 hectares, used for intensive sheep breeding and finishing. We have 40 hectares of cultivated pasture and 30 hectares of tussock. The farm carries 2,600 Romney Texel ewes and 670 breeding hobbits. The outcomes in terms of actual changes that will be required sought through the Otago Regional Policy Statement are currently unclear, and therefore it's not possible to know the extent to which we will need to alter our farming system. Until we have this clarity, we cannot start mapping our pathway forward or figure out how long we will need to implement change. The complexities of our decision making on farm. Farming involves a dynamic biological system, both in terms of land itself and the stock we run on it, and a large number of variables that we have no control over, including weather, product prices, and input prices. Given the extent of the uncontrollable, farming requires the collection and utilisation of significant amounts of data to ensure we can make best decisions. For example, we can conduct soil tests every year across 3 to 6 of our paddocks, and then we complete whole farm testing every 4 years. This information informs what fertiliser/crops we should be used to optimal soil health. We apply our fertiliser with GPS mapping at the right climatic conditions. The management of our soil directly flows into the management of our pastures and crops. We utilise rotational grazing for 10 months of the year, and set stock are used for the lambing period. To manage a property like this requires careful planning to ensure there's adequate feed available for the set stocking period. The crucial feed budget point is April, May, because at this point we know whether we have enough feed to carry us through the winter and enough for the subsequent set stocking lambing period. We utilise annual forage crops to ensure that stock can be finished throughout the season and ensure sufficient winter feed over winter when we have no grass growth. The management of crops includes rotating paddocks to avoid dry rot and sowing at specific times to achieve maturity at specific dates. Droughts are managed through destocking, selling off animals, or buying an extra supplementary feed, or buying in nitrogen if there is grass growth when the drought's broken. We must have levers which we can pull in a drought, which is an inherent limitation on what we can achieve on the farm. What are the options for change? The Pomahaka Catchment Group has been proactive and instrumental in improving water quality in the catchment. Involvement in the catchment groups helps landowners understand the land, the issues on farm, and the effects on water quality. A half-hectare wetland has been fenced off and ongoing planting with natives is occurring, along with the clearance of willows. 2 more wetlands are planned. We did have a propagation nursery with a large variety of mostly native shrubs and trees, locally sourced from cuttings. However, due to the birth of their second child, as well as additional time spent in the office in relation to compliance, the nursery is not currently operational. My parents and I planted thousands of metres of shelter belts to improve shelter on the farm for stock. The shelter belts include a variety of trees, and this has had the added benefit of creating habitat for birds. We have started fencing off some of our waterways. We'd love to do more, but the cost of fencing at $15 to $20 per metre, so we would be looking at another $40,000 plus to complete the task. We also need to upgrade the water scheme before the last of our waterways before fencing off the last of our waterways, requiring an investment in excess of $50,000. What do we want? We want the panel to acknowledge that work and cost is required to implement change, and that it takes time for the effect of any change. All the time spent in the office because of regulatory change is not spent on the farm. This will reduce productivity and options available to effect change. Any regulatory change needs to recognise how each individual farming system works and its limitations. And what we are as an industry that operates with a high degree of uncertainty, we need to make sure that what is created will achieve the desired environmental outcomes without unnecessary negative outcomes that have previously been seen, such as with previous rules around sediment management within small waterways. And I'm looking forward to the chance to take questions.
Yeah, thank you for that, Mr. Wallace. Yeah, interesting, like comments around the time you spend in office. I heard recently a farmer down south saying that he pretty much spent every Friday in his office dealing with this sort of stuff. So it was a day off the farm. What's it like for you? Is it similar, or is it?
It's very similar at times around PCH, because I've got involved with it, and even I've spent up to 3 to 4 days off the farm or just doing stuff related to this, which has no direct income to my business. But I can see the risk of, if we get this stuff wrong, the cost to my business will potentially make it unprofitable.
Yeah, I guess a lot of that work's involved in the catchment group, and I'm interested around that. We had Fish and Game appear in their evidence referred to water quality issues in that catchment, but they're referring to a report that I think was around 2006, 2010. And I asked the question, well, what's happened since then? Because I knew there was a catchment group, and you talking here about water quality improving. Did that begin as a result of that report? Then how long has the group been there, and how big are the changes in the improvement of water quality?
So that report would have been one of the starters of the catchment group.
Yeah.
It started because there was a concern around the water quality, and some of our community ones in the community decided to get together. It initially started around Tapanui, with Councillor McCall being one of the ones involved, as well as one of our groundswell leaders who was heavily involved in that same startup. And then it spread through the catchment, and I got involved because the specific part of the Pomahaka that I'm on, the Wairuna, has a serious sediment problem, and it's still got a serious sediment problem. But the changes we've seen are dealing with the extra sediment that has been going in from farming practice. But the issues we have is, before we see water quality results improve, we could be looking at potentially a 20-year time frame for that historic sediment that is sitting in the waterways to flush out. Nitrogen is an easy nutrient to deal with. When you deal with it, you can see a result quickly, and especially in our catchment with the clay soils, all the nitrogen in the waterway is a direct result of the nitrogen on the ground, and the primary loss is actually animal urine going through our drainage systems into the surface bodies.
Yeah.
So but when you deal with that, that happens instantly. You see it straight away, the results.
Yeah, I was fascinated with your photos of your approach to sediment control. Well, suggesting you're experimenting, but they appear to be having some quite significant results. When I look at the top of your page 14, that photo, what's coming up, a cultivated paddock is clean coming into a stream that already has sediment in it. So are other people adopting what you're doing here in your catchment?
Yes, so we've seen, the interesting one is sediment traps are not currently a permitted activity.
Yeah.
But we've now, that was done, I found the research from MAF Research and went into it, and we tried to get a consent for the catchment, and it became to the point where one of the council staff suggested you can do work within 20 metres of the structure to maintain the structure. Do that and just slightly ignore the rule and create your sediment trap.
We might have to strike that in the record.
Yeah. The worry I have now is we're now having that being suggested more widely by staff, because there's a frustration from staff that they can now see the problem, but we haven't got tools to deal with it. The traditional tool to deal with the sediment in those waterways was longitudinal cleaning with an excavator, which was originally carried out by the council or the catchment board.
Yeah. Because one of the issues you have with Pomahaka is that people don't actually understand that Pomahaka is a dark water-coloured river. So it's just because it looks like that, it's not necessarily dirty. People quite often comment, oh, well, there must be a lot of stuff in that river. See, that's just the way it looks.
Yeah.
It's different to our Central Otago water bodies.
And their catchments are vastly different even across the Pomahaka.
Yeah. Now, thank you for your evidence. It was really interesting, addressing a completely different sort of issue than we've heard previously. So it was really useful. Thank you.
You refer to your farm being the home of a number of indigenous species, plants and animals. What do you mean by home? I mean, they just happen to be there, or you belong to the water care group, I understand that bit of it, but with things like the Kereru, Tui, and they're just there, are they? Or are you a sort of caretaker, or?
When my parents came to the farm, there was very few trees on the property. And through the planting of trees, we've seen species come back in. And I like to think that actually, as a farmer, we have a responsibility to make sure we look after the things that are in our backyard. My home is not just our family house, it is the farm. And I want to make sure that we look after everything. And I had great frustration last year during the drought when I watched the water in one of those sediment traps, because the creek had dried up, rapidly dropping, and I could see large schools of galaxids in there. And I reached out for help from parties that should have been able to help, and each party said it was not my responsibility. The only ones that offered to help was the local iwi, and I managed to find a solution myself because I didn't want to put that extra burden on them.
And you refer also to a unique galaxid, Pomahaka. Is that what it's called?
Yeah, Pomahaka galaxid.
Yeah, yeah. I also discovered a unique galaxid at one stage in my career, and that was in the Kawerau River, the Nevis River. When we did the hearing down there, this galaxid turned up, and it kind of saved the river in a way, because everyone was concerned that trout were going to decimate them and all that sort of stuff. So those little critters can be quite significant.
Yes, and they're very significant to me. I want to do everything I can to protect them. And one of the things we've come across in earlier stuff is the fact that one of the reasons they're there is because the trout can't get there, and because the waterways are too small.
Yeah. And the water care group, I mean, is there more that they do other than the sort of, looking after Indigenous species?
A big focus of the water care group is improving farming practice. So 5 or 6 years ago, we came out with good farming practice for specifically main one was around winter grazing management. And we've seen a large uptake and change in how a large proportion of the farmers in the catchment are managing winter grazing, which has seen a huge reduction in the amount of sediment getting off properties. We are still being let down by some farmers, and also some of us feel we are being let down by the council and not actually using some of their tools to encourage the laggards to actually up their game.
Well, you've made your point now. Good, thanks very much.
Yeah, no, my questions have been covered off by the other commissioners, but no, thank you. It was good to see. Good to see the angle coming through in your evidence.
Certainly, the points that I had queries by, particularly the loophole, and like you've already answered in the exchanges with Alan Hewitt. And I was intrigued, and you just repeated I would have thought there's enough water in some of those, but mind you, they might be taking the higher flow periods, and some of those traps were trapped to actually access.
There's the traps are, the waterways themselves are quite small. Right. So the traps are designed to create a larger low flow area so the sediment drops out. Right. And so there's no trout probably would get within probably 4 or 5 Ks on some of those bits of waterway, because they are small waterways at the moment. 2 of them are dried up.
Right. The only other thing that I wasn't clear on was just your reference to slumping as being a problem. What's causing that?
So in our area, the waterways were originally straightened by the catchment board to improve drainage. Right. So now we have straight channel drains. They're clay bottomed, and what we have is when we've had sediment build up and we build up, the water levels in the waterways rises, and it softens the banks, and then the banks start to slump in, which increases the water level again. Right. But where we've managed to deal with some of that sediment in the waterways, we have seen the banks start to stabilise.
Look, thank you very much, and as other commissioners have said, you've come from a very different viewpoint than a lot of the dry inland catchments, and it's been very informative and interesting for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. We're going to adjust the order slightly to work with some commitments that we have on the side of the table. I'm going to invite Mr. Mike Lord, who's last on our list, to come forward to give his evidence if we can. Apart from being a farmer himself, Mike is a member of the Rural Support Trust and gives us evidence particularly from his experiences in that capacity as well as from his own on-farm experience. So hopefully you're good to go, Kate. So hopefully you'll have his summary and I'll invite Mike to address that now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Page. Okay, look, I just do apologise for jumping the gun. It's just got another meeting at 1:15, but I'll proceed with my evidence. Thank you. And sorry you're not getting any lunch. Look, my full name's Michael Leslie Lord. I've lived and farmed on the Torrey Plains for, well, it's close to 35 years now and served on several boards and trusts over that period. I have recently sold the farm.
Sorry, Mr. Lord, I think you're reading from your full brief. There's a shorter brief.
Oh, sorry. I thought that was past me.
We've read the full brief.
I've got a copy here.
You have? Oh, good. Whenever you got two. You read both.
So yeah, my evidence focuses on the impacts of well-being from adverse events in response to other pressures, including personal, financial and cumulative effects of uncertainty and regulation on farmers and farming communities. My experiences in the Otago Rural Support Trust, although I'm able to also reference my personal experiences during my farming career. The Otago Rural Support Trust has connections and networks across Otago farming communities. The Trust has observed that there was a lot of farmer concern and worry about the changing regulatory environment. We're worried about the changing regulatory regime, including the likely flow on effects of the Otago Regional Council's proposed regional policy statement. The volume of work that the Trust is dealing with is increasing. Consequently, the scope of the Trust has grown. Where there was once one facilitator, we now have 5 staff working as required. The work is hard. Our staff are dealing with people and families who are less able to cope. You do not get the great success stories with the Rural Support Trust. We're dealing at the other end of the scale. You get the sad stories and the pain. The role takes a toll on our staff and those who are trustees is just the reality of, and for us that are trustees, that's just the reality of the role. The Trust is at the front line of dealing with rural mental health and the impact on families and communities. Otago in particular, 2022 was dealing with drought, the bovis outbreak and the flow-on effects of COVID-19, as well as rapid regulatory change. A particular cumulative stressor that farmers feel is a lack of control over what is happening both within and outside their properties. What is often not acknowledged is that the stress affects everyone in the family and those in the wider community whose livelihoods depend on the primary industry. I've included in my appendix a poem from a friend of mine called Murray Harton, an Australian, called Rain from Nowhere, that reflects the impact that compounding stress and uncertainty have. I would like to read that now, if that's okay. His cattle didn't get a bid. They were fairly bloody poor. What was he going to do? He couldn't feed them anymore. The dams were all but dry. Hay was $13 a bale. Last month's talk of rain was just a fairy tale. His credit had run out, no chance to pay what's owed. Bad thoughts ran through his head as he drove down Gully Road. Gee's great-granddad bought the place back in 1898, and I'm such a useless bastard I'll have to shut the gate. Can't support my wife and kids, not like Dad and those before. Crikey, Grandma kept it going when Pop fought in the war. With depression now as master, he abandoned what was right. There's no place in life for failures. He'd end it all tonight. There were still some things he had to do. He'd have to shoot the cattle first. Of all the jobs he'd ever done, that would be the worst. He'd have a shower, watch the news, then all sit down for tea, read his kids a bedtime story and watch some more TV. Kiss his wife goodnight, say he was off to shoot some roos, and then a paddock far away, he'd blow away those blues. But he drove in the gate and stopped, as he always had, to check the roadside mailbox and found a letter from his dad. Now, his dad was not a writer, Mum did all the cards and mails, but he knew the writing from the notebooks that he kept from cattle sales. He sensed the nature of its contents, felt moisture in his eyes. Just the fact his dad had written was enough to make him cry. Son, I know it's bloody tough. It's a cruel and twisted game, this life of the land, when you're screaming out for rain. There's no candle in the darkness, not a single speck of light. But don't let the demon get you. You have to do what's right. I don't know what's in your head, but push those bad thoughts right away, so you'll always have your family at the back end of the day. You have to talk to someone. And yes, I really did, but you have to think about Fiona and think about the kids. I'm worried about you, son. You haven't rung for quite a while. I know the road you're on because I've walked every bloody mile. The date, December 7, back in 1983, behind the shed I had the shotgun rested in the brigalow tree. See, I'd borrowed way too much to buy the Johnson place. It didn't rain for years and we got bombed by interest rates. The bank was at the door. I didn't think I had a choice. I began to squeeze the trigger, and that's when I heard your voice. You said, "Where are you, Daddy? It's time to play our game. I've got the squatter all set up. We might get general rain." It really was that close. You're the one that stopped me, son. And you're the one that taught me there's no answer in a gun. Just remember, people love you. Good friends won't let you down. Look, you might have to swallow pride and take a job in town. Just till things come good, son. You've always got a choice. And when you get this letter, ring me, because I'd love to hear your voice. Well, he cried and laughed and shook his head and then put the truck in gear. He shut his eyes and hugged his dad in a vision that was clear. He dropped the cattle at the yards, fed out his last 10 bales of hay. Then he strode towards the homestead, shoulders back and head held high. He still knew the road was tough, but there was purpose in his eye. He called his wife and children who'd lived through all his pain. Hugs said more than words. He'd come back to them again. They talked of silver linings, how good times always follow bad. Then he walked towards the phone, picked it up and rang his dad. And while the kids set up the squatter, he hugged his wife again. And then he heard the roll of thunder and he smelled the smell of rain. That poem has a reasonably confronting nature to it. And I know too many people that are driving close to Gully Road. And round Otago, we've got Black Gully Road over in Heriot. We've got Coal Gully Road at Milton. We've got Back Road at Milton. We've got a back road at Lawrence. We've got Serpentine Gully Road. We've got Coal Creek Road, School Road, Boundary Creek Road, Settlement Road. They're all the same all over Otago. And I often think you could do a TV program on country roads. There's a lot of repeats and farmers were not particularly innovative in naming our roads. Since I took over as chair for the RRST, we've had to deal with the aftermath of several very sad farm deaths. But what I struggle with more than anything is that we've also had to deal with over 11 suicides in the last 4 years that I've been the chair. We have lots of gully roads or something similar, and we have lots of very sad people. The list goes on. The names change slightly. The farmers that drive these roads and hundreds of others just like them are real people. They feel marginalised from the rest of New Zealand. What was once a noble profession has been sullied, and many people have felt huge resentment against this. 140 years ago, this country was covered with tens of thousands of small farms. They were peasants, hardly producing enough for themselves, but over the time, progress was made. The use of fertilisers and better grass species, better genetics. The horse was swapped out for the tractor and then bigger tractors and implements that they operate. The government encouraged and subsidised farmers to become more and more efficient at what they did. They became the cleanest and most productive in the world. The public of New Zealand has abrogated their responsibility of feeding themselves to just over 2% of the population, and we've not fallen short in delivering our nation's food. Not only that, we feed millions of others through exports. People can be dentists, lawyers, engineers, builders, etc., knowing that they don't have to worry about where their food's coming from. They can thank a farmer. Sadly, they do not do this. We have government ministers telling the rest of the country we are the problem. Sadly, I know too many people driving close to Gully Road. I'd like to urge you to plan carefully and take into account the farming community that the humans who are on our front line feeding this country. The decisions you are tasked with making are not easy. I don't envy you at all. I just want you to remember we're not just farmers. We are people, we are husbands, fathers, wives and mothers. We are sports coaches, teachers, we are church members and Rotarians. We are hunters, golfers and fishermen. We love our families, we love our community, we love our country. We even love the Highlanders, even in a season like this, and the All Blacks.
I had a question mark.
Please allow us to continue to continue to be the world's smartest and most innovative farmers. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Lord, you may find that there's probably a few questions because that's a bit overwhelming, all of that.
Yeah, well, following on from the chair, I'm glad you read that poem out in the middle of your presentation because I've got an embarrassing public admission to make because it did bring a tear to my eye reading that. I went through all this evidence and it's quite overwhelming. And you come across that in the story you're telling, and I understand it. And yeah, but your paragraph 11 probably reflects what I've been batting on about the last couple of days. There is a fundamental one. Lack of understanding is what farmers do and why they do it, and why everyone else can go about doing their own thing because of what farmers do. And yeah, I don't have any questions, really, just to acknowledge what you say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mental health is a really, really big problem everywhere. And it's one I've been involved with for many years in different ways. And I suppose I never really contemplated that farmers would have mental health problems. They always seem to be, in my experience, they were all in cities, which is where I live, which is what surprises me, I suppose, in some ways about the divide that you referred to and others have today as well. The divide being the abrogation issue that you raise here and the negative perception that people have of the rural sector and farmers in particular. But I suppose my question to you would be, why do you think, other than the obvious things that people go through in any life, whether you're a farmer or not, I mean, financial pressures are probably right at the top there somewhere, and that sort of stuff. But why do you think in the rural community, like what you've got in Otago, that they might be just as significant or have the same impact as it does on people who live in cities like Wellington and Auckland and maybe even Dunedin?
I think there's two parts to it. One is the fact that those things that you refer to, like farm finance, for example, we choose to borrow money. We make decisions on, as Mr. Winmore spoke earlier, on a business decision. But there's things that we can't control, and there's things that come outside of our zone. There's things that come from left field. And for example, farmers in Otago that have had, and I'm not saying, I think they needed to deal with deemed permits from historical hanging over from the gold mines. Those things had to be dealt with. But farmers don't have a sense of where we're going. We don't know what's going to stay, what's going to go. We don't know. There's a lot of things, like for a farming situation, like if I was, I'm 58, if I had a son that was wanting to take over the farm, I still reckon I've got another good 10 or 15 years in me that I can still be helpful. If he's 20, he's got the enthusiasm at the other end of the scale that I need to drive me. With something hanging like this over your permit, over our heads, it could be that there's 10 years' time before we're making good decisions, and by then I might be too tired and he's lost his enthusiasm too. So I think there's a lot of things in farming you have to control the things you can control. You don't worry about the things like the weather. I don't particularly worry if I get a flood or if I get it dry. I take it on the chin, but it's the things that I can't control that are regulatory in nature. A lot of young farmers are farmers because they were better at farming than they were at schoolwork. Suddenly there's huge pressure to conform. I mean, I don't know if any of you are related to Fonterra, but you get a manual about this fact that you have to fill out every year. I mean, things like that for me are hard. I just struggle with masses of paperwork and proving that everything you're doing has a minimum impact on the environment. It's almost impossible.
Yeah. I mean, public pressures and misperceptions sort of add to it, don't they? I mean, you just raise the issue about, you know, if you're not good enough to be in education, go and be a farmer. I mean, the sort of thing I had when I was a kid. If you weren't in the education business, go and be a builder or something like that. That's how they used to talk in those days. And yet, the pressures on builders and farmers and all these people who people kind of regarded as well, didn't regard highly, let me put it that way.
I think the other side of it is if you can have pride in what you're doing, and farmers historically have had pride, they've taken pride that they can grow good lambs or that they can look after their farms well. But the problem is that when we've got government ministers telling us that we're the biggest part of the problem, it's hard to, you know, I can't remember who said it earlier, but like when I was a kid at school, you know, the most exciting thing you could do was go out to the countryside. I grew up in town and go out to a farm. The most exciting thing you could do was stand in a milking shed and see milk coming out of a cow. And everyone had a connection to the country, but I don't think that does exist anymore. And while I was farming, I was just 30 k's out from here. So we had a lot of school visits. We would have a lot of school visits out to sea. And, you know, I'm sure for those children, it was a lovely experience, but the lack of knowledge was quite horrendous. People would say, well, how do you get your cows to start milking? Or how do you start lactating? You know, this ways these things happen.
I did. I mean, there's also the fallacy that people fall into, in that it depends. No, it's not a fallacy, actually. You know, you ask these questions and people say, well, it depends where you are, which end of the scale you're at. I mean, and at the moment you're where you are, but in your time as a councillor, for example, I mean, what did it look like to you then?
Well, I think, you know, a lot of farmers are perceived as just rich people that have just somehow trod over the top of other people to get to where they are. They're seen as, it's not an uncommon view that farmers face, that you're just a bunch of rich pricks, and it's not a true. It's not just because you might have a big farm doesn't mean you have a big mortgage. But one thing I would comment, your question earlier to Emma Crutchley, when you said about the corporate farming. So one of the things I know is that when we're dealing with people in the Rural Support Trust, we have a lot more connection with the staffing problems often come from those corporate farms. We have a lot less problems with mum and dad outfits, if you know what I mean. People tend to look after their staff well in the country, but you get big corporate dairy farms with 40 or 50 staff, and there's some people doing horrendous hours, starting at 3 in the morning, working till 7, 8 at night. The other ones we deal with at the bottom end.
Thanks very much. That's all I had, Jake.
Briefly. Yeah, thanks. I'm aware you've got you've got a. We're not quite done with you.
Oh yeah, that's okay.
But I'm aware you've got to get off the meeting. But I did just want to ask. I mean, you've alluded. Well, you stated in your evidence that you access government adverse effects funding and the like. Do you get general funding from the government or any other funding you get? I'm just wondering. I mean, you know, I've seen your Rural Support Trust in action, and some of the work that I've done. I've been really impressed, and I suppose it's just interesting. You know, more demand. Are you getting more funding?
Well, that's something that's always under
going?
negotiation. Actually, where we get our biggest benefits from, to be quite honest, we do get an annual grant from government, and that's a valued grant, and that reflects what we spend. But we're also getting more work put on us by government. They expect us to be doing more in the mental health space, so we're doing a lot of that. But where we get our biggest grants from, and I think of the last few years, I mean, quite interesting, you were talking about the Maniatoto, but we got a huge grant from the Maniatoto farmers. Just they had a big feed evening and they raised over $40,000 for us just a few years ago. And we've also had one from the Wanaka farmers, and we've had one from the Taieri farmers. So we're getting quite a lot of cash donations, which is needed and used, but we wouldn't be self-sufficient with the small amount that the government give us.
Yeah, no, thank you, and thanks for your evidence. It's good to sort of everything that it's all coming together into a, picture. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Lord.
One more.
I've got no questions, but thank you for dealing with a very tough subject in a very sensitive way, and the odd touch of humour that we're all going to keep as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask us to take James Dicey's evidence now. I know it's 1 o'clock, but I'm in your hands as to when you decide to put down tools and when you don't. Is James online? Excellent. Now, James went through law with me at Otago, but at the end of that, he discovered how to turn water into wine. I never developed that facility. You might ask him how he does that.
I don't know if you're allowed to try the wine is always good.
Don't call me Jesus despite my beard, please, Phil.
Well, welcome along, James. You are now loud and clear in the hearing room, so the floor is yours. The panel members have your summary, and so hopefully you do too.
Yes, I do.
Take it from there.
Thank you. My full name is James Dicey. I am the owner of Great Vision Limited, a vineyard development, management and brokerage consultancy business based in Central Otago. My evidence provides a full summary of my experience and expertise. This evidence addresses the viticulture industry within Otago, the importance of water, investment timelines, ability to adapt to change, and the pressures the sector faces. Where my evidence addresses freshwater, it is in the context of the non-freshwater provisions of this PRPS. The Otago region possesses unique characteristics for producing high quality wine. These are not characteristics that can be replicated in other regions or other locations. Therefore, the sector is particularly vulnerable to regulatory changes that alter its ability to make the most of the unique characteristics that it relies on. A key characteristic is the low rainfall the region experiences, which enables growers to control yield and vigour. Due to the unpredictable, irregular and insufficient rainfall, grapes require water to produce economic quantities of high quality grapes. Water is also required to enable the significant frosts experienced to be mitigated through the application of water for frost fighting. Considerable time and investment in infrastructure is taken to develop a vineyard. It costs around $75,000 per planted hectare to even plant a vineyard, and an additional $45,000 to $55,000 to get the vines to maturity, excluding the cost of land. The wine sector faces many pressures, including rising costs, access to staff, access to land, access to water, and a never-ending compliance cycle. The final point appears to have accelerated in the last decade, and this looks set to continue in the near term. Significant investment has occurred to develop land for viticulture, with long-term returns the focus for most. The ability to pivot to other land uses is limited and should be undesirable given the unique qualities of the region and the wine it creates. I'd be happy to take any of the panel's questions.
Thank you, Mr. Dicey. Commissioner Kevitt.
Thanks, Mr. Dicey. Your evidence does focus on the water side of things, but you do mention in those pressures that your sector faces access to land. We've had a bit of a drive from Hort, New Zealand for the RPS to recognise highly productive land in the LUC 4 and 5 classification, which is slightly above what that NPS deals with, well, above or below, I'm not sure how you look at that. And you talk about the pressure you have there on 40C, your paragraph 40C. Yep. Can you sort of expand on that? How real is that in the grape industry, the viticultural industry, or is it sort of more narrow to horticultural, other horticultural practices?
Yep, I can expand on that. The first answer to that question is, from a hort perspective, they need their land to be slightly flatter given the type of crops they tend to grow. So we are able and actually look for land with some slope on it to accentuate the level of heat that our crops receive. So based on my experience in growing here, we go from an LUC of 1 all the way up to 6, which is usually a topographical or impediment, so slightly more than the Hort space, so have access to slightly more land than they do. When the dam was put in and planned in the early 1970s, work was undertaken to identify the level of land that was available for horticulture and viticulture as a result of the dam being put in here and the additional water that promised. Some 40,000 hectares were identified as being suitable under 400 metres, north facing, not south facing, and have an ability to access some form of water. I'm not sure how sophisticated that analysis was back in the day. It's interesting, having been here since 2004, to watch the expansion of the industry to around 2,000 planted hectares now. I can't speak for the Hort land here, but we feel now that it's actually very difficult to find land with sufficient water on it, both for irrigation and for frost fighting, to purchase, to convert into vineyards, and that trend has been exacerbated by the chopping up of land into what I call bored horse paddocks, which is effectively a 5-acre lots, which tend not to be economic for the growing of grapes, or sub-economic, and as a consequence remove them, even though they're not covered by urban or residential properties, actually remove them from being available. So those in combination with full urban creep, there's a sort of, I call the peri-urban or the semi-urban creep of the lifestyle people who actually think they want a farm, or a farmlet, but actually never actually make a bob or two out of it. So the larger lots that are available for us in the grape industry are rapidly diminishing, unfortunately.
Yeah, okay, so in that context, and that more lesser quality soil, there'd be an issue where you're being pushed to with actually access to water, I guess, would be quite a constraint.
It could
get further away from the peri-urban areas.
Correct. The loss of mining privileges in perpetuity in 2021 was one of the first hammer blows in this area. A lot of the hill country water is well utilised and well regulated and well managed through a range of irrigation schemes. So that's effectively off the table unless you buy into one of those schemes and can find that land. So then you're back to either bore water through aquifers, which is again in Otago a history of over allocation and underuse, if I can put it that way. And then the third source of water is through the access to the dam. Both the bore and the lake water is much more expensive than the hill water because it's got to be pumped, and the limitation of what pumping and the cost of undertaking that pumping means that the volume of land that's available to us effectively is diminished.
Okay, well, thanks very much for that. We'll do what we can because we all like wine.
And unfortunately, we do need water to be able to turn it into wine. Although, and I must say this, we are a very, very efficient user of water. And that's one of the things that's attractive from grapes. We're not trying to grow vast quantities of dry matter or product. We're looking to try and balance the reproductive and vegetative growth to try and create a quality product. And that actually means that the footprint that we have on the land is considerably lower compared to a number of other crops.
Yeah, and I think Port New Zealand made the same point actually. So thanks very much for that.
I don't have any questions, but I was once told that the only thing more excruciating than waiting for paint to dry is waiting for grapes to turn into wine.
I can't disagree with that. Yeah, it's actually the magical process of yeast. So we're just shepherds for both the grapes and for those grapes into the final wine. So yeah, it does take a long period of time, and I'm just looking a little tired and exhausted. And the reason I'm not down there today, I'd like to be presenting to you in person, is we're undertaking one of the last harvests. I started on the 13th of March, and we're now on the 4th of May. So it's been a very long 6 or 7 weeks.
Yeah, and I just echo my colleague, Commissioner Cubert's comment about the quicker, the sooner the better. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I don't have any specific questions on your evidence, but I was just wondering if with your box wine your company that I saw in the New Zealand magazine when I was flying back for the hearing last week.
Yeah, that is ours, the Dice box, reasonably distinctive. We've been looking for more sustainable ways of packaging and transporting wine, and a cube or a rectangular shape like that is very effective and efficient. It's garnering a little bit of attention. We really love those free pseudo editorials that we get in the Cura magazine. So yeah, that certainly was us.
Yeah, no, good stuff. And I mean, that's just another example of innovation, I suspect, too, that we've been hearing lots about.
Correct. So, we've got to keep innovating to survive in this industry. It's very, very competitive.
No, good stuff. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dicey, and I've got no questions, but coming from Barbara, I think it's probably best that I not challenge you on
That's very wise words right there.
Yeah, thank you very much for the effort and thought that you put into your evidence. Thank you. It does paint a very different picture to Marlborough in terms of the type of product you're producing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now,
All right.
where are we at? We've got one to go.
Yes, Mr. Luke Kane, if Luke's been sitting quietly in the back there, about to come forward. We are now moving to West Otago. Luke, do you have a summary of your evidence there in front of you?
Yep.
You do, marvellous. The panel members.
Long, this is your summary, yes.
Right. Well, you either read it or not as you please. So we're in your hands, and the committee have a copy.
Okay. My name is Luke Murray Kane. I'm a 4th generation farmer from Waikuikui/Tapanui. Our family farming operation is approximately 980 hectares, comprising of dairy, beef finishing, and a beef stud. My wife Nicole and I run the dairy component, which has 660 milking cows. Another 300 cows come in, dairy cattle come in for wintering. My parents, Robert and Marianne, and brother Peter manage the beef stud cattle operation, which comprises of 150 breeding cows of a mix of Hereford and Angus, and a further 150 beef finishing cattle and 650 calves, which some of those are of Wagyu fattening. My evidence covers the highly technical and precise nature of dairy farming in Otago, decision-making on farm within the highly regulated environment, options when it changes required. My evidence covers the complexity of our farming system and identifies all the monitoring and compliance requirements that we undertake on a daily, weekly, monthly or annual basis to ensure production and animal welfare, industry and environmental targets are met. The reason for this level of precision is because output in a dairy farms operate within small margins. There are no 2 seasons the same. It is forever a juggling act depending on weather, payout and cost structure. On a daily basis, we monitor all cows on farm, eating and resting patterns. We herd tests through our shed and use of ProTrack for various milk traits, volume, fat, protein, etc. We log and record all washing procedures, use of sprays and medication. We also utilise Cow Manager, which is an animal monitoring system that tracks and records performance of each cow. We also monitor and record all effluent applications through Farm IQ, which is another electronic monitoring tool. On approximately a weekly basis, we update our grazing plan in Farm IQ with data from Minder, which identifies where stock will graze and have been grazing, the budgeting of feed over that time and any fertiliser requirements. We also perform pest management, including rabbit and possum culls. On approximately a monthly basis, we perform compliance checks for infrastructure in the dairy shed and health and safety. We also prepare reports on milk production, including quality, which may be somatic cell testing, protein to fat ratio, cooling, and compliance of any inhibitory substances. We are also obliged to undertake 3 annual audits each year, one by Open Country that has animal welfare environmental compliance requirements, the second by the Regional Council in relation to effluent and supplementary feed storage, and the third by meat production company South Pacific Meats that requires animal welfare standards to be met. TB testing is also done in a biannual event. It is a condition of our water consents that it's actually triannual water monitoring data loggers are monitored. We have installed 3 data loggers to collect information and send to the council daily, and this is part of our consent. All other water systems on farm that aren't under the consent are monitored remotely. Yeah. The regulatory framework that applies to our farm has increased in complexity in recent years. By way of example, we now have an intensive winter grazing consent. When an operation requires such a high level of compliance, it is difficult to change one aspect without having an impact on another part of the business. Decision-making on farm within the highly regulated environment. Whilst there are some circumstances where the best practice is very clear-cut, in many circumstances it is far more nuanced, with competing challenges needing to be balanced and or risks managed. We've been able to make the following decisions that have had a benefit to our production and or environmental goals. A decision not to heavily graze the river flats in winter to promote topsoil sustainability. Utilisation of short break fences that promotes greater uptake of crop and allows for resowing of the paddock in September, which is quicker than normal. Management of riparian margin of the Pomahaka River, riparian fencing with the assistance of the Pomahaka Catchment Group, planting of tree lanes across 90% of the dairy platform paddocks, identifying areas on farm that have biodiversity and conservation values and allowing those areas to regenerate into native bush, providing for a 30-metre section setback from the Pomahaka and providing access to anglers, including managing and mowing the setback. There are also some decisions that are outside of our reach, including conversion of more of the farm into dairy and installing a wintering shed. We've been able to achieve better outcomes by making decisions that reflect our specific farming system and family needs. This has been possible because the framework has allowed us to focus on the effects of our activities on the environment as opposed to the compliance with bottom lines. An example of regulation that does not achieve a net environmental benefit is where we have been obliged to install a riparian setback, which has resulted in proliferation of pests, including crack willow. A good example of success when change is required is the Pomahaka Watercare Group. I've been on the board for this for the last 2 years. The group was set up in 2014 after the council shared concerning data about the water quality in the catchment. This triggered local farmer concern. The work of the group involves riparian planting, fencing, and sharing on-farm best practice techniques to avoid and mitigate adverse effects on the catchment's water quality. Most sites across the catchment are now demonstrating an improving trend in water results. There are still some sites that are focusing on, but the general trend is an improvement. The long-term vision of the group is to have the highest water quality possible so that future generations can enjoy the river. Each decision is not made in a silo. A decision by the Regional Council without adequate consideration as to how it relates to on the ground farming operations will not be the best decision. We are always keen to improve our operations, but there are a lot of things to consider at any one time. We must be able to maintain profitability to be able to roll out new advancements, because they all come with a cost, albeit to a gain in most cases anyway. I would be happy to answer any questions of the panel's question, or answer any of the panel's questions, and also host the panel for a visit on the farm.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Kane. And when I read your evidence, and Chief, and then it's in your summary as well, I'm like, is there any other business in New Zealand that is audited as much as farmers? Such a wide range of things. So I can't think of anything.
No, and the irony is most of the audits are for the identical thing. I had a phone call this morning about nitrate leaching and where my reporting was, and how I send it. And so I send that same report to 3 different outfits. The information is slightly different to every single one, and I can't just copy and paste and send it to all 3.
Yeah, and that was a question I had, I think, with some of the witnesses yesterday. Well, why can that not be all brought together in one simple package for all of those groups? But I understand there are different factors in some of what your milk company or your beef company might require, but surely there's got to be a better way than that.
I'd be quite keen to see that.
Yeah. There's quite a few women that are here today that are probably quite good at actually coming up with a solution for that, so I'd get onto them. The only other thing I had really was, and Bianca just mentioned the innovation that farmers that are involved in, and you talk about it in your summary, and I'm aware of the RFID and technology, but what I was really interested in is you talked a little bit about is the fenceless future. And is that a sort of a follow on from that cow manager monitoring system? How do you do that? I know you can do that with dogs with a collar.
Yeah, so we don't have it on farm yet, but it's certainly because we have a big floodplain. Fencing a floodplain is cheap the first time. Doing it 4 times in 1 month is not much fun, and it's not cheap. So it's on that same sort of technology. It's delivered either as a sound or a pulse, and it creates a boundary for those animals to work in and around.
Yeah. And it's obviously been trialled somewhere.
Halter is a company, New Zealand-based company, who has gone into that relatively heavily. It's cost prohibitive at the moment, but our cow manager programs are roughly $32 a cow. You're talking $198 a cow per year for Halter. So, that's a lot more production to cover that.
Mm. Yeah. I mean, you mentioned cost there, and also you touched on the wintering barn issue. That's starting to happen to Southland quite a bit. Is there a difference between Southland and West Otago in terms of climatic conditions that probably doesn't need to push you that far at this stage?
No, very similar. Our snowfall events tend to be larger, and that's kind of the irony with the H-wind, that if that kind of proposal comes forward, we'll be forced down that route, which is kind of weird when we're taking chickens and pigs from inside and putting them outside, and now we're putting cattle and sheep inside. It's kind of where's the goal here? And you see a barn comes with its own issues.
What I've always wondered about that is one of our advantages internationally in how we market our product is that it's grass-fed and lower carbon production, all that. Sticking them in barns for a few months over the winter, how does that's obviously going to impact on that image.
Exactly. From a market point of view, it's I still strongly believe that winter grazing can be done very well with very little or zero environmental impact under the correct circumstances. So I'm still of the belief that animals outside are in their natural environment is a far better situation.
Mm. Although I have seen them in those composting barns, and they do quite like the warm sawdust that they consider.
Yes, true. True. But that's where the cow manager monitoring, we can monitor our animals every day. We can see the lying times, we can see the comfortable rate, how comfortable a cow is or isn't, and we can manage that accordingly. That data is live 24 hours a day.
Yeah, I think, was it in your evidences? I was reading about that, how you pick up on the health of your cows. And
Yeah, so like literally as I'm sitting here, I've had 3 alerts of cows that are in, I'm not even at work today. The guys are attending to the animals. They're not a visual sign, but we can see a discomfort of animals.
Yeah, it's impressive. So yeah, thanks very much for the evidence.
I don't have any questions, but it's just a reflection on your presentation, which to me is summed up in para 66 of your evidence in chief, where you say we are not stuck in the past. Your farming operation is not stuck in the past. And it reflects, I suppose, the range of tools, technology or otherwise, that we now have at our disposal to deal with the raft of things we have to deal with. I mean, your management processes, for example, your everyday meetings with your brother and all that sort of stuff, and how you set your management regime going, which I guess it's not new in any sense, other than that, you've chosen to use the technology, the tools you have to run your farm the way that you run it. Is that a fair reflection of the sort of broader picture that you're trying to paint here?
From my generation of farmers in the dairy industry, it's a very similar type of situation, I'd say. Like a smaller type farm, when I was a kid growing up, the staff would go to the family house for lunch, everyone would meet there. You wouldn't have a formal meeting, but the sheer size of the businesses now and the people involved, and everyone doesn't tend to live on farms, so that's why it's more a structured type environment. But technology is, I'm of that age that quite likes playing with it, so I like to try and use it in my business to find efficiencies.
Some would say I'm too old, but I still like playing with technology.
Hey, my father's probably of a similar age and I can still teach him.
Yeah. No, that's all I had. Thanks very much.
Yeah, no specific questions from me, but it was really good to have the appendix that you had with pictures and the like. And I know when I've been in meetings with farmers, they just whiz out their phone, or a lot of them, and here's my water use data for this day, or here's soil moisture or whatever. It's it is really, and I think your evidence really highlighted how technically savvy farmers are these days to run a farming operation. So no, thank you for that.
Look, I have no questions, Mr. Kane, other than just a comment that you'd be a good person for the dairy industry to be putting up and overcome all the negative publicity that we've been talking about today. But it's certainly intriguing. So your cows are wearing a collar all the time? Yeah.
No, it's a very small tag. It's literally about that by that, and it'll tell you rumination, the cow's body temperature, how far she's walked, how far she's slept, her performance for the day, what that rumination performance is, so whether she's healthy or not or deteriorating. It'll forecast whether she's going to have an issue. This is up months out from calving. It can give us a list of cows that are possibly going to have an issue, whether it's a breached calving or twins or what it might be. That's all from a little tag.
And that's all for that, what was that?
Cow manager.
Yeah, but you gave a comparative rate of comparison per cow as compared to Halter, which I know was 798.
Yeah. So
198, sorry.
Yeah, 198.
And the other one was?
So we pay roughly $30 a cow for that. The Halter will do similar type stuff, but of course some things are patented, so some companies don't have the same.
Right. Okay. No, look, thank you very much, Mr. Kane. Thanks for the thought. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is the case for the 3 parties that I represent, ORUG, Federated Farmers and Dairy NZ. And I'm grateful for the way that you've engaged with evidence that at one level you might have thought initially was tangential to what you need to decide this time round. But if you take nothing else from the evidence, I ask you to take from it this, is that you can see now from the farmer's evidence the fallacy in the officer's opinion, which is that, well, as long as we have abundant resources, the economy will look after itself. No, it ain't that easy. It requires people to look after it. And those are the people that I represent. And I would be grateful for your consideration about how we fill the policy gap to acknowledge and enable those people. That's what we're here for.
Thank you very much, Mr. Page, and you're not quite off the hook because we do want you. You've made a very compelling case, but you need to just have that final seal if we can on the planning standards.
Yes, we'll work on that. We think we have an answer, but I think that we will provide that for you in writing. But if you wish to hear from us again in person, then we'll arrange that.
If we're comfortable with doing it in writing, that's better for us in terms of having a record. Thank you.
Right, we're happy to do that. Thank you.
So could we have that by next Tuesday?
Yes.
Next Tuesday?
Yes, you'll have it by Tuesday.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Break for lunch till 10 past 2. Okay.
arisen during the course of the hearing. But just so nothing's overlooked, and so that we're as helpful as we can, if there was something or areas that the panel thought we should give particular consideration to emphasis to, that should be a good steer.
We'll do our best to get you those views as we can.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we should have somebody from proposed response online. Can you hear us, Dougal, or not?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Yeah. We're all go then?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. So good afternoon, Commissioners. Dr. Craig Anderson and I are going to present to you. Our submission is not too long in the first part, but we've summarised quite a lot of material and tables, and what I thought was we'd go right through the submission and then just pick out what the sort of more important changes that we're suggesting to the thing in the table, to the RPS, if that's okay.
Thank you.
So just heading into the submission then, key land and freshwater submission concept points that we've pulled out are that policy that promotes environmental gain, healthy ecosystem function, and restoration in the whole landscape and not just outstanding areas. That any local visions for water and environmental standards are supported by science and national standards, or supported by Mātauraka Māori, i.e. cannot be weaker than national standards. 3, for outstanding water bodies, not just protecting the current state, but restoring where quality has been lost due to insufficiently foresightful development, e.g. Lake Hayes. In such cases, outright protection of water bodies needs to be possible on both environmental and economic grounds. Criteria that are used for determining permitted development are consistent with national emissions reduction goals and using gross, not net criteria in line with climate change, the Climate Change Commission's most recent recommendations. With regard to land use, there are clear synergies between de-intensification for water quality outcomes and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Requiring a reduction in exogenous nutrients, including from stock, as a way to shift agricultural practice to more biological methods that support community resilience, carbon sequestration, for example, water infiltration, soil water holding capacity, groundwater recharge, moderated flooding, enhanced natural fertility, etc., as well as reduced pollution. We have farmed in the past without synthetic inputs and can do so again. Adopting a planning process of optimizing climate adaptation, its mitigation and general resilience at a catchment or landscape scale. To this end, ensure that policies are clearly given effect in the methods for local authorities, including a requirement for community-based strategies to maximize system and natural resource resilience and landscape function. I'd like to hand over to Dr. Anderson now, please.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson.
Yes, good afternoon, Commissioners. So I've more or less addressing Dougal's points, but trying to expand on them. So I sort of asked the question, if we place limits on synthetic nitrogen and stocking limits in order to protect and preserve waterways, what is the impact on farmers? So points 8 and 9, they expand on point number 4. So that's in around synthetic nitrogen supply and de-intensification. So in our soils, nitrogen cycling, or in nature, nitrogen cycling is almost 100% biological. Even the cycling of the added synthetic nitrogen fertilizers. So the nitrogen cycle and the carbon cycle are intrinsically linked, meaning that if we manage excess nitrogen, we also contribute to climate change goals. With respect to nitrogen, so when we add synthetic nitrogen to soils, we are actually circumventing the genetic capability and feedback systems present within the soil microbiome to deliver nitrogen from the atmosphere in a controlled release fashion. Too much nitrogen, synthetic nitrogen added to soil can actually cause slow acidification and degradation of soil, and can result in soil carbon loss, and that's more associated with very intensive farming operations where the nitrogen is actually coupled into the carbon cycle, and the bacteria in the soil burn off the carbon in the soil. So we have a estimate, it depends of nitrogen loss from synthetic additions. So somewhere between 40 and 60% of our nitrogen is being lost. And that those losses depend on your farming system, management practices, and the impracticalities of some farming operations, i.e. when you can add the nitrogen fertilizer without damaging your crops or other plants in your system. The weather's obviously important, and soil type. So the amount of nitrogen, synthetic nitrogen that you would lose from your farming system is very context dependent. So this does have implications for setting policy, that in terms of the policy needs to reflect that there is a wide variety of contextual considerations. Point number 10 expands on point number 5 with respect to climate change goals. So there's a whole bunch of hidden costs in using nitrogen fertilizers. So as we transition our current food production systems to be more sustainable and generative, and we reduce or even remove nitrogen inputs, then we actually reduce the natural gas requirement, because when we manufacture fertilizers, we use natural gas. Removing nitrogen also will decrease fossil fuel use through lower transport requirements and on-farm diesel use to incorporate the fertilizers in the first place. Obviously, Dugald has covered off that if we remove nitrogen or reduce nitrogen inputs, we'll protect our waterways from nutrient runoff via the misuse of fertilizers. So basically, when we add too much fertilizer, a proportion of that fertilizer can end up in our surface waterways and in our groundwater systems. And by reducing nitrogen inputs, we also protect climate systems from powerful greenhouse gases such as nitrous oxide. So nitrous oxide is about 300 times worse than carbon dioxide. Admittedly, it's only a small portion of the nitrogen that we put on our agricultural systems ends up as nitrous oxide, but when you look at the difference in greenhouse gas potential, 4%, approximately 4% of nitrous oxide emissions is actually quite a significant proportion. Point 11 also expands on point 5 with respect to the biological methods that Dugald mentioned. So we're getting increasing evidence to suggest that incorporation of more plant diversity allows for better delivery of food, as in carbon sources for animals, and microbial life in soils. So assuming that we have adequate nutrition coming from our soils, plants turn into solar-powered carbon compound factories and can deliver a large amount of diverse carbon compounds to the soil. So this diversity in chemistry then increases the performance of animals, and that is through addressing subclinical nutritional deficiencies. And we also see a high level of microbial community function within the soil themselves, and that leads to positive feedback. So healthier soil microbiome equals healthier plants equals healthier animals, and the cycle continues. So a lot of this evidence comes from long-term trials such as the GENA project in Germany, the Rothamsted Research Institute in the UK, and the Rodell Institute in the USA. Just want to point out that there is actually quite a few local New Zealand examples where farmers have already started changing their management strategies and in both pastoral and arable operations. And they're delivering more functional agro-ecosystems with lower input costs, and they're still achieving economic success. So most improvements are due to soil organic matter increases and more efficient turnover and utilization of resources in the soil and recycling of those resources. This results in improved soil structure, water flow, water storage and gas exchange, and all those physical aspects deliver benefits for the microbiome in the soil through higher biomass and diversity of function that can be expressed by the soil microbiome. So New Zealand soils are generally considered to have plenty of carbon, but there is actually a theoretical deficit across all soil types. So basically we can actually store more carbon in our soils, and that has a knock-on benefit for supporting agricultural production. There's obviously still a large amount of research to be done to understand the processes, but with all the anecdotal evidence coming in, we've got some pretty strong suggestions or ability to suggest that we have a viable path forward. Just to expand on the economic disincentive to change that the word disintensification brings up. Disintensification does not necessarily equate to a loss of economic viability, and this is especially true if you use a marginal returns model to calculate your farm's production. So a marginal returns model basically looks at minimizing or removing activities on the farm that result in excess expenditure. So expenditure in this case is things like feed requirements, veterinary services, and agrochemical inputs. So although your production may drop, your income is static or increases because you're not spending money. To expand on point 6, de-intensification delivers immediate gains with respect to climate targets because of lower stocking rates, immediately reducing methane emissions from both the animals and the soil. And as a path forward for the council to start investigating some of these things, land use suitability analysis at a catchment scale would be a reasonable path forward to achieve gains in agro-ecosystem health and groundwater health and surface water health. So land use suitability assesses soil types, fertility, maximal use of geographical features such as sun aspect and hydrological flows. It can identify sensitive areas where changes in agricultural management are required or riparian planting is required, etc. And it also can identify areas where we could actually increase the intensive nature of our agricultural production without impacting the environment. So this technology and capability is available in New Zealand, and the best example I could think of that has been implemented to date is within the Taupo area in the Upper Waikato catchment, where they're having significant issues with pollution in the lake. I think that's all I've got to say, Dougal.
Good, thanks, Craig. It probably makes sense, rather than looking at the table now, even though chronologically that would make sense, if I just go on and we finish this presentation and then we run out of time, we're just in the table somewhere. So on page 3, our expectation of this RPS, something that weighs on a society with limited resources is the question as to whether we will have to appeal the RPS and present evidence of our environmental predicament for it to contain policy that is fit for the level of risk that we face. We have submitted that this RPS must now firmly drive down emissions and change behaviour. The ORC has indicated to us in the S42A report that some submission points we've suggested would be better suited to the Land and Water Regional Plan. The Land and Water Regional Plan has to give effect to the RPS. And while an RPS is less specific than what would be found in a plan, there is nothing to stop an RPS being quite explicit. Thus, if it can be so, plans would struggle to deviate. This is exactly what is now needed. And while we accept an RPS is not where you would usually set specific things for specific places, it can be where you can put a methodology that must be used by a land and water plan or any other plan. And that's from personal communication with Hamish Rennie. We understand that the commissioners can develop their own policy wording, provided it is justified on the material before them, and as long as it has been referenced in the submission and does not come as a surprise to other participants. It's also with communication with Hamish. Our submission has been presented with the support of specialists in the fields of RMA planning, risk management, energy and engineering, and the soil and land and soil and hydrology. We consider the commissioners can and should exercise full discretion in this RPS, given the rapidly shrinking window for meaningful response. On page 4, summary policy frame. We envisage the policies we have submitted working together, including the freshwater instruments, as follows. There will be visions that are founded in ecological imperatives and cultural authority that embed a philosophy of ecological gain for all land, rather than minimum damage. There will be firm policy embedding a progressive reduction in supplementary nutrient inputs to land. This incentivizes and hastens a shift to biological land use practice, which builds soil organic matter and replaces exogenous inputs with endogenous processes, such as mixed cropping, sward diversity, grazing management, etc. For enhanced organic matter drives improvements in soil condition, greenhouse gas emissions, enhanced carbon and soil storage, and water quality. There will be other policy controlling the use of other hazardous substances to further reduce risk to water quality. The National Policy Statement on Freshwater Management requires integrated landscape management to realise its goals. Specific policy will require local bodies to facilitate development of what are effectively catchment resilience plans based on managing natural and physical resources to optimise landscape function. Overall, then, the wise response approach promotes restoring ecosystem dynamics rather than focusing on managing individual domains. Our final comment. When failure is not an option, then the only rational response is to show moral leadership, get out in front and benefit from timely transition. Accordingly, our society wishes this RPS for Otago to send a message to the rest of New Zealand that we are not prepared to sit quietly and watch events taken out of our hands. The message of unequivocal policy will be that we want national level policy to follow suit ASAP. Indeed, given the constraints inherent in our political system, our mana whenua partners may offer most hope in this regard. Of one thing we can be sure, if we fail to act, nature will do so with the rough justice that she has always served on those who are too many and who take too much. So Commissioners, I don't know how you want to handle this table. Are you happy that we go through it and Craig and I just comment on the key points, or have you heard enough from us?
Well, it's fairly detailed, Mr. McCavish, would take a long time to go through, which I don't think there is time for. If there are particular points you want to highlight, then this is the option to do that.
Right.
Do that orally.
Yeah, well, if you don't mind, we'll have a wee go, and please stop us as soon as we run out of time. So the first the first four columns in the table are our original submission. The fifth column is we've gone through the S42A report and pulled out any specific comment that was made regarding that particular submission point, and then we've responded as we saw fit in column 6. So in the first one, it's regarding the idea of improving all water bodies rather than specific ones, and as far as we could see, the S42 report didn't address our proposal to protect and enhance all water bodies. In theory, if the values are to be protected, then the whole ecosystem is protected to the extent it affects or produces those values. This is the beauty of the RMA, as it also allows for those aspects that are not functionally important to maintaining the values to not need to be protected, and uses that do not affect the values are acceptable. So it's not locking up, so-called locking up ecosystems. I'd have to say that Wise response is a little bit unsettled on this point. Certainly in some cases, there needs to be the facility to protect bodies outright. Going over to our second point there regarding integrated landscape management, we are pushing this as a possible method for district and regional councils to pick up to progress the wider concept of integrated management in the RMA. And it's simply a more explicit expression of integrated management of natural and physical resources that's already there. A little further down, we give a definition for ILM. Over the page on page 7, we have proposed a method provision for insertion further down in the document. We've just brought it forward to that point, where district councils will have to facilitate community-based development and strategies that basically follow a integrated landscape management approach. On page 8 is the definition that we proposed, because in the S42 they said that they didn't know what we meant by ILM. ILM is actually an accepted practice in the UN, so it's not a left field idea. And that's one possible definition there on page 8. Page 9, policy there on that we proposed earlier on reducing pollution generally. It did not appear to have a response in the S42, and we basically want to confirm that we think that there should be stronger controls over the use of potentially harmful substances other than general fertilizer, that is. Going to page 10, visions and management. this concerns the relationship between local visions and national policy standards. And we just want to make sure that local FMU and Rohi visions don't undermine those higher levels. And we hope that Te Mana o Te Wai and Oranga Teo applied will help to temper any of the worst possibilities in that area. On page 11, we propose some changed wording. There's quite a lot of discussion throughout our submission on encouraging restoration over just simply protecting. And we propose some wording there that we think is basically sets in place a process rather than requires specific restoration. And that tends to be our approach where we run into difficulties like that. If we might better restore or return to pristine condition or whatever, but we can at least have a default of gain and make the exception not gain rather than the other way around. Just jumping ahead, I'm aware of time. You go to page 13, LWP13 concerns functional need. And our main point there is that typically cost can be a major influence in determining functional need, and seldom is there only one technical option for the placement of things in wetlands and other places, and we want to make sure that the word practicable is, or no, technically practicable is introduced into the hierarchy of determining whether something can happen or not, and that's on page 14. I think I should read this bit here. The distinction between protecting, enhancing, and restoring ecosystems and the application of the mitigation hierarchy maintains the existing trading off and bottom line mindset. Ultimately, even if compensation were possible, if an environment is sufficiently important or rare, the proposed activity can be prohibited in its own right. That requires the right criteria to be considered, and the proposal needs to contribute to achieving a low carbon economy. So we've suggested some wording change there, which again puts in place a consistent with achieving the required national emissions reduction pathways is the main caveat there. How are we doing?
Few more minutes left.
Yeah, righto. If we go to the most important policy, I think here is LS policy 20, which is on page 19. And it sets up, on page 20, it sets up the requirement for integrated landscape management approach to land use and the sort of objectives that would be looking to achieve. And yeah, on the center of page 20 there. If that one can be achieved, if that one policy can be achieved, it basically justify the whole submission, really, in my opinion. Something for Sir Alan Mark. He's very strong on tussocks, as you probably know, and I asked him whether minimising the removal of montane tall tussock was enough, and he said no, in the past, there's been a loss from Maori activity here and then some recovery, but the current pressures on tussock are such that we should be avoiding all further damage to montane tall tussock because it plays such an important role in capturing and releasing soil moisture in catchments. Yeah, I think that's those are the main points. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There may be some questions. I'll just see.
Yeah, thanks, Dougal. I'll try and keep it brief. You do raise quite a broad range of issues, but the last paragraph in your written submission, when you provide that quote, you refer to who are too many. And yeah, I guess that sort of just raises the issue for me where you talk about the economic viability of farming, agriculture and the role that plays in society, and maybe on a farm by farm basis, maybe that is achievable. But the world's sort of, and we've had this discussion before, it's, I just struggle to see in reality how that approach would actually feed the world as it is now, given most people in the world don't provide their own food. Most countries probably aren't self-sufficient in food. We serve quite a role in that. And fertiliser, when you talk about removing those sorts of inputs, have historically been the reason we have been able to feed the world as it is now. How do you see the future? Is it, because when you refer to too many people on the planet, my understanding of the world's population at the moment is largely driven by the fact that more people are living longer. It's not so much the birth rate that's contributing to that, is that people are actually living longer. So I'm not sure how we actually can address that issue through an approach that you're proposing.
Yeah,
I just jump in there.
Yeah, Greg, this is up your alley.
Well,
I don't have any answers, so hopefully you give me one.
I only have theoretical answers. So for the Canterbury Workers Education Association, I did a talk once looking at whether or not we can actually feed 10 to 11 billion people, which is the predicted peak population that we're going to get to at about 2060. And the theory goes that currently, with our current production, we can actually feed that level of population. There's just a significant, so the assertion by the UN that we need to increase production by 50% is actually incorrect. We need to seriously address things like food waste, and we need to change the way we look at our diets, and we can actually theoretically, in a perfect world, feed those people already with the production that we already have without bringing new land into production. And the majority of the population increase that we're likely to see is going to be in African nations, and African nations are actually the nations where we can achieve the most gains with respect to agricultural productivity. So even if we lose productivity in more developed economies such as our own, by very simple interventions in the likes of Africa, say even irrigation, supply of adequate irrigation, we can increase their productivity, and things kind of balance out. But yeah, probably not a particularly satisfactory answer from the fact that it's all theoretical, but
yeah, I guess
where there's a will, there's a way.
You said you used the word balanced out, but in reality, aren't you just transferring the problem from one place to another?
No, not necessarily. So with respect to African nations, if they skipped the entire what we call conventional agricultural methods and moved straight into organic methods, they would already achieve significant gains in production. They're just lacking very, very simple infrastructure. which would help them. So yeah, again, where there's a will, there's a way. It is very pie in the sky, shall we say, at this present point in time, but it can be done.
I think if I could just say that I think the point here is really that productivity, if we have to make these shifts for the bigger picture stuff like the climate change and energy and resource dependence, then we have to do that anyway, almost irrespective of the consequences. At 4 degrees, the science is telling us that only something like 1 billion people will be supportable in the planet. We're heading for currently something over 3 degrees, is my understanding, above historical levels. And so it seems to me that the question of productivity, whether we can sustain productivity with chemicals or without it, is secondary to that primary requirement to actually stabilize the climate and start living within the planet's resources.
Okay, thanks for that. Just in relation to your recommendations to P20, they're slightly different to your original submission. I'm not sure if there's scope to make those changes. And, on the face of it, it's kind of.
Sorry, is this a submission today, or is this the earlier submission?
This is your submission today, and just highlighting that it's slightly different to your original submission, the wording. So I'm not sure if there's scope for those changes. But what I was going to say about it is that when I read it, at first sort of take it's kind of what the RPS is about in a way, maybe slightly more detailed for an RPS. But yeah, I was just wondering if you had scope to make that change.
Yeah, look, I'm sorry, I don't quite understand what the question.
Well, the question is, you've made a submission on something and now you're coming along and sort of changing your submission, I guess. As whether you have scope to do that. But
right.
Yeah.
Look, that's a point. We're not planners. What we've tried to do is simply be constructive. The topics that we've covered here were all within the, that's why we put the table out that we have. You can see what we submitted on originally, and we're just simply trying to respond to the rebuttal, if there is one, in the S42. Yeah. And I guess it's up to your lawyers and planners to decide whether we're within scope or not.
Well, they'll have an argument about it.
Yeah.
Thanks very much for your submission of interest as always. Thank you.
Yeah. Good.
I just want to pick up on the last sentence in paragraph 23 of your submission today, and I'll read it out. It says, indeed, given the constraints inherent in our political system, our mana whenua partners may offer most hope in this regard. I'd be interested in just hearing what you really mean by that. I mean,
we, as a group, Wise Response has tried for nearly 10 years to simply shift thinking and amongst our leadership and amongst the general population from a growth model to a limits model, and it's become fairly obvious. We've actually even got to the point of running a workshop in the Beehive where only two or three ministers showed up, even though it was hosted by one of the MPs and was widely publicised. And it just becomes apparent that the politics of talking about less or limits rather than more is just unacceptable at a national political level. And that's why we're putting so much effort into working at a local level. And parallel to that, and more specifically about this phrase, is that the predominant paradigm is, as I say, this growth one. It's dominated by Western philosophy, and it's got us into big trouble. And my limited understanding of Maori philosophy and is that there's a much more sharing and limits focused, limits recognized approach there that may I hope may be able to promote this idea more effectively from the partnership perspective, rather than expecting it to come from the government structures such as they are now.
There's also intergenerational vision there, Dougal.
What's that?
That mana whenua also have intergenerational vision as well.
Yeah. Sorry, that's rather a long reply, and I'm not sure whether I've answered it, but that's basically it. We keep saying we need this step change, and it's hard to see it coming from our existing structures. And as I say, we're putting a lot of faith into local government policy to lead the way rather than national level.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Yeah, no, thank you. Just one question from me. I just wondered, in relation to the new policy you're proposing, where you're seeking to protect and enhance all water bodies, I'm just wondering if you could elaborate what you mean by protect in that instance. And the reason why I ask is that the NPSFM has a policy to maintain all water bodies, or where they're degraded, or where a community chooses to enhance. And I just, you're acknowledging there that you're wanting to go a bit further with that, but I just wondered what you sort of envisaged by protect.
Is this a specific policy or general? It's not easy to hear you.
This is the new policy that you're proposing, the first part of your table.
All right.
Yep.
Yeah, well, I don't know if Craig wants to butt in here, but basically protection and maintaining current status is what we see as a kind of a baseline, and then from there it becomes a springboard for looking for the gain philosophy that we are promoting. I mean, basically all of our environment is degraded, almost all of it to some extent, and it's being degraded by the climate anyway, even the pristine areas. So protect is a high bar, isn't it? Now, yeah.
I suppose I was just keen to understand, you're using the term protect, but is what's required by the NPSFM, to maintain where something's in a good above the bottom lines, and or enhance if the community wants it, and to enhance if something's degraded. Is that enough in your view, or are you striving for more than that? Yeah.
I think we'd be striving for an ecosystem approach. So if you have a water body that is protected, but it's downstream from well, for want of a bit of an example, a factory producing some kind of chemical, there's no point in protecting that water body, because there is a high chance it's going to be damaged or destroyed. So if you zoom back out and you look at the entire ecosystem and place well, again, to protect the entire ecosystem from further degradation would mean that there would be specific policy put in place to ensure that we can't damage the ecosystem anymore. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that does. Yeah, okay. No, thank you.
I just really wanted to conclude the observations or questions by the panel in relation to your paragraph 17, where you've referred to the fact that while an RPS is less specific than would be found in the plan, there is nothing to stop an RPS being quite explicit. The problem with that, though, is that the RMA has a framework which provides that the RPS lays down policies, but the rules, which is where really the rubber hits the road when it comes to minimum flow levels, for example, in rivers, or allocation limits or things of that nature, or the any limits in respect of nitrogen leaching or whatever it might be. All of those matters that, in terms of being looking for something explicit, has to await the rules in the plan. And I would just caution you when you do finally make the sort of decisions that you're talking about in terms of whether you put your effort into appeals on policies on the regional policy statement, or your efforts into the plan and the formulation of the rules, that you may find that you get a better outcome for the sort of direction and control that you're seeking, to be focusing on the rules, because it's there where the crunch comes. So I just make that observation to you. It's not a question. It's really for you to just consider as and when you make those decisions. All right.
Yeah. I guess we have actually tried to promote the general philosophy that I've outlined both in plans and in the regional policy statement, and we tend to get bumped back and forth, like, oh no, that's more appropriate for over, and that's must, and the high level stuff that we are presenting today is it seems to us is where this is the right place for it, but the plans need the direction. I mean, it may not be legally possible, but it would be highly desirable if the statement could make it unequivocal, or propose outcomes that are unequivocal, and perhaps methods on how to use, rather than, as you say, the particular rules about the quality or the the standards and all that kind of stuff. So I'm just hoping that you can see a way through there that's a win-win, if you like. It's very frustrating. You just kind of feel you never actually get the grip that is needed here, and there's always wriggle room.
Right. Look, thank you very much, and thank you both for the time and effort and thought that you put into your submissions.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
Government
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Craig.
Next one.
Yes, we are next. Thank you. we've got some. Kia tātou, members of the panel. I hope you had something to eat. Have you? Thank you very much for allowing us, Stephen Lamb and the Deer Industry New Zealand, to make a further submission, and particularly on this chapter. So I have with me Colleen Dossetti, who's here from Nelson, who's with Fletcher, Vortier and Moore. And I also have at the far end, Lily Lawson, who's Senior Environment Policy Analyst, who isn't giving evidence but is available if you had any questions relevant to that, her area of expertise. So if I could just go straight to our legal submission, if I may, and to the introduction. In these submissions, we rely on the duties and powers of the Otago Regional Council set out in sections 59, 60, 61 and 62 of the RMA. We submit that additional strong directive process policies need to be included in the LF chapter to give effect to the provisions of the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management and the National Policy Statement for Highly Productive Land. And these submissions build on our legal submissions made in February of this year on the Integrated Management chapter. We submit that the panel has jurisdiction to adopt the approach we advanced in paragraph 4E of our legal submissions on the provisions of the Integrated Management chapter, and that the High Court's judgment in the Otago Regional Council and Royal Forest and Bird Protection Society of New Zealand does not preclude that. You may or may not recall that our submission was that to facilitate uniformity in the region's integrated resource management regulatory framework, the panel should adjourn its final hearings to ensure that there is contextual and practicable convergence and alignment of the freshwater planning instrument provisions in the proposed RPS. We've been asked by the panel to address the submission in the context of the High Court's judgment. And as a matter of natural justice, we also seek leave to call an expert planning witness at the conclusion of the hearing to address how to achieve the integrated management purpose of the policy statement pursuant to section 59 of the RMA, and to evaluate the proposed amendments that may have come forward pursuant to section 32AA of the Act. And today we are calling two witnesses, Dr. Jane Crystal and Mr. Thomas Borchitson. Background to our submissions. The LF chapter addresses a significant resource management issue for the region, namely the use of the land and freshwater resources of rural Otago for primary production, including the production of food and fibre from dry stock farming. This significant resource management issue warrants a policy framework in a dedicated rural chapter in the same way that other significant resource management issues are addressed in domain chapters. Failing that, some extra process policies need to be included in the LF chapter. And you'll see in the footnote that we support Mr. Page's submissions on this point. The focus of the LF chapter is on giving effect to the MPS-FM and MPS-HPL in the context of integrated land and freshwater management, planning and decision-making. The MPS-FM identifies freshwater management units, FMUs, and the NPS-HPL refers to a different spatial management unit using the land use classification LUC system. The policy direction in the LF chapter also informs the development of land and freshwater plans and decision-making and the integrated management of these natural resources at a catchment and sub-catchment level. Beef and Land New Zealand and Deer Industry New Zealand evidence will address the critical importance of the ORC actively engaging with the farming groups at a catchment level and sub-catchment level when giving effect to the strong process policy directions in the national policy statements. Farmers are involved throughout Otago in numerous lake and river catchment groups to identify values, develop a vision and outcomes, and implement voluntary and self-regulatory initiatives
to promote the sustainable use of land and freshwater utilised for primary production. The community's views are central to implementing the provisions of the national policy statements. These need to inform the regulatory planning and decision-making processes of the IRC that must address integrated management of land and freshwater resources. Integrated catchment and sub-catchment management plans should include adaptive management processes to address uncertainty, complexity, and constantly changing information that characterises sustainable resource management. Adaptive management is a policy-directed process that involves establishing standards, targets, limits, and outcomes, and implementing monitoring and review processes. It can address ecological integrity, including biodiversity, climate impacts, and health, economic, social, and cultural benefits from the use of natural resources. Adaptive management is an effective precautionary risk management approach. Our witnesses will confirm that highly productive land for dry stock farming includes all land classified LUC 1 to 7. Without the ability to utilise LUC 4 to 7 land for breeding, dry stock farmers cannot fully utilise the LUC 1 to 3 land for finishing lambs. In 15, we repeated a submission, but I will read it, that we also proffered in February, because it's highly relevant to some, and particularly some of the questions that have just been asked. The Supreme Court held an Environmental Defence Society Incorporated and the New Zealand King Salmon Company Limited that a requirement to give effect to a policy which is framed in a specific and unqualified way may, in a practical sense, be more prescriptive than a requirement to give effect to a policy which has a higher level of abstraction. It also held that a policy cannot be a rule as defined in the RMA, but it may nevertheless have the effect of what in ordinary speech would be a rule. In this respect, the court referred to and applied a regional statement case, a policy statement case, Auckland Regional Council and North Shore City Council. It considered that a policy may be expressed in such directive terms that a decision maker has no option but to implement it. The directive policy language in the MPS FM and MPS HPL utilises the word must. It is important that the proposed regional policy statement replicates these strong directions in its policies. Therefore, it is necessary to strengthen the policy framework contained in the LF chapter by amending it to give effect to the strong process policy directions in the policy statements. The amendments sought by Beef and Lamb New Zealand and Dairy Industry New Zealand build on those proffered to the panel at the February hearing of the submissions on the IM Integrated Management chapter. Now, at this point, rather than read the next section, we've done what we did in February, and that was set out the relevant policies in the MPS so that you can see where this mandatory language sits and how the matters that we will be touching on, such as community engagement by the Regional Council, active community engagement and integrated management, is not an option. It's a policy direction that should be complied with. So for instance, in Te Manawa to Wai, we talked about where it says every regional council must engage with communities in the country, whenua, etc. And long-term visions for fresh water. Every regional council must develop long-term vision. And you can see that in 3C of 3.3, those visions must express what communities in tangata whenua want the FMU, part of the FMU, or catchment to be like in the future. The reason we are focusing on catchments and sub-catchments is that that is the unit that the community is working with when it comes to integrated management of land and fresh water. The FMUs in this policy statement cover huge, vast areas, many tributaries and many communities. Again, in the integrated management policy statement, again, you'll see in 1C, it refers to catchments. Again, the word must, we've highlighted that just so that there is no discretion there. And then the same, if we get into the implementation provisions of the National Objectives Framework, then it's really important to look at those provisions dealing with preparing action plans, because when you're dealing with community groups in a self-regulatory and voluntary way and trying to integrate that with the regulatory regime, then action plans for dealing particularly with adaptive management are an excellent approach. So what we've added, and it's in red, hopefully this time you haven't read. My photocopy skills. Yes. Thank you. So you can see there that we have suggested another policy. Oh, sorry, sir, have you not got?
No, I hadn't got over the process.
Oh,
there we are.
That's what we're suggesting here is that process policies are used, directive process policies, and not leaving it to methods, because methods are a method. This policy is a direction as to process these policies. And this is a policy that deals with adaptive management. There's not a sufficient, the wording in the current RPS is general. It talks about precautionary and things like in very general terms. But this would be helpful, we submit, because it would help in the establishment of plans and so forth as to where a catchment community group should be involved in the management process. Then again, in the we would refrain, we suggested that the method LFVMM3 should be reframed as a policy, and again, catchments and sub-catchments should be brought into that policy if you are going to give effect to the NPS. Now, moving on to the NPS HPL, you'll see there that we've set out provisions there which we are relevant to our submission. And our submission is very focused in terms of this HPL, NPS. We're particularly interested in the mapping, the ability to map beyond LUC classes for food production, for primary industry, so for productive land. So again, you'll see in 1.3, there's the interpretation, the definition of highly productive land, and there's reference to clause 3.4. And then in the integrated management, again, at 1A, there's an catchment level requirement there. And if we go over the page, you'll see the power, which is a power, it's discretionary, of regional councils to map land that is in a general rural zone or a rural production zone, but is not LUC 1, 2, or 3 land as highly productive land, if the land is or has the potential to be, etc., etc. So when we're dealing with food production from primary production, then one shouldn't just focus on LUC 1 to 3, because that's not how dry stock farms operate, and you'll hear evidence about that. And then again, in the district plans, you'll see, and I think Commissioner Cubitt mentioned this last time, the interface between the territorial authorities and the regional council on the mapping that's there. So we have sought in red another policy, which means if the regional council were to map highly productive land in accordance with 3.4 subclause 3, it must actively engage with the farming community and landowners. Now, because you're mapping someone's land, there needs to be a close engagement on whether as to productivity and that sort of thing. We believe it doesn't hurt to write that down. So there's no prevarication in that area. And then when it comes to the district plans, rather than rewrite the whole policy or the method which we would submit should be a policy, we have dealt with, when it comes to managing land use changes, that there's an attempt to avoid the loss of highly productive land that is used for as the potential for dry stock farming. Now, the reason we put that in is the reason, you'll hear the reason from the witness actually, and that is because an integrated farm management system covers all these levels. So it's not trying to be discriminatory here. It's because of the particular importance of dry stock farming to be able to produce food across different land classes. We now move on to our last submission, and Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure. I heard you say on the first day that you may now have a dual role.
We do. And initially we were appointed as a 4-person panel, and with a start date of 31 July, I think it was, which caused immediate problems in terms of timetabling for those hearings, because we need to get minutes out and set timetables. That was changed last night, so a new set of terms of reference was issued last night by Judge Newhook, yes. And it appoints the 4 of us again as the panel, but with effective date from 10th May. So as a close of evidence for this process, non-freshwater process, we then start wearing 2 hats. One for receipt of the reply from the council and deliberation under the non-freshwater, but we immediately will be issuing rather a timetabling minute for the freshwater part, which will come out in early May. So it resolves I'm interrupting the train of your submissions, but it really resolved in a practical sense that decision by Judge Neal resolves the issues as to whether we could talk to the other panel. We haven't got split brains, and so that those issues fall away.
Yes.
And you'll be pleased. I'm not sure whether you heard Mr. Logan open, but he opened on a basis that echoes what you've said in paragraph 8 of your submission, that we practically, in terms of trying to ensure that we do get an integrated document at the end of the day, we should really adjourn, in his view, and you've supported that in your submission, that we should adjourn to keep this process open whilst we hear the freshwater parts and then make final recommendations at the end. But it will still be complicated and messy because we have to make 2 separate decisions or sets of recommendations.
Yes. Oh, well, thank you very much for that. I think these submissions are important, irrespective of the constitution of the 2 panels, so that you're comfortable that there's nothing impeding that approach in terms of the High Court's ruling and also the provisions in the RMA, particularly the schedules, where the freshwater panel also looks at integrated management under clause 50, schedule 1, and also the non-freshwater panel. And then, of course, the different appeal provision. So I will go through it if you don't mind.
No, I'd like you to do so.
Yes, and a lot of it you may. Yes,
In a practical sense, some aspects of what I suspect you're about to address us on, in a practical sense, may drop away because we just have the one brain.
Oh, I think it's marvelous.
In a practical, in a technical legal sense,
Yes.
we've still got to follow two processes.
And another panel, maybe another occasion, there is two different panels, so this is big help. I hope. But congratulations on your schizophrenic role. So, and I hope you get home sometime this decade. Now, turning to paragraph 21, we do submit that the High Court's judgment does not prevent the panel from adjourning its final decisions until after the freshwater hearing panel has completed its report. Pursuant to the RMA, the panel has the power to adjourn its final decision. Our submissions are relevant whether or not the panel and the freshwater panel are constituted with the same membership. The dual planning process established by Section 80A and Part 4 of Schedule 1 requires that those parts of a planning document that relate to freshwater are to be subject to the new streamlined freshwater planning process, while the remainder is to be dealt with under the normal planning processes under Part 1 of Schedule 1. The following issues arise. Is there anything in the High Court's judgment that would prevent the panel from adjourning its final decisions until such time that the Council has received the freshwater hearings panel's report? And it may not be that you need to get that point where they've actually received it. I understand that. And if no, does the panel have the power to adjourn its final decisions? So that's the statutory power, if you like, to do that. Turning to the High Court judgment, this case concerned an application by the ORC for declarations involving the interpretation of the freshwater planning instrument provisions in Section 80A of the RMA. The central issue was whether the Council was correct in determining that the whole of the proposed RPS was a freshwater planning instrument and therefore subject to the streamlined planning process for freshwater planning instruments. The Council argued that the whole proposed RPS was a freshwater planning instrument based on an integrated approach to resource management, including recognition of the concepts of Te Mana o Te Wai and Ki Uta Ki Tai. It's submitted that effective decision-making under an integrated approach could not be segregated into two different planning processes. The High Court disagreed. It concluded that Parliament was neither intending nor contemplating that the whole of a regional policy statement which dealt with matters other than freshwater management would be subject to the freshwater planning process. Rather, issues relating to freshwater were to be identified as discrete matters. The Court said that it did not consider the Council's function of achieving integrated management of natural and physical resources and the requirement to recognise and give effect to Te Mana o Te Wai and to Ki Uta Ki Tai required it to treat the whole of the proposed RPS as a freshwater planning instrument. The Court said that in reaching this determination, it was not seeking to minimise the importance of integrated management or Te Mana o Te Wai, and we've set out the statements there for you. The Court thus concluded that the Council had erred in its decision-making and it remitted the matter back to the Council for it to determine which parts of the proposed RPS related to freshwater under a correct interpretation of law. We submit that procedurally there's nothing in the High Court judgment that would prevent the panel from adjourning its final decision on integrated management until the Council receives the recommendations or the report on freshwater from the freshwater hearings panel. The High Court judgment looked purely at process. It considered whether it was open for a regional council to treat parts of a regional policy statement that dealt with integrated management of natural resources as a freshwater planning instrument, so as to subject it to the freshwater planning process or not. The High Court held that it was not open for a regional council to do so. Only those parts of a proposed regional policy statement that related directly to freshwater could be treated as a freshwater planning instrument. Significantly, and this is, I think, at the nub of what we're dealing with, significantly, the High Court said that its decision did not mean that the fundamental concepts of Te Mana o Te Wai, Ki Uta Ki Tai, and integrated management can be disregarded at either stage of the dual planning process. The Court said, and I think I should read this out, sir, Such concepts will be fundamental to regional councils in the formulation of a proposed regional policy statement and to the Environment Court when it might have to consider issues arising out of a regional policy statement on appeal. To the extent those principles are relevant to matters that are not part of the freshwater planning process, those who consider such principles have not been adequately recognised by a regional council will have full rights of appeal to the Environment Court. The court is a specialist tribunal, well equipped to recognise the importance of integrated management of natural and physical resources and the fundamental concept of te mana o te wai. Submitters would not have such rights of appeal if the matters they were connected with are to be subject to the freshwater planning process. Thus, the court recognised the importance of the Environment Court being able to pull together issues relating to te mana o te wai and integrated management of natural resources on a day notice appeal. Therefore, we submit there is nothing in the High Court judgment that would prevent the panel from adjourning or delaying its final hearings on integrated management until such time that the council receives the report of the freshwater hearings panel. Now, the next question is, does the panel have the power to adjourn its final decisions until after the freshwater panel has reported? There is no explicit provision in the RMA conferring on the panel a power to adjourn its final decisions. However, the High Court in Genesis held that Section 21 and Section 272 has implicit within it powers of adjournment. And Section 21 of the RMA states, and we've set that out there, about avoiding unreasonable delay, where there's no time limit issues. In addition, the panel has the power in Section 39(1) to establish a procedure that is appropriate and fair in the circumstances. And we've set out that Section 39, subsection 1, and when one works through that, basically a local authority that holds a hearing in relation to a proposed policy statement shall hold a hearing in public and shall establish a procedure that is appropriate and fair in the circumstances. Therefore, we submit that sections 21 and 39 enable the panel to delay the final hearings on submissions on integrated management, should it consider it fair and appropriate to do so in order to achieve promotion of sustainable management of natural and physical resources pursuant to section 5. We submit that there is a reasonable and rational basis for granting an adjournment in the circumstances of this case. It is a well-established principle of interpretation. The Parliament should not be taken to have intended an absurd or incongruous result, and we refer to the Court of Appeal judgment there. The presumption against absurd results means Parliament did not intend unworkable results. We submit that an unworkable and incongruous result could arise if the panel were required to make final decisions on integrated management under the Freshwater Hearing Panel's recommendations on the provisions in the Freshwater Planning Instrument. I'm not sure I missed a word there.
No, I think you missed the word before.
I missed a word before. Yes. Section 15(9) of the RMA states the purpose of a regional policy statement is to achieve the RMA's purpose by providing an overview of resource management issues and the policies and methods to achieve integrated management of the resources of the whole region. The Regional Council must prepare and change its policy statement, a regional policy statement, in accordance with the functions under Section 30, subsection 1 of the RMA. Key function is the establishment, implementation, and review of objectives, policies, and methods to achieve integrated management of the natural and physical resources of the region. The regional policy statement has been described as the heart of resource management within that region. It is a significant document because of its impact on other statutory instruments throughout the region. Clause 50, paragraph D, Roman 1 of Schedule 1 requires the Freshwater Hearings Panel, when making recommendations on freshwater, to be sure that if the Council were to accept its recommendations, Section 59 of the RMA, amongst others, would be complied with. There is therefore a gap in the process. The only way the Freshwater Hearings Panel can ensure that it complies with clause 50D or 1 of the Schedule 1 is if this panel adjourns its final hearings until such time as the Freshwater Hearings Panel report is received. Faced with a situation of this type, we submit that a court would try to find a practical and workable interpretation of the two planning processes, as the Court of Appeal said in summary. Hence, whether it gaps is an awful lot, the usual statutory interpretation cases. Although Parliament contemplated dual planning processes for the matters that have to be dealt with in a regional policy statement, the matters that relate to freshwater are not standalone or separate from the remainder of the document. There is a clear nexus between the two planning processes in terms of section 59 of the RMA. An adjournment of the final decisions would enable a holistic and workable assessment of integrated management in terms of section 59 of the RMA. It would also promote a fair process in terms of section 39. A failure to allow an adjournment could lead to unworkable and incongruous outcomes that cannot have been attended. Therefore, we submit that it would be a proper use of the power in sections 21 and 39 of the RMA, or the powers, if the panel were to grant an adjournment and defer final decisions on submissions on integrated management until such time as the Freshwater Hearings Panel's report is received. So, sir, that is, I've tried to cover all bases just in case that were to, if there was something that was worrying me about.
Very helpful indeed, some of them that particularly the reference to, I think I've probably turned the mind to the other provisions, but I hadn't turned the mind to that provision, clause 50D1 of Schedule 1. And, yeah, that's very helpful. So thank you. Thank you for those. Thank you very much. There may be some questions, I'm not sure, from other members of the panel, but I wanted to just raise one matter with you, and that was your paragraph 10. Stress that suggested a dedicated rural chapter in the same way that other significant resource management issues are addressed in the main chapters. One of the problems with that is, which I raised this morning, and you wouldn't have been here, with Mr. Page, is just looking at the New Zealand planning standards. And I've left him the opportunity by close of 5 p.m. next Tuesday to come back to us in writing with submissions as to whether the New Zealand planning standards are a barrier to that, or whether they leave a door open. Now, I really need, given the strength of your submission, paragraph 10, to make that offer to you as well. And obviously it's up to you and your clients as to whether you combine with Mr. Page, but it would be helpful if you did. If the two council could have a joint position on that. But it's certainly an issue which hasn't been addressed by Mr. Page's submissions or by yours.
Yes.
It's a practical problem, but some of the wording in the New Zealand planning standards in relation to table 2, I think it is, of the planning standards are very directory, and they use the word must in a similar way that you've been stressing here. So we just need some views on that, and we would like to have them, and I'm sorry for the time pressure, but we'd like them by next Tuesday so that council and part of their reply can address that if they wish to.
Yes, certainly. That has major implications around the country, if that is the case, because I just looked at the Marlborough RPS and it's got a whole chapter on protecting royal land for primary production and all the provisions, which
I think from memory, I was on that, and I think from memory, the New Zealand planning standards came out just after we deliberated, or at the time we deliberated. Really? I can't recall, but I'm not sure whether I can't remember. I can't remember whether we were bound by them. We may have ignored them. I'm not sure. I can't recall. But they have gathered a head of steam as time's gone on since.
Yes.
And understandably, because they are directorate, regional councils, district councils have seen it as being absolutely necessary that they abide by the chapter headings and the layout. And there are some outs, and really what we're seeking your assistance on it. I'm not imagining that we'd probably be more than 3 or 4 pages that absolute must. Right.
No, well, thank you for that opportunity, because I realise that the plan standards probably influence whether there's an integrated management chapter in this document.
Well,
yeah.
And we're if they are mandatory, we'll do without issues. Do they have to sit in the LF provision, or do they have to sit in the UFD, or do they sit in the integrated management?
Well, so that's why we've got this alternative submission, that if you can't have a rule, the domain chapter, then you have to use this integrated land and freshwater chapter to deal with integrated management of those natural resources.
Yeah, and
so that's and we've tried to present approaches that would allow for a process to do that and pick up all the values that involved with the with the catchments and so forth. So it's the only way we can see that happening, where you can still pick up the benefits and the positive outcomes, positive effects under Section 3, all those sorts of things. It has to be in this chapter, and of course the integrated management chapter, that was at a higher level. So we really focused on processes to try and work through this rather than come up with changing. And we will be calling evidence. I should have said that. We'll be calling evidence on before you as a fresh water plan that has a lot more focus on the catchment management and the of fresh water and integrated management to some extent. So thank you. I'll discuss it with my learned friends. I'm sure it's got the answer already. They want to stand up and present it now.
I didn't see Mr. Page sitting there.
No, thank you.
Just as well, you can score Mr. Page, or you might have made some.
I thought he might have been back in his office writing his submission.
Someone else is doing that.
Yeah, power of delegation. Right. So
I'm not sure whether there are any other questions. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Just one.
Yes.
And relates to everything you've been talking about in the panels, but it is a factual thing. In your paragraph 12, you're talking about needing, and you've referenced the long-term vision for fresh water, which are the blue bits, but particularly 3C, express what communities in Tonga Whenua want. The question is, and we've heard it from all the other submitters as well, that the communities do operate at a catchment level. The visions aren't at a catchment level, but they're already in the plan. They've already been articulated.
Yeah.
And now for the next thing, how do we deal with that through this?
Exactly.
If we can.
Yes, no, well, that's certainly exercised our mind, because it's not as if we're dealing with party FMUs. They're whole, we think, large, massive. But we're saying there is enough in the MPs to be able to, when you're dealing with integrated management of land and water, to be able to deal with the catchment at a catchment level, because those words are in those policies. We refer to catchment, sub-catchment. So, and that may be the only way to deal with it. Otherwise, the regional council is going to have to break up those FMUs somehow and get it into the policy statement, which is probably not going to be an attractive idea.
So were you suggesting there that a comment in the RPS or policy that says when you come to do your land and water plans, they have to be further broken down into catchments or sub-catchments,
well,
or managed in that way rather than?
Yes. When we come to when you're wearing your other hat, we will be actually focusing on how you actually deal with integrated management with FMUs of this size. when you're dealing with so many communities and so many tributaries and so many catchments, particularly if you look at the lakes, catchments of those lakes and all that. And we're saying really, if they're going to focus purely on catchments, FMUs of that size, and believe that they could actually apply limits and targets and that are meaningful, they'll have to try and align the sub-catchment and catchment, the tributary stuff, and set some standards on a part FMU basis. I think that's the only way it will work. Otherwise, we get a situation where it's easy to have a huge FMU as a vision, and but the level of engagement on the vision for that, one wonders how active it was in terms of the different communities within that area. Commissioner, I am talking about land and freshwater at the moment in these submissions, rather than just the freshwater.
Yeah, we're all talking about it. We're not talking about freshwater.
Yeah, just,
Can I say that whilst that 3.3 was highlighted blue, the reason I'm just letting this discussion carry on is because the anticipated environmental outcome was coloured white and it related to the freshwater vision in this section. So there's a bit of leeway to allow this sort of discussion to occur. But having said that, it's probably pretty plain that the detail of submissions in relation to 3.3 will need to wait for the next process.
Yes, yes. Of course, it's so artificial, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
So artificial, but unfortunately, you're now going to have a dual. So, but I think it comes back to the integration. It's the clause 50 point, and there's plenty in the MPS to deal with that and direct them how it should be dealt with. But no, I'm not. We didn't challenge the regional council's exercise of discretion as to what the freshwater that was accepted. So we're not taking the point that this document's not helpful or anything. We realise that on a strict interpretation of the High Court's directions, it's open to the regional council to do exactly what it's done.
Yeah, a couple of times in your presentation, and particularly under the section on the High Court judgment,
yes,
you use the words, and I think quite deliberately, te mana o te wai and ki uta ki tai. You know, those, whilst they are often juxtapositions, they aren't always used together in the same breath. And given, I will acknowledge that Ngāi Tahu were the ones to really highlight ki uta ki tai in the way in which now the rest of us are using it. So I give them due credit for that. But I think if I think about this a bit more widely and strategically, my sense, my gut feeling is that ki uta ki tai hasn't yet gained the sort of notoriety, whatever the word is, that it fully deserves. Because I think if you go out even outside of this particular exercise we're doing at the moment, I'm thinking ahead, if there are other RPSs, for example, other national policy kind of statement scenarios similar to this one, that the ki uta ki tai concept or principle is one that might usefully be utilized or sort of encompassed in the broader sort of narrative that we use. And I raised that because it caught my attention, and I'm saying he's using this quite deliberately in some ways.
Yes. Yes. No, thank you. I did use it deliberately because integrated management,
yes,
that's what it speaks to, doesn't it? It's a Ngāi Tahu approach. And when you look at what's happened in the other areas like Canterbury, with the Kaitapu Grove is they are looking at on the catchment management plan from the mountains to the sea. So on the Selwyn, for instance, you come out of Lake or whatever, and the integrated management is very much a community. The community's engaged in that. Of course, Ngāna Whenua is central to that.
Yes.
So, and when you look at the Mahinga Kai,
yeah, I just think there's so much more scope to be using the sort of philosophy that underpins Ki Uta Ki Tai than we're doing at the moment. And I'm really heartened that this process is kind of starting to bring that up and it's highlighting it. And I think, you know, there are a number of iterations or bends in the road along the way that are waiting us to further, you know, sort of refine and that sort of stuff.
and Commissioner, I do believe that concept must be used in a policy document.
Yeah, well,
it must be used in a policy document. If you're going to start writing rules on the basis of that, it's not effective under Section 32.
Okay, no, that's all. I just wanted to highlight that.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, just one. I was just actually looking at clause 50 subsection D, Roman 1 of Schedule 1, to find that it's my version anyway. It says it's been repealed. I was just wondering if there was something similar that replaced it or not.
Yours has been repealed.
Yeah, it says repealed on 1st of July 2020 by Section 103 subsection 3.
It's still in my schedule. It's this one. Sorry. This, the Brooker annotations haven't been kept up to date in my chambers, which is a possibility.
Yeah, no, Sections 50D.
No, I think I had a feeling it was still there, extant, because I.
I'm just so wrong, just to make sure.
Well, no, I'll check on it.
I'll be grateful because it was my king hit point.
Sorry.
A freshwater.
I better read that one.
A freshwater hearings panel and formulates must have regard to and D would be complied with Section 59. What's repealed? Is it just one of the
Actually,
sections?
maybe the hearing, maybe it's just the hearing that's been repealed. My reading is wrong. No, I think I'm reading it wrong. I just saw repealed at the top. Repealed in the, am I right there? It's just the hearing.
Oh, it's just a heading.
Fuel, okay.
No, I'm very grateful. Thank you very much for that observation.
Fuel. I thought you'd be more on to it than I am on this matter.
No, I'm just grateful that our Brookers is up to date.
Thank you. That's it.
Right. Thank you. That's the end of questions to you, Dr.
Yes, thank you. We now have two witnesses and they have both prepared summaries. Have you got those summaries? Perhaps if you could, or Dr. Crystal first. And I might add that Dr. Crystal was here when Dr. Anderson was just presented some evidence. So it may be that, because that's her area as a scientist, so it may well be that explore some of those. So, Dr. Crystal, can you please introduce yourself and also explain your role within beef and lamb, because that's set out in your principal evidence, but if you could do that, please, and then read from it.
Kia ora koutou. My name is Jane Marie Crystal. My role with Beef and Lamb is Principal Science Advisor, Farm Systems and Environment. And so that covers, environment covers nutrient losses to water, soil quality, as well as greenhouse gas emissions. So my qualifications and experience are set out in paragraphs 2 to 15 of my brief of evidence dated 23rd of November. Today, I'll give a brief summary of my evidence in chief and then make additional comments on relevant work that I've been involved in since writing my evidence, and also the changes recommended by Beef and Lamb New Zealand and Deer Industry New Zealand. Sheep and beef farms are complex and diverse. They are predominantly low input, and a particular farming system operated is designed to match animal feed demand with pasture and feed supply. The climate is important to dry stock as the farming system adopted relates directly to the climate, soils, and topography of that farmer's location. Farmers adopt an integrated management of the natural resources to optimise their farming businesses. My evidence highlighted the complexity of dry stock systems and the implications of regulatory response to the complex and multifaceted aspects of the farming business and environment. It is this reason that policy direction must recognise the diversity in farm systems and provide for bespoke management while enabling adoption of innovative responses that best address the impact of farming on the environment. There is an inextricable link between agricultural land uses and freshwater quality. In particular, losses of nitrogen, phosphorus, sediment, and pathogens from farming systems and practices to surface and groundwater can ultimately impact on the health of freshwater ecosystems. The scale and magnitude of the impacts from agriculture on freshwater depend on a range of factors, including the type, scale, and intensity of land use, farming systems and practices, along with environmental conditions such as climate and the geology and topography of the farm and catchment. So if I talk about new information, in addition to my evidence from 23rd of November, I have been asked to give an update on the economic work program I have been involved in. This was initiated by the Otago Regional Council in the second half of 2021 to form a better understanding of the use of freshwater in Otago's economy. The reporting and analysis in the main report covers 6 industries in Otago: sheep and beef, cattle, deer, arable and dairy farming, as well as horticulture and viticulture. I was involved in phase 2 of this work, where I led the analysis done for the sheep and beef section in the report titled Otago's Rural Businesses and Environmental Actions for Freshwater. 16 case study sheep and beef farms were modelled to assess the impact of different environmental actions on those businesses. The environmental actions covered the following general topics: water quality, biodiversity, land use change, irrigation efficiency, and fertiliser use. Changes to the LF chapter. With regard to the National Policy Statement for Highly Productive Land relating to land classes LUC 1 to 3, sheep and beef production and deer occurs on a range of land classes 1 to 7, both within a farm and across different farms. Within an integrated farming system, land LUC classes 4 to 7 can be utilised as highly productive land. An example of this is producing lands for finishing on those LUC classes 1 to 3. And this is an efficient way to make effective use of those highly productive soils. Without the breeding country, dry stock farmers are less able to realise the potential of those highly productive soils of LUC classes 1 through 3. In terms of Beef and Lamb New Zealand and Deer Industry New Zealand's recommendations, I agree with the inclusion of LF/LS P20, mapping of highly productive land, and community engagement, where the Regional Council must actively engage with the farming community and landowners when mapping highly productive land. Those with the grassroots knowledge of catchments and the interconnectedness of farming systems in their area are best placed to most accurately identify areas of land that are considered highly productive, and these are not necessarily just LUC classes 1 to 3. I also agree with the inclusion of 1C and LF/LS P24 in district plans. Significant areas of productive dry stock land has been blanket planted in pine forestry in response to the carbon market. The loss of land and reduction in beef and sheep meat production has implications for rural communities and the regional and national economy. Mr. Burt outlined in his evidence the significant financial contribution at both the regional and national level that sheep and beef farming have.
Now,
Dr. Crystal, would you be able to just touch on the opinion of Dr. Anderson when it came to the nitrogen loading in terms of dry stock farming rather than dairy?
Yeah, so I agree with a lot of what Dr. Anderson said in terms of intensity of land use. With the Otago work, the farms, that sheep and beef farms, their nitrogen leaching losses range from 3 to 17 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare per year. And that's extremely low when we have other land uses that it can be over 100 kilograms. Or the average considerably higher than those losses. For example, the losses from pines in native areas is 3 kilograms. So sheep and beef farming is at definitely the lower end of those losses. So I just wanted to be clear that sheep and beef farming, particularly in Otago, is extensive and low input in comparison to a lot of other uses. And in terms of nitrogen fertiliser, sheep and beef farms don't utilise it in the same way that, say, a dairy farm might, where nitrogen is applied regularly over the entire farm. Dry stock farms usually use it perhaps on the areas that might be for supplementary feed, so for silage. It's not applied over the entire farm. In the areas that it is applied over, the average nitrogen might be 20 kilograms per hectare per year. Whereas, an example, I guess, we've got the restrictions on nitrogen from the regulatory restrictions at 190 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare per year. And obviously, if they're having those restrictions, it's because there are land uses that are applying well above that. And dry stock just aren't doing that. And a part of that is the fact that the systems that farmers are operating are in harmony with the land and the pasture that is grown in those systems. And that's why we've got such diversity amongst our systems, particularly in Otago. There's such diversity in climates and rainfall patterns. So therefore, we've got different amounts of feed grown and those patterns grown, and the farming system on each farm is tailored to match that response. And so fertiliser is used just tactically rather than strategically. So it's not used to enable farmers to carry more and to grow more grass year on. It might be in response to a drought or just particularly for a crop or something like that.
Can I also ask you to touch on the issue of sediment traps, because soil conservation is part of within your area of expertise, and how the work on farm environment plans can influence approaches there? Would you?
So I guess farm environment plans, just to start with, is something that I see as the best way to effectively achieve reductions of contaminant loss from farms. And that's because we have such a range in farm systems and the topographies and the soils, and the inherent risks and opportunities of each farm is so different that you actually need to tailor your mitigations to that particular farm. The other thing that's really good about them is that farmers are involved in the process and are recognising the risks on their property, and they often come up, and I think we saw some photos this morning of ways to mitigate that those of us who sit behind a desk don't come up with, but farmers who are on the land and they understand the risks and the drivers for risk, they come up with some really unique situations, some really unique solutions. And so policy needs to enable those unique solutions and their innovation to occur. In terms of sediment traps, they're a really good way to capture sediment and reduce that risk if they're placed in the right place. And if the rules, there can be problems with rules where you can't excavate, or you might need to get consent. So I guess balancing the potential opportunities with anything that might deter farmers from taking up those mitigations. A lot of the science shows that we can cap that sediment is lost from what we call critical source areas. So from one small part of the farm or the paddock, we see a lot of that sediment loss. And so we can tailor our mitigations to that area.
Thank you. Would you answer any questions, please?
Yeah, thank you very much for that. And I guess all the evidence we've heard over the last day or so actually verifies exactly what you've just told us. And I noted in your evidence, choose paragraph 80 actually sums all that up, but no one size fits all. Yeah, so it was good to professionals and on the land people actually agreeing.
Yeah.
One question I had though was around, you know, the drive to protect the class 4 to 7 land. And the MPS is sort of come from the 1 to 3 land because that's the stuff that's generally under 3, because urban development has always occurred beside the most productive soil because it produces the veggies and fruit. So the other stuff isn't probably developed so much. So my question really is, does it really need to be protected because it doesn't appear to me to be under threat?
I think we
maybe from trees, that's a different story.
From trees, I think we are definitely, that land is definitely under threat from trees. And I think that to enable the potential of that 1 to 3 land, particularly in Otago, where farms are so interconnected and the businesses are so interconnected, what occurs on that land actually impacts what's happening on the 1 to 3. In some areas you'd find that potentially is quite significant, which is where I think you need to be speaking to those on the ground in those catchments to fully understand in their catchment what areas might be considered highly productive and supporting of that 1 to 3 land.
Here's the problem with the tree issue is that we have a national environmental standard which avoids that any regulation there. So, the only other question I had, I'm not sure if it's a question, but Dr. Anderson's evidence talked about regenerative farm practices. And just wondering your experience around that, because there is suggestion, yeah, well, that's great for 2 or 3 years, but then productivity actually drops right off. Have you been involved in that space?
So I haven't been involved in that space in terms of farming experience in that space, but I am well aware of the science and the discussions in that area. Are you willing, am I okay to continue? So yes, so I guess some of the thoughts that I had in relation to Dr. Anderson's evidence is that on a global scale, where we're talking about regenerative agriculture overseas, a lot of the soils there have been severely degraded over many years of cropping and consistent cropping. We haven't got that in New Zealand. We've got really young soils, they're very high, they've got high carbon, and the farming systems are just so different that actually we're struggling. And when I say we, I'm talking at an industry level, and I guess the experts across the sector, and I've got quite a lot of colleagues at Ag Research, we have these discussions in terms of what exactly are you talking about when you're defining regenerative agriculture, because a lot of us consider that New Zealand pastoral systems actually are regenerative agriculture compared to these intensive systems that we see overseas. So I do believe that our systems are not degrading the soils in the way that was occurring overseas. The other thing that, and I do know that scientists that I have been in discussions with do have concerns about those and what's going to have that long-term impact, as you were sort of saying, in New Zealand in terms of, yes, they're seeing some results in the first few years, but actually what's going to happen, because you cannot continually take nutrients from from the land and not return them. It's just, it doesn't balance. I note that in Dr. Andrews' evidence, the references were all overseas references, and that's because of the it's a new industry or area in New Zealand. But we have to take into consideration different farming systems, very different soils, a different starting point for those. And I don't think we would be seeing a similar impact in New Zealand because we've got such a higher starting base.
And you've answered the second part of that question about those overseas studies and the relevance to New Zealand. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
We keep being told repeatedly how complex farming systems are. And you make a reference to that in paragraph 29 of your evidence in chief, which for me cuts to the quick, because the statement you make there is all these things that farmers have to deal with don't just come one at a time. They all come at once almost. They're on top of you. So you're having to deal with everything all at once, which is the sort of Kitai thing I raised with Mr. Somerville earlier on. And I'm not sure what my question is, but it's just to sort of re-emphasize, I suppose, that integrated management systems, farming systems, frameworks that I've been hearing about all today. I mean, I asked a question earlier on, what is integrated farming management? I'm sure that I got an answer, a response that satisfied my curiosity, because there's a bit of it is amorphous. It's hard to actually define it. And yet, my gut feeling is that it's actually quite simple. Very is, I mean, it's a package that everyone has to live with every day. You're dealing with everything all at the same time. And I mean, I go so far as to argue that, I mean, integrated farming is no different from just farming in my book. There might be a dictionary that sort of defines integrated farming different from farming, but what's your view on that?
So I guess within a farm, so for a particular farmer, yes, integrated farming is the same for this farmer and this farmer, in that they are dealing with everything that we heard this morning, all staff and health and safety and all our different environmental policies. Sheep and beef farms, as well as that, there is integrated farming within farms. So say a dairy farm or something might just, they milk and then they might have a bit of a runoff block. But sheep and beef farms often have, they are buying and selling animals between farms because one might have a farm in the high country and they've got breeding stock, and they, and they can get some lambs, they can't finish them, or if they do finish them, actually it takes a lot longer. So it's better off that they sell them and that's integrated to another farm who then can buy
replacement stock.
Yeah, and the other thing, I guess, that just came to me as I said that, is that it's making efficient use in terms of our greenhouse gas emissions. So if you're finishing a lamb quickly, then the best way to get that lamb on a plate in our European market is to grow it as quickly and as efficiently as we can. If our hill country and high country farmer is trying to finish that lamb, then by the time it gets to the plate in Europe, the GHG emissions per kilogram of product are significantly higher. And so what we need to be doing is making efficient use of our resources, and sheep and beef farms in particular do that by sharing the journey from from birth through to plate in a way across our farms to make the best use of the resource across the region and across the different farms.
Yeah, because you use the greenhouse gas emissions scenario as an example of the sort of thing I'm talking about. Yeah.
So I am a certified greenhouse gas advisor. and have been involved in some of the Hewok Ekanoa.
Thanks very much. That's all I have. Thanks.
Yeah, no questions from me. Thank you.
Just a couple of issues if I can. Can you just walk me through and explain what the purpose really is of table 1 at your paragraph 89? Give a description, but I'm still struggling with it. Sorry.
Oh, so this is just showing the changes in soil carbon. When you change from a low producing grassland, so that might be some of our hill country, or for example, probably some of that land that Kelly Heckler showed photos of earlier.
The Lorna area.
Pardon?
The Lorna area.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So our lower producing grasslands, and then the land uses from that, the change in soil carbon. And so I guess in terms of that first one, the low producing grasslands got say 106 tonnes of carbon per hectare, and then it's got those different other categories down below. And a negative means that that's that amount less than those low producing. So we can see that other than vegetated wetland, which has more carbon per hectare than the low producing grasslands, all the others have different levels of less carbon, soil carbon, than our low producing grasslands. So we look at them when we think they're low producing, but actually they're storing that soil carbon. So even our natural forests have got less carbon than those grasslands that Kelly and Emma and others are farming. And our high producing grasslands have slightly less as well. And our crops, significantly more. And that's, as I think Kelly mentioned, the turning over of the soil and the losing of that soil carbon.
Right. Yeah. Okay. And the only other issue that I just want to cover with you is I'm still struggling a bit with the paragraph 59. So it's the same sort of issue that Helen Cuban was, I think, struggling with possibly too. As I read it, you correct me if I'm wrong, but as I read it and as I hear your oral responses today, you're saying, look, the reality is if you've got an integrated farm situation where you've got LUC 1 to 3, but you're actually raising some breeding stock on 4 to 7, you might be finishing those on the 1 to 3. So therefore you should be regarding that as, highly productive land. But is it really? I mean, it is an integrated type of approach, but you're not actually, when I say land, sorry, soils, it's not really highly productive soil per se in 4 to 7. It's just that it has a function that happens to enhance the production that you get off 1 to 3. Am I really too simplistic in that?
In terms, I guess it enables the opportunity of that LUC 1 to 3.
To be enhanced.
To be enhanced or to be realised. So if we didn't have that land, then sheep and beef farming wouldn't be profitable on 1 to 3. You would actually see that land being, if you had to have your breeding stock on that land. So if we lose the other land classes, then 1 to 3, having breeding stock on that is not going to be financially viable, and you'll see other land uses there. So you'd actually see quite a loss from the sector. I also, I guess, in terms of being highly productive, I think that the use of using that land to rear animals or to breed animals is actually a highly productive use of that soil, and probably one of the, rather than putting into plant, trees or something. So I guess, yeah, it is the holistic, when we look at it holistically, it just makes that highly productive because it's an entire system.
You mentioned that possible other option of, planting, and we keep hearing that permanent forest for carbon credits, etc., is far more productive in terms of dollars in the pocket than for beef and lamb at the present time. What's your view on the effectiveness of that type of carbon credit system in reality for fighting climate change? Do you have a view?
Yes, I do have a view.
That's called a swing ball.
Yes, I have a view. I think it's extremely short-sighted. I think it locks up land. It's that the value is realised for the current generation. It then locks that land for future generations can no longer receive value from that land. Once you sort of get those carbon credits, you can't harvest it, or you need to keep. I also think that it has significant negative impacts on rural communities. You lose all your shepherds and your farming families. You lose then your rural businesses, so you're going to lose your rural schools. You're going to lose the communities, the hubs, because it just doesn't, particularly compared to even plantation forestry, where you've got to do your pruning and your thinning and those sorts of things. That's not occurring. There are also, I've heard anecdotally, concerns about fire risk because these aren't being maintained, because it's just a plant and claim your credits. So I think it's hugely risky and short-sighted, and I have serious concerns.
Have you done any work in terms of looking at the water uptake from the forest?
No, I haven't.
Yeah. Thank you very much for your efforts. It's been very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Tom Orchardson, who's going to present. And Tom, would you be good enough to also set out what does you do for
Thank you, Dr. Somerville. Yes, my name is Tom Orchardson. I'm employed by Beef and Lamb New Zealand in an environment capability role, manager role for the South Island. And this role aims to build environmental capability of sheep and beef farmers to improve overall environmental outcomes on farms. I'll go through a summary of my evidence and then into some supplementary evidence. As you've already heard this morning from some of the evidence and submissions from farmers, sheep and beef farming in Otago involves a large degree of complexity and diversity due to the spatial and temporal variations in physical landscape, climate, biological systems, and social factors. Flexibility is needed in farming systems and within communities to allow for adaptive and innovative responses that can be targeted to specific land uses and locations at specific times to achieve desired outcomes. Collaborative community scale responses, such as catchment groups, can address relevant local issues and explore opportunities to strengthen communities, allowing them to be more sustainable and resilient. External stakeholders need to actively engage with communities and catchment groups to provide appropriate support. Mana whenua are important partners and stakeholders in the community and can make important contributions to catchment groups, which can lead to improved community and environmental outcomes. Farm planning can help farmers understand their contributions to catchment, freshwater and environmental outcomes, and help to inform decisions about appropriate on-farm management actions. The farm planning approach can provide the necessary flexibility that is needed by farmers and allow them to adaptively manage and respond appropriately to internal and external pressures while remaining profitable and environmentally sustainable. Farm planning also allows for an integrated approach to the management of natural resources, which all have a degree of interconnectedness. For example, changes made to the land or soil can impact what happens in waterways, or changes in vegetation and native biodiversity may result in changes to waterway or land resources. Catchment groups and communities need to be actively engaged with by regulators and stakeholders to ensure that community views and voices are adequately and appropriately represented in policy decision-making. Having successful conversations and listening to catchment groups and community members will lead to better community connections and development of trusted relationships. Trust within the community and with stakeholders and regulators will allow the community to successfully respond to risks and opportunities and result in improved environmental outcomes as well as improved community well-being. Communities have a vested interest in local issues, and by helping them develop their own values and goals, the community can work collectively towards them, increasing the likelihood of those values and goals being achieved. Communities need to be able to respond in a flexible way to particular issues so that innovative and appropriate actions can be taken. Better outcomes can be achieved when communities and individuals are able to respond adaptively to change. I support the changes recommended by Beef and Lamb New Zealand and Dairy Industry New Zealand. I won't. Deer Industry New Zealand, DINS. Sorry, I beg your pardon. And they are integrated catchment and sub-catchment adaptive management, community involvement, mapping of highly productive land and community involvement, and the district plans. This next section there's been a recently released report entitled Where to Next for Catchment Groups by Jim Sinner and others at the Cawthron Institute. And this report investigated catchment groups and case studies from around New Zealand, and I was part of the policy advisory group as part of that report. They defined a catchment group as focusing on an area primarily defined by catchment boundaries, acting to address a challenge or seize an opportunity by working together rather than as individuals, having an ongoing commitment and action from the people who live in or have a connection to the catchment and are exercising responsibility for land and water within their property boundaries. The report found examples of groups showing leadership and learning about the health of local waterways, taking responsibility and acting together to restore freshwater ecosystems, developing relationships between tangata whenua and farming communities, acting to restore the mana of people and water. The paper by Sinner et al. Made 30 recommendations, and I'm not going to go through all the recommendations, but I will give you the headings that those recommendations fell under. Understanding catchment groups, tangata whenua, building wider relationships, catchment groups and freshwater policy, capacity and capability over the long term, and tracking progress. The report outlined the increasing regulatory pressures on catchment groups and made a number of recommendations, including freshwater policy that encourages and rewards catchment groups, policy agencies building and improving communication and relationships with catchment groups, and being realistic about the expectations and support needed by the groups. Improving relationships and building trust between catchment groups and tangata whenua. The catchment groups needing to be adequately supported and resourced, including access to funding, expertise, data, information sharing, partnerships, and reduced consent requirements. A long-term view is needed for funding and support. Agencies, and the last point there was agencies supporting relationships and building between catchment groups and tangata whenua and providing resources to allow for this. The next point there, my 18, I've got basically it's a list of current catchment groups within Otago. Some of them, there's different definitions of catchment groups. And so within this, there are 43 groups that I've included in there, and they range from umbrella groups, which have a pastoral care over a wider area with some subgroups in between, and there's some subgroups where they exist. I've noted them down, so I've included them all in there. It's not necessarily a full or complete list because just depending on definitions and how they're determined, but I've included those in there just for your reference. Just at the back, I've also got the reference for that paper that I've just discussed. I've also got 2 other references there just from omissions that were in my main evidence. Thank you.
Before you answer any questions, can you confirm therefore that the catchment groups cover both lake catchments and river catchments?
Yes, they do, that's correct.
Answer any questions.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Orchardson. It's almost like you read my mind in terms of the questions I'm going to ask you, because it was around this and you've pretty much just addressed it and highlighted the importance of these catchment groups. And from what we've heard today as well, it almost looks like the answers are already there in a lot of these issues. And I guess that key thing, I guess, is one, how is it being implemented, those recommendations? Who are those recommendations going to? Is it a focus at regional council level, or where is it heading?
Yes, that research paper or report, at least, it's got a wide target audience. It's definitely targeted at government agencies, regional councils, but it's also meant for the catchment groups themselves, and also the members within those groups. So it's a very wide ranging, but there is a quite a heavy policy slant to that particular report. So I think it's hoped by the writers of that report that it will be definitely looked at by regulators and policy decision makers.
Yeah. So it's a 2023 report. So it's
yes, it's just recent. It's literally just been released in the last few weeks.
The other question I have for you is kind of related to this, because you talk a lot about farm management plans. You might have heard there's so many different variations of those, and how does this approach deal with those in terms of trying to coordinate those things for the various organisations that are now seeking them, and we have an NES as well. So, is there recommendations around that
from within that paper?
Yeah.
Or no, not specifically in that paper.
Do you have any recommendations how that should be dealt with?
Yeah, look, you're absolutely right. There are many variations of farm plans or farm environmental plans or land environment plans. There's a whole lot of different names for those plans. My view on that is that they're very useful documents for farmers to prepare. By helping them take that integrated approach, and we've talked about, there's been a lot of talk about integrated approaches, it allows farmers to look at that as a whole system, and plan and respond adaptively over, and be looking into the future and started to make those plans. So because there's a lot of, on farm, there's a lot of expensive infrastructure and decisions need to be made in financial terms. So it's not just a one-off kind of, great, you've done your farm plan and you file it away. I would hope that farmers can use their farm plans to active, or they have them as active documents so that they can review those. They're constantly updating, and whether there's new information come to hand, or maybe there's, obviously we're facing changes in climate and needing farms to be resilient against the impacts of climate change. So it's the documents to be able to help with that. You're absolutely right. Look, there's a lot of those different documents out there. I think for me at least, if farmers are starting on that journey and starting to make those plans, getting some things written down so they can refer back to that and be able to have that as a reference point and a guiding document in some ways.
Yeah. One of the examples we heard today around the sediment traps and how they're used, and I found that really interesting, and because that's quite a simple thing to do, but there was consent issues there, and I see in your D there, that's 17D, talking about reduced consent requirements, and I would have thought that's quite a sensible approach, that you would have a farm management plan in the catchment group that you could get if you needed consent. Catchment-wide consent, is that sort of stuff being considered through this?
Absolutely. So that paper by Sinner et al., that was one of their recommendations. I think there have been a number of catchment groups, local Otago groups included, that have not been able to easily navigate through that consenting process, even when they're trying to establish wetlands or sediment traps and those types of things. And it's been a very difficult process. Also, they've been encumbered by the cost of those. And so it hasn't been an easy process for some of those catchment groups to navigate, especially when they're essentially, a volunteer organisation, they're doing it in their spare time. And they don't necessarily have the resources or the skills to be preparing that. So I think in that Senate paper, that's something that's come through, and that's nationally based. There are people consulted from the whole country. So I think that is something that would help lead to that community engagement, that active engagement that is helpful, that would help drive the communities to achieve their goals or their values without being slowed down by the regulatory processes.
Yeah, I find that kind of interesting, because I know from experience, and go back to that naughty word forestry again, like large forestry companies often apply for generic consents, including regional council consents for culverting, all those sorts of things, and that's never seemed to be a problem. So I would have thought that would be encouraged in a catchment-wide sense as well. So
yeah, absolutely. And look, catchment groups are very well placed to help deal with those things, and whether that's group consents or whatever it may be, that can happen across, not just on one property, but across property boundaries, across many properties. And then that may help bring those costs down. But I think the essence of what that report was outlining is for regulators and councils and so on to think about that, and to have a process in place that takes into account those, what catchment groups are trying to achieve.
yeah, because like the sediment trap, while that might be a relatively cheap intervention, you can make it up. Yeah, the consenting process too. It's like, whoa, yeah, close it out of the water sometimes.
No, you did right, and a lot of those things that will require some sort of infrastructure and consenting. Yeah, look, they're expensive projects, or they can potentially be expensive projects, and that just, those consenting requirements definitely bump that up.
So it's about trying to remove some of those barriers to actually get those outcomes.
Absolutely, just removing those hurdles so that farmers, landowners, communities can get on and do the environmental work that they, there's plenty of science out there that will, especially around sediment traps, wetlands, that support putting in these wetlands and sediment traps, and other things as well. But it seems that we don't need those extra hurdles for communities.
If there's one good thing that comes of a process like this, maybe it is getting all the parties in a room talking about all these things. Like, we've got the answers here, let's just get them together and move forward.
That's exactly right. And I work with quite a number of catchment groups, and that's what a lot of these catchment groups want to do. They just want to get on and do the work that they know needs doing.
Yeah. Okay, well, thanks very much for that. It's very useful help.
Welcome.
How does someone who spent 17 years working for 3 different CRIs end up in beef and lamb? And no less as environmental capability manager.
Well, look, you did right. Look, I've worked for 3 CRIs over many years. And look, that's built on my background at university. Went through environmental science and ecology and so on. So look, for me at least, it was a reasonably natural progression. I've been at ag research for a good number of years, 10 plus, in excess of 10 years, and the opportunity came up to work for Beef and Lamb. And ag research does wonderful science, but sometimes there's a little bit of a disconnect between the science getting out to farmers and to communities and so on. So when the opportunity came up to work with Beef and Lamb, look, it was great. It means I personally could be helping to communicate that out to farmers and communities.
I mean, I work in Lanky Research, which is why I asked the question. But I'm leading on to something else, and that is your role at Beef and Lamb working with catchment groups, all right? I guess I do have a question. I think I know part of the answer to it, which is what do you actually do with these catchment groups? I mean, there's on the ground, and you use as an example as the relationship with Kaitahu, that whole chapter you put there on Kaitahu, and you refer to Waiwanaka catchment group, for example, all that sort of stuff. Now, I guess I'm trying to link the dots between the CRIs, Beef and Lamb, catchment groups, and this wider, I guess, integrated management thing we talk about. It's not just farming. I mean, integrated management is kind of everything. Does that hit the mark?
Yeah, look, I'll start with the involvement with the catchment groups. So, look, there's some catchment groups that have been around for a good number of years, but by and large, the catchment groups, the 40 odd groups there are 43 groups that I've got referenced here, most of them are actually quite new. For example, 5 or 6 years ago in Otago, there would have been 4 or 5 catchment groups, and now we're looking at so there's been a proliferation of catchment groups. So my role at Beef and Lamb over the last few years has been very, very involved with the setting up of catchment groups, and helping communities develop these catchment groups, so that primarily from my point of view around sheep and beef farmers, they can start working towards their community goals or their aspirations, and it can actually help to guide individual farmers to make the changes that they need to make on their own farms, as well as help the communities come together, and through a collaborative response, they've got a lot more bang for buck, for want of a better term, than 1 or 2 individuals doing type of various actions on their farm. So that's my sort of background into that. And then in terms of, you're quite right. Look, I've probably got quite been working for several organisations over the last 20 odd years, and so that's given me quite a bit of insight into the research side of things, like we've heard from Dr. Crystal, as well as being able to, wanting to take those messages and actually seeing the change on the ground. So, for example, I was involved in a lot of winter grazing research when I was at Ag Research, and then being able to see Beef and Lamb and other industry bodies being able to take that information and then help disseminate that out to farmers to actually get the changes that are needed on the ground.
Yeah. That's the link I had in my mind. That now, if you're able to, what things would you single out or pinpoint Kaitahu's interest in the catchment group scenario? I mean, were there particular things that stick in your mind, or?
Well, look, I think one of the, I'm not exactly sure what you mean, but I'll take a stab at it. One of the, it's great when catchment groups want to engage with mana whenua, and by doing so, there's benefits for all those parties, and so for the farming, for the community members, and for the mana whenua. In terms of one of the impediments to that is actually resourcing, and that's resourcing from all of those sides. We've got a lack of resourcing for the catchment groups, and for the community members, and also for kaitahu to have adequate resources so that they're generally volunteers in many capacities, and by having extra resources there, and whether that's funding or whatever it may be, that would actually make it easier for all the parties that might be engaged in catchment groups to actually start kind of coming together and talk together. And I know through my work at Beef and Lamb, one of the key things that we encourage is to have a paid coordinator for a catchment group. And then those people can then help do the day-to-day running, so that instead of having farmers or community members or volunteers doing some of that work, they can go about their farming business or their day jobs, whatever it might be, and actually have, they can start doing some of that decision making around what way the catchment group wants to head.
Okay. You've answered part of my question. The other part is the actual things that interest Ngaitahu in particular, mahinga kai, for instance, or that was the other half of my question. I mean, what are the issues that are top of the list, or priorities for Kaitahu in your experience working with catchment groups?
Yeah, well, look, that's always a big one that comes up. Mahinga kai is very important, and you've heard from Emma Crutchley this morning, with the Apatairi Y and Te Aki Maniatoto. They have actually started that process, and I think I've referenced that into my primary evidence as well. But they've started that conversation with mana whenua, and helping to facilitate that conversation so that catchment groups and farmers can have a better understanding of what is actually important. So whether it's mahinga kai, whether it's access to different areas, whether it's helping out with opportunities through jobs for that may need to be carried out within a particular catchment area.
Okay, thanks very much.
Yeah, just a couple of points. We've heard a lot from the farmers about how they've got, I suppose, a lot of regulatory requirements on them from different bodies, councils, government. I'm just wondering, and you might not be the right person to answer, but is there a green light? Is there a light at the end of the tunnel for these guys in relation to that? I mean, is any agency taking a lead to try and streamline things a little bit? And the question I had down against your evidence too was sort of, you talk about the work you're doing in the delivery of farm plans and the like. How's that going to mesh in with the government's freshwater farm plans? And is there going to be kind of a synergy there that's not going to put additional work on the farmers? And I suppose it's something that we've got to be cognizant of. Are we going to be loading up even more on them when they're already kind of, nearly at breaking point from what we've heard? I'm just wondering what you.
Yeah, look, you're absolutely right. There are a lot of farmers that are feeling the pressure, and you've heard from many of the farmers this morning exactly around that. That's probably a common feeling that I hear when I'm working with catchment groups or through farm plans or what have you. That does come through loud and clear. I think a lot of farmers will feel that there's a bit of an avalanche of regulatory things coming towards them, where and it probably really impacts a lot of sheep and beef farmers in particular, because they haven't necessarily been exposed to that as perhaps, say, dairy farmers have probably had a bit more of that exposure over the last few years. So for a lot of farmers, it will mean a lot of change. It has meant additional work, and for a lot of them, they won't necessarily have all those appropriate and adequate skills themselves, and so they're having to go and look for the appropriate people to find those. But I know, look through. You mentioned about the regulatory farm plans and so on. Look, I think we run workshops and deliver workshops for farmers to come and complete a whole of farm plan. And in particular, I'm sort of focused on the environmental side of that. So they work through soils and freshwater, climate, chemical management, soils, and so on. So they're all interlinked together, and as we've talked about, that sort of integrated approach is very, very important, because if you make the change over here, something else might change on the other side. Also, on top of that, farmers have also got to consider their, at the end of the day, their businesses. They need to be profitable, but a lot of the farmers will have a very, very long and deep connection to the land. Some of them might be multi-generational farms. In terms of not replicating, not having farmers to replicate, there's various assurance programs. New Zealand Farm Assurance Program Plus is one of those that our beef and lamb farm plan is used for, to deliver for the various food companies and processing companies, so that they can then use that in their as part of their assurance program. And so there's a number of sort of criteria that farmers will have to go through for that. In terms of the regulatory farm plans, that is another layer of complexity that is additional for farmers. And there's still, within the farming community and farmers themselves, there's still a lot of uncertainty of what that actually means in terms of what is required within those plans, who has access to information, what information is required, what reporting requirements there are. So farmers are definitely thinking about all those things, but they are all also thinking about how can they integrate those things together. And I know there's been various projects, run through with central government and through various farming organisations to help get that streamlined into a single process. That's not it turns out that it's not a very difficult. It is a very difficult process to get everything together, because you've got so many different organisations now wanting their little slice of the pie, that suddenly you've got farmers having to do this potentially massive thing when they might want to be doing something quite different. And so by having a central kind of farm plan, there's definitely could be advantages to that, but the logistics of it and the interconnections between everyone getting their little bits that need to kind of talk to each other, turns out that's quite a more difficult process than a lot of people have thought. But look, we want our beef and lamb farm plans to be used by farmers and to be active plans, and to actually help the farmer themselves to achieve what they want to do environmentally on their own farm.
So you would see the freshwater farm plan being separate to the beef and lamb farm?
Look, the way the beef and lamb farm plan will have most, and look, maybe it's 80 or 90% of what is needed for the certified freshwater farm plans, but beef and lamb doesn't want to be in the position where we're trying to deliver a regulatory tool. We see as that's something that is very much something that the councils need to do, that regulatory side of it. We're happy if they want to use
So you wouldn't just take the freshwater farm plan for use yourselves? you'd still require them to have a,
Sorry, I see what you mean. Look, well, no, we don't want them to replicate it. I see what you mean now, sorry.
Yeah.
Our beef and lamb farm plan will go a lot further than a certified freshwater farm plan, which is only looking at a little freshwater box. We're talking about that integrated approach across, a holistic approach across the whole farm. So looking right across the board, across the soils, across the climate, the freshwater, right across the board, so that farmers can then, if something's changing over here, what's it going to affect over there?
So it could be a subset, a chapter, a section within it or something.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, our farm plans, they're not compulsory. We don't want to be compelling farmers, our sheep and beef farmers, or any farmers to do them. Whereas, we want farmers to see the inherent use of doing their farm plan, and whether that's providing evidence to for marketing purposes overseas, whether they want to sell access to a particular market. Look, there's a whole range of reasons in there why farmers would do that. Help guide them through processes on their farm, help them plan out for infrastructure and financial decisions into the future. But all up within that environmental side of the farm plan, we want them to be using that to help them achieve the goals that they want to. And also, for a lot of farmers, they may be involved in their local catchment group. They can actually start taking those values that the wider catchment and community hold as important, and start addressing some of those issues. But there's always the, if they're addressing risks on the other side of things, there's also opportunities that may come out of either the farm plan or the catchment groups as well.
Other questions have covered most matters that I was interested in. Just one issue only in your appendix. One, I may be missing it, but the money, well, you've updated that list, but even in that updated list, I just can't see. Am I missing it? The Manahira catchment, is it?
Oh, Manahira. You're right. I have got them. You're absolutely right. There's an omission. We have got the Thompson's Creek in there, which is the catchment group within that area that is doing a lot of that work. There's also, I think we've got, pretty sure I've got the Ida. Yeah, I've got the Ida Valley as well. So there are some of those sub-catchments that I have listed in there, but you did right. I have missed out the Manahira.
So have they got a number of catchment groups? Or?
Yeah, exactly. So they've got the Ida Valley, and there's the Thompson's Creek will fall under those, under that wider.
Right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Robinson.
Right.
So Dr. Thornall,
Yes, sir. And I just finished by thanking the panel. And I'm not sure whether I need to offer a written memorandum about seeking leave for later on, because I really would like to call a planning witness at the end to help you in terms of the ultimate integration.
You can file a memorandum. I can indicate to you, I don't know that it's going to receive warm reception, because the process that we laid down right at turn it off. The process we laid down right at the start was that we would expect to conclude all of the submittals by next Tuesday, and then there was a period of time for the council to respond. And so that if there's a particular thing that you wanted to advance, there is a slot, I think, still open on the Tuesday.
No, that's all right. I'll call the witness during the freshwater.
Good. I think that's the best way.
Yes, no, that's fine. I just thought it might be helpful to do your omni-gathering process.
Look, if you can do it on the freshwater, by all means.
Yes, no, we'll do.
Encourage that.
Thank you.
Mr. Tuck.
We'll leave on your screen momentarily.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, Mr. Tack.
Good afternoon.
You had a long wait, I'm sorry, but we're still here, so we haven't abandoned you, and you're in your hands. Okay.
Thank you very much. My evidence on this particular chapter is very short, so I hope I can help you get in and out of here as soon as possible. Silverfern Farms submitted on a number of the LF chapter provisions, but most of the submission points are now going to be covered in the other freshwater planning instrument stream. Section 7 of my evidence is the matter I need to talk to today, and I'm only looking at 2 policies in this section of my evidence. The 2 policies are LF-LS P19 and LF-FWP 13. And really the reason for the submission and evidence on those policies was really related to the fact that parts of those policies cross-reference over to some of the urban form and development policies and some of the ecology chapter policies. And those 2 chapters are chapters that Silverfern Farms had quite a heavy focus on in its submissions. So I guess at the heart of it, the cross-referencing in these 2 land and freshwater policies is of interest to Silverfern Farms because of the cross-referencing to other policies that it seeks relief on. So just to quickly recap what the linkages are and explain what the relief sought is, and starting with subclause 3 of policy LF-LSP19, which I discuss in the first 2 paragraphs of my section 7 in my evidence. So subclause 3 of policy P19 has a direction about managing urban development in rural areas in accordance with urban form and development policies 4, 7, and 8. Now this cross-reference in this clause is important to Silverfern Farms because the UFD policies that are cross-referenced here were a big focus of Silverfern Farms' submission. Obviously Silverfern Farms is really concerned with how reverse sensitivity effects would be recognised and managed through those UFD policies. Those policies in the urban form and development chapter that are cross-referenced here relate to the setting of urban boundaries, providing for rural industry and primary production in rural areas, and how rural lifestyle zones would be managed in the context of the rural environment. Originally, Silverfern Farms sought more directive drafting of the urban form and development policies, and in its submission on LF-LS P19 subclause 3, Silverfern Farms sought to carry over some more directive drafting there. It sought to swap the term managing for the term restricting. That was to align with submissions Silverfern Farms made on the urban form development policies. However, on review, the section 42A author has correctly noted in their review that changing the term managing in this policy to restricting would not be appropriate because the urban form and development policies that this land and freshwater policy points to don't all say restrict urban development, restrict rural lifestyle zones. They provide for a range of management responses. And so to say here restricting instead of managing wouldn't align actually with the urban form and development policies. So all of that really is to say that as per subclause, paragraph 7.2 of my evidence, Silverfern Farms is comfortable with the term managing in LF-LS P19.3 and agrees with the section 42A author in that regard. And just to note that obviously the urban form and development chapter has since been rewritten and Silverfern Farms has made some comments on the revised urban form and development chapter. But regardless, I think the point still stands that the term managing in LF-LS P19 subclause 3 is appropriate because the urban form and development policies that it points to provide for a range of management responses. I hope that's clear. It's a sort of a minor point, but just to hopefully that's. Are there any questions on that point?
Well, look, you carry on. Well,
okay.
Yeah, thanks.
So the other policy that I've discussed in paragraph 7.3 to 7.6 of my evidence, it's a LF-FWP 13. It's a policy relating to natural character and in-stream values. And the issue of concern here to Silverfern Farms was the cross-reference in subclause 1B of this policy to some of the policies from the ecology chapter. Now, my concerns about the ecology chapter are set out in section 8 of my evidence, and we talked about it a couple of weeks ago in the hearing on that chapter. So just to very briefly recap, the concerns that Silverfern Farms held in relation to the ecology chapter, which is cross-referenced here in this freshwater policy, was, I guess, around concerns around the appropriateness of Appendix 2 in terms of defining SNAs, the requirements under policy Eco P3, which is cross-referenced expressly here, that new activities and SNAs be subject to an avoidance test, and also the issues that arise under policy Eco P6, which is cross-referenced in this freshwater policy. Eco P6, obviously there was a question there around its reference to Appendix 3, and Appendix 3 has a threshold or a gateway test for when biodiversity offsetting can be employed as a management measure. So the fact that this policy LF-FWP13 carries over or cross-references the ecology chapter provisions that were of concern to silver fern farms, the potential issues identified in section 8 of my evidence seem equally applicable to the implementation of this particular natural character and in-stream values policy in future consenting scenarios. So that was all I was going to say.
Thank you, Mr. Tuck. Maybe some questions?
No, thank you for your evidence, Mr. Tuck. I understand what you're saying there, and the cross-referencing issue is going to be something that we're going to have to look at, I think, right across the board. But thank you for highlighting that again.
Yeah, I have no questions. Thank you.
Yeah. No, there are no more questions, Mr. Tuck. So thank you for your presentation today. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
That concludes today.
Well, perhaps before we conclude and before I forget, I've checked on the.
Probably turn the microphones off.
I'm not sure if anybody's still listening.
These microphones are separate to the Zoom microphones.
Okay. The report writers are working to the 23rd of May as being the cut-off date to provide the material to you for the council's reply.
Thank you.
23rd of May, yes. Right. So that's the Tuesday before the resumption of the hearing.
Well, it's 23rd. I'm at the dentist on the 22nd because I've got this in front of me.
So, yeah. Can you just pass on, Mr. Logan, that if any of them fortuitously finish before the 23rd of May, send them through earlier so us older ones can read it in hard copy rather than trying to read it electronically. But if it's 23rd of May, we've got to just deal with the electronics.
There's one other matter which I should probably comment on, and that was during the presentation by Beef and Lamb. Questions were put about catchment groups and the consent process. I'm not sure that that was really directly answered by Beef and Lamb, but what I can tell you is that in Otago there have been a number of occasions where catchment groups have spearheaded collective applications for resource consents for water permits. Mr. Page in his opening submissions referred to the history and of the Linda's catchment.
Yeah.
That was undertaken by a catchment group.
Right.
Although in some cases the applications were nominally in the names of individual farmers or other water extractors, it was the catchment group that organised both the on plan change and the concurrent application on direct referral to the Environment Court of applications for resource consents to replace existing water permits or existing mining privileges. That's only one example. There are others. Mr. Page, in one of his footnotes, referred to other cases in which he had been involved in acting for applicants, and a number of them were catchment groups, such as in the Kyburn and the Luggett and others. So catchment groups come in various shapes and sizes and perform different functions, but some of them have been active in the consenting process as well as in plan change processes.
It's mainly in the allocation space, though, isn't it, rather than like the day-to-day management?
Oh no, it's one of the reasons for bringing them through a catchment group is being brought on a collective basis, because implementation would depend on collective action by the water takers within the catchment. So there's water rationing conditions, and that can only work if all the irrigators, they're usually irrigators, are working
as a team to manage their takes in response to the inflows to the catchment. Otherwise, then they're not going to get a fair share of the water that's available, and they're not going to meet the minimum flow requirements at the foot of the catchment. So the consent conditions lock them in to working together, but that's something that they seek as a group in order to be able to properly manage the water resource.
Thank you very much.
So I hope that makes some sense.
Thank you very much.